Here begins the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, or The Inland Sea, by James Fenimore Cooper. Preface. The plan of this tale suggested itself to the writer many years since, though the details are altogether of recent invention. The idea of associating seamen and savages in incidents that might be supposed characteristic of the Great Lakes having been mentioned to a publisher, the latter obtained something like a pledge from the author to carry out the design at some future day, which pledge is now tardily and imperfectly redeemed. The reader may recognize an old friend under new circumstances in the principal character of this legend. If the exhibition made of this old acquaintance, in the novel circumstances in which he now appears, should be found not to lessen his favor with the public, it will be a source of extreme gratification to the writer, since he has an interest in the individual in question that falls little short of reality. It is not an easy task, however, to introduce the same character in 4 separate works, and to maintain the peculiarities that are indispensable to identity, without incurring a risk of fatiguing the reader with sameness, and the present experiment has been so long delayed quite as much from doubts of its success as from any other cause. In this, as in every other undertaking, it must be the end that will crown the work. The Indian character has so little variety that it has been my object to avoid dwelling on it too much on the present occasion. Its association with a sailor, too, it is feared, will be found to have more novelty than interest. It may strike the novice as an anachronism to place vessels on the Ontario in the middle of the 18th century, but in this particular, facts will fully bear out all the license of the fiction. Although the precise vessels mentioned in these pages may never have existed on that water or anywhere else, others so nearly resembling them are known to have navigated that inland sea even at a period much earlier than the one just mentioned, as to form a sufficient authority for their introduction into a work of fiction. It is a fact not generally remembered, however well known it may be, that there are isolated spots along the line of the Great Lakes that date as settlements as far back as many of the older American towns, and which were the seats of a species of civilization long before the greater portion of even the older states was rescued from the wilderness. Ontario in our own times has been the scene of important naval evolutions. Fleets have maneuvered on those waters which, half a century ago, were as deserted as waters well can be, and the day is not distant when the whole of that vast range of lakes will become the seat of empire, and fraught with all the interests of human society, even though it be in a work of fiction. Of what that vast region so lately was, may help to make up the sum of knowledge by which alone a just appreciation can be formed of the wonderful means by which Providence is clearing the way for the advancement of civilization across the whole American continent. Beginning of the Pathfinder. Chapter 1. The turf shall be my fragrant shrine, my temple, Lord, that arch of thine, my sensor's breath the mountain airs, and silent thoughts my only prayers. Verse attributed to Moore. The sublimity connected with vastness is familiar to every eye. The most abstruse, the most far-reaching, perhaps the most chastened of the poet's thoughts, crowd on the imagination as he gazes into the depths of the illimitable void. The expanse of the ocean is seldom seen by the novice with indifference, and the mind, even in the obscurity of night, finds a parallel to that grandeur which seems inseparable from images that the senses cannot compass. With feelings akin to this admiration and awe, the offspring of sublimity, were the different characters with which the action of this tale must open, gazing on the scene before them. 4 persons in all, 2 of each sex. They had managed to ascend a pile of trees that had been uptorn by a tempest to catch a view of the objects that surrounded them. It is still the practice of the country to call these spots windrows. By letting in the light of heaven upon the dark and damp recesses of the wood, they form a sort of oases in the solemn obscurity of the virgin forests of America. The particular windrow of which we are writing lay on the brow of a gentle acclivity, and, though small, it had opened the way for an extensive view to those who might occupy its upper margin, a rare occurrence to the traveler in the woods. Philosophy has not yet determined the nature of the power that so often lays desolate spots of this description, some ascribing it to the whirlwinds which produce waterspouts on the ocean, while others again impute it to sudden and violent passages of streams of the electric fluid. But the effects in the woods are familiar to all. On the upper margin of the opening, the viewless influence had piled tree on tree, in such a manner as had not only enabled the two males of the party to ascend to an elevation of some 30 feet above the level of the earth, but, with a little care and encouragement, to induce their more timid companions to accompany them. The vast trunks which had been broken and driven by the force of the gust lay blended like jackstraws, while their branches, still exhaling the fragrance of withering leaves, were interlaced in a manner to afford sufficient support to the hands. One tree had been completely uprooted, and its lower end, filled with earth, had been cast uppermost, in a way to supply a sort of staging for the four adventurers when they had gained the desired distance from the ground. The reader is to anticipate none of the appliances of people of condition in the description of the personal appearances of the group in question. They were all wayfarers in the wilderness, and had they not been, neither their previous habits nor their actual social positions would have accustomed them to many of the luxuries of rank. Two of the party, indeed, a male and female, belonged to the native owners of the soil, being Indians of the well-known tribe of the Tuscaroras, while their companions were a man who bore about him the peculiarities of one who had passed his days on the ocean, and was, too, in a station little, if any, above that of a common mariner, and his female associate, who was a maiden of a class in no great degree superior to his own, though her youth, sweetness, and countenance, and a modest but spirited mien, lent that character of intellect and refinement which adds so much to the charm of beauty in the sex. On the present occasion, her full blue eye reflected the feeling of sublimity that the scene excited, and her pleasant face was beaming with the pensive expression with which all deep emotions, even though they bring the most grateful pleasure, shadow the countenances of the ingenuous and thoughtful. And truly, the scene was of a nature deeply to impress the imagination of the beholder. Towards the west, in which direction the faces of the party were turned, the eye ranged over an ocean of leaves, glorious and rich in the varied and lively verdure of a generous vegetation, and shaded by the luxuriant tints which belong to the 42nd degree of latitude. The elm with its graceful and weeping top, the rich varieties of the maple, most of the noble oaks of the American forest, with the broad-leaved linden known in the parlance of the country as the basswood, mingled their uppermost branches, forming one broad and seemingly interminable carpet of foliage which stretched away towards the setting sun, until it bounded the horizon by blending with the clouds, as the waves and the sky meet at the base of the vault of heaven. Here and there, by some accident of the tempests, or by a caprice of nature, a trifling opening amid these giant members of the forest permitted an inferior tree to struggle upward toward the light, and to lift its modest head nearly to a level with the surrounding surface of verdure. Of this class were the birch, a tree of some account in regions less favored, the quivering aspen, various generous nutwoods, and divers others which resembled the ignoble and vulgar, thrown by circumstances into the presence of the stately and great. Here and there, too, the tall, straight trunk of the pine pierced the vast field, rising high above it, like some grand monument reared by art on a plain of leaves. It was the vastness of the view, the nearly unbroken surface of verdure that contained the principle of grandeur. The beauty was to be traced in the delicate tints, relieved by graduations of light and shade, while the solemn repose induced the feeling allied to awe. "Uncle," said the wondering but pleased girl, addressing her male companion, whose arm she rather touched than leaned upon, to steady her own light but firm footing, "this is like a view of the ocean you so much love." "So much for ignorance and a girl's fancy, Magnet," a term of affection the sailor often used in allusion to his niece's personal attractions. "No one but a child would think of likening this handful of leaves to a look at the real Atlantic. You might seize all these tree-tops to Neptune's jacket, and they would make no more than a nosegay for his bosom." "More fanciful than true, I think, uncle. Look thither. It must be miles on miles, and yet we see nothing but leaves. What could one behold if looking at the ocean?" "More," returned the uncle, giving an impatient gesture with the elbow the other touched, for his arms were crossed and the hands were thrust into the bosom of a vest of red cloth, a fashion of the times. "More, Magnet. Say, rather, what less? Where are your combing seas, your blue water, your rollers, your breakers, your whales or your waterspouts, and your endless motion in this bit of a forest, child?" "And where are your tree-tops, your solemn silence, your fragrant leaves, and your beautiful green, uncle, on the ocean?" "But, Magnet, if you understood the thing, you would know that green water is a sailor's bane. He scarcely relishes a greenhorn less." "But green trees are a different thing. Hiss! That sound is the air breathing among the leaves." "You should hear a nor'wester breathe, girl, if you fancy wind aloft. Now, where are your gales and hurricanes and trades and levanters and such like incidents in this bit of a forest? And what fishes have you swimming beneath yon tame surface?" "That there have been tempests here, these signs around us plainly show, and beasts, if not fishes, are beneath those leaves." "I do not know that," returned the uncle with the sailor's dogmatism. "They told us many stories at Albany of the wild animals we should fall in with, and yet we have seen nothing to frighten a seal. I doubt if any of your inland animals will compare with a low-latitude shark." "See?" exclaimed the niece, who was more occupied with the sublimity and beauty of the boundless wood than with her uncle's arguments. "Yonder is a smoke curling over the tops of the trees. Can it come from a house?" Aye, there is a look of humanity in that smoke," returned the old seaman, "which is worth 1,000 trees. I must show it to Arrowhead, who may be running past a port without knowing it. It is probable there is a caboose where there is a smoke." As he concluded, the uncle drew a hand from his bosom, touched the male Indian, who was standing near him, lightly on the shoulder, and pointed out a thin line of vapor which was stealing slowly out of the wilderness of leaves at a distance of about a mile, and was diffusing itself in almost imperceptible threads of humidity in the quivering atmosphere. The Tuscarora was one of those noble-looking warriors oftener met with among the aborigines of this continent a century since than today, and while he had mingled sufficiently with the colonists to be familiar with their habits and even with their language, he had lost little, if any, of the wild grandeur and simple dignity of a chief. Between him and the old seaman the intercourse had been friendly, but distant, for the Indian had been too much accustomed to mingle with the officers of the different military posts he had frequented not to understand that his present companion was only a subordinate. So imposing, indeed, had been the quiet superiority of the Tuscarora's reserve, that Charles Cap, for so was the seaman named, in his most dogmatical or facetious moments, had not ventured on familiarity in an intercourse which had now lasted more than a week. The sight of the curling smoke, however, had struck the latter like the sudden appearance of a sail at sea, and for the first time since they met he ventured to touch the warrior, as has been related. The quick eye of the Tuscarora instantly caught a sight of the smoke, and for full a minute he stood, slightly raised on tiptoe, with distended nostrils, like the buck that scents a taint in the air, and a gaze as riveted as that of the trained pointer while he waits his master's aim. Then, falling back on his feet, a low exclamation, in the soft tones that formed so singular a contrast to the harsher cries in the Indian warrior's voice, was barely audible, otherwise he was undisturbed. His countenance was calm, and his quick, dark, eagle eye moved over the leafy panorama, as if to take in at a glance every circumstance that might enlighten his mind. That the long journey they had attempted to make through a broad belt of wilderness was necessarily attended with danger, both uncle and niece well knew, though neither could at once determine whether the sign that others were in their vicinity was the harbinger of good or evil. "There must be Oneidas or Tuscaroras near us, Arrowhead," said Cap, addressing his Indian companion by his conventional English name. "Will it not be well to join company with them and get a comfortable berth for the night in their wigwam?" "No wigwam there," Arrowhead returned in his unmoved manner. "Too much tree." "But Indians must be there, perhaps some old messmates of your own, Master Arrowhead." "No Tuscarora, no Oneida, no Mohawk. Pale-face fire." "The devil it is! Well, Magnet, this surpasses a seaman's philosophy. We old sea dogs can tell a lover's nest from a mate's hammock, but I do not think the oldest admiral in His Majesty's fleet can tell a king's smoke from a collier's." The idea that human beings were in their vicinity, in that ocean of wilderness, had deepened the flush on the blooming cheek and brightened the eye of the fair creature at his side, but she soon turned with a look of surprise to her relative, and said hesitatingly, for both had often admired the Tuscarora's knowledge, or, we might almost say, instinct, "A pale-face's fire. Surely, uncle, he cannot know that." 10 days since, child, I would have sworn to it, but now I hardly know what to believe. May I take the liberty of asking, Arrowhead, why you fancy that smoke now a pale-face's smoke and not a redskin's? "Wet wood," returned the warrior, with the calmness with which the pedagogue might point out an arithmetical demonstration to his puzzled pupil. "Much wet, much smoke, much water, black smoke." "But begging your pardon, Master Arrowhead, the smoke is not black, nor is there much of it. To my eye, now, it is as light and fanciful a smoke as ever rose from a captain's tea kettle, when nothing was left to make the fire but a few chips from the dunnage." "Too much water," returned Arrowhead, with a slight nod of the head. "Tuscarora too cunning to make fire with water. Paleface too much book, and burn anything. Much book, little know." "Well, that's reasonable, I allow," said Cap, who was no devotee of learning. "He means that as a hit at your reading, Magnet, for the chief has sensible notions of things in his own way. How far now, Arrowhead, do you make us, by your calculation, from the bit of a pond that you call the Great Lake, and towards which we have been so many days shaping our course?" The Tuscarora looked at the seaman with quiet superiority as he answered, "Ontario, like heaven, one sun, and the great traveler will know it." "Well, I have been a great traveler, I cannot deny, but of all my voyages this has been the longest, the least profitable, and the farthest inland. If this body of fresh water is so nigh, Arrowhead, and so large, one might think a pair of good eyes would find it out, for apparently everything within 30 miles is to be seen from this lookout." "Look," said Arrowhead, stretching an arm before him with quiet grace. "Ontario." "Uncle, you are accustomed to cry land-ho, but not water-ho, and you do not see it," cried the niece, laughing, as girls will laugh at their own idle conceits. "How now, Magnet? Dost suppose that I shouldn't know my native element if it were in sight?" "But Ontario is not your native element, dear uncle, for you come from the salt water, while this is fresh." That might make some difference to your young mariner, but none to the old one. I should know water, child, were I to see it in China." "Ontario," repeated Arrowhead with emphasis, again stretching his hand towards the northwest. Cap looked at the Tuscarora for the first time since their acquaintance with something like an air of contempt, though he did not fail to follow the direction of the chief's eye and arm, both of which were directed towards a vacant point in the heavens, a short distance above the plain of leaves. Aye, this is as much as I expected when I left the coast in search of a fresh-water pond," resumed Cap, shrugging his shoulders like one whose mind was made up and who thought no more need be said. "Ontario may be there, or for that matter it may be in my pocket. Well, I suppose there will be room enough when we reach it to work our canoe. But, Arrowhead, if there be pale-faces in our neighborhood, I confess I should like to get within hail of them." The Tuscarora now gave a quiet inclination of his head, and the whole party descended from the roots of the uptorn tree in silence. When they reached the ground, Arrowhead intimated his intention to go towards the fire and ascertain who had lighted it, while he advised his wife and the two others to return to a canoe, which they had left in the adjacent stream, and await his return. "Why, Chief, this might do on soundings, and in an offing where one knew the channel," returned Old Cap. "But in an unknown region like this, I think it unsafe to trust the pilot alone too far from the ship. So, with your leave, we will not part company." "What my brother want?" asked the Indian gravely, though without taking offense at a distrust that was sufficiently plain. "Your company, Master Arrowhead, and no more. I will go with you and speak these strangers." The Tuscarora assented without difficulty, and again he directed his patient and submissive little wife, who seldom turned her full, rich black eye on him but to express equally her respect, her dread, and her love, to proceed to the boat. But here Magnet raised a difficulty. Although spirited, and of unusual energy under circumstances of trial, she was but woman, and the idea of being entirely deserted by her two male protectors in the midst of a wilderness that her senses had just told her was seemingly illimitable became so keenly painful that she expressed a wish to accompany her uncle. "The exercise will be a relief, dear sir, after sitting too long in the canoe," she added as the rich blood slowly returned to a cheek that had paled, in spite of her efforts to be calm. "And there may be females with the strangers." "Come then, child, it is but a cable's length, and we shall return an hour before the sun sets." With this permission, the girl, whose real name was Mabel Dunham, prepared to be of the party, while the Dew of June, as the wife of Arrowhead was called, passively went her way towards the canoe, too much accustomed to obedience, solitude, and the gloom of the forest to feel apprehension. The three who remained in the windrow now picked their way around its tangled maze, and gained the margin of the woods. A few glances of the eye sufficed for Arrowhead, but Old Cap deliberately set the smoke by a pocket compass before he trusted himself within the shadows of the trees. "This steering by the nose, Magnet, may do well enough for an Indian, but your thoroughbred knows the virtue of the needle," said the uncle, as he trudged at the heels of the light-stepping Tuscarora. "America would never have been discovered, take my word for it, if Columbus had been nothing but nostrils. Friend Arrowhead, didst ever see a machine like this?" The Indian turned, cast a glance at the compass, which Cap held in the way to direct his course, and gravely answered, "A pale-face eye. The Tuscarora see in his head. The salt water," for so the Indian styled his companion. "All eye now, no tongue."
"He means, uncle, that we had needs be silent. Perhaps he distrusts the persons we are about to meet."
"Aye, 'tis an Indian's fashion of going to quarters. You perceive he has examined the priming of his rifle, and it may be as well if I look to that of my own pistols." Without betraying alarm at these preparations, to which she had become accustomed by her long journey in the wilderness,
Mabel followed with a step as elastic as that of the Indian, keeping close in the rear of her companions. For the first half-mile no other caution beyond a rigid silence was observed, but as the party drew nearer to the spot where the fire was known to be, much greater care became necessary. The forest, as usual, had little to intercept the view below the branches but the tall, straight trunks of trees. Everything belonging to vegetation had struggled towards the light, and beneath the leafy canopy one walked, as it might be, to a vast natural vault, upheld by myriads of rustic columns. These columns or trees, however, often served to conceal the adventurer, the hunter, or the foe, and as Arrowhead swiftly approached the spot where his practiced and unerring senses told him the strangers ought to be, his footsteps gradually became lighter, his eye more vigilant, and his person was more carefully concealed. "See, Saltwater," said he, exulting, pointing through the vista of trees. "Pale-face fire." "By the Lord, the fellow is right," muttered Cap. "There they are, sure enough, and eating their grub as quietly as if they were in the cabin of a three-decker." "Arrowhead is but half right," whispered Mabel. "There are 2 Indians and only 1 white man." "Pale faces," said the Tuscarora, holding up 2 fingers. "Red man," holding up 1. "Well," rejoined Cap, "it is hard to say which is right and which is wrong. One is entirely white, and a fine comely lad he is, with an air of respectability about him. One is a redskin as plain as paint, and nature can make him, but the third chap is half-rigged, being neither brig nor schooner." "Pale faces," repeated Arrowhead, again raising 2 fingers. "Red man," showing but 1. "He must be right, Uncle, for his eye seems never to fail. But it is now urgent to know whether we meet as friends or foes. They may be French." "One hail will soon satisfy us on that head," returned Cap. "Stand you behind the tree, Magnet, lest the knaves take it into their heads to fire a broadside without a parley, and I will soon learn what colors they sail under." The uncle had placed his 2 hands to his mouth to form a trumpet, and was about to give the promised hail, when a rapid movement from the hand of Arrowhead defeated the intention by deranging the instrument. "Red man Mohican," said the Tuscarora. "Good. Pale faces Yengeese." "These are heavenly tidings," murmured Mabel, who little relished the prospect of a deadly fray in that remote wilderness. "Let us approach at once, dear uncle, and proclaim ourselves friends." "Good," said the Tuscarora. "Red man cool and no. Pale face hurry and fire. Let the squaw go." "What?" said Cap in astonishment. "Send little Magnet ahead as a lookout, while 2 lovers like you and me lie to see what sort of a landfall she will make? If I do, "It is wisest, Uncle," interrupted the generous girl, "and I have no fear. No Christian, seeing a woman approach alone, would fire upon her, and my presence will be a pledge of peace. Let me go forward, as Arrowhead wishes, and all will be well. We are as yet unseen, and the surprise of the strangers will not partake of alarm." "Good," returned Arrowhead, who did not conceal his approbation of Mabel's spirit. "It has an unseamanlike look," answered Cap, "but, being in the woods, no one will know it. If you think, Mabel—" "Uncle, I know. There is no cause to fear for me, and you are always nigh to protect me." "Well, take one of the pistols, then—" "Nay, I had better rely on my youth and feebleness," said the girl, smiling, while her color heightened under her feelings. "Among Christian men, a woman's best guard is her claim to their protection. I know nothing of arms, and wish to live in ignorance of them." The uncle desisted, and after receiving a few cautious instructions from the Tuscarora, Mabel rallied all her spirit and advanced alone towards the group seated near the fire. Although the heart of the girl beat quick, her step was firm, and her movements, seemingly, were without reluctance. A death-like silence reigned in the forest. for they towards whom she approached were too much occupied in appeasing their hunger to avert their looks for an instant from the important business in which they were all engaged. When Mabel, however, had got within 100 feet of the fire, she trod upon a dried stick, and the trifling noise produced by her light footstep caused the Mohican, as Arrowhead had pronounced the Indian to be, and his companion, whose character had been thought so equivocal, to rise to their feet, as quick as thought. Both glanced at the rifles that leaned against a tree, and then each stood without stretching out an arm, as his eyes fell on the form of the girl. The Indian uttered a few words to his companion, and resumed his seat and his meal as calmly as if no interruption had occurred. On the contrary, the white man left the fire and came forward to meet Mabel. The latter saw, as the stranger approached, that she was about to be addressed by one of her own color, though his dress was so strange a mixture of the habits of the two races that it required a near look to be certain of the fact. He was of middle age, but there was an open honesty, a total absence of guile in his face, which otherwise would not have been thought handsome, that at once assured Magnet she was in no danger. Still she paused. "Fear nothing, young woman," said the hunter, for such his attire would indicate him to be. "You have met Christian men in the wilderness, and such as know how to treat all kindly who are disposed to peace and justice. I am a man well known in all these parts, and perhaps one of my names may have reached your ears. By the Frenchers and the Redskins on the other side of the big lakes, I am called La Longue Carabine. By the Mohicans, a just-minded and upright tribe, what is left of them, Hawkeye, while the troops and rangers along this side of the water call me Pathfinder, inasmuch as I have never been known to miss one end of the trail when there was a Mingo or a friend who stood in need of me at the other." This was not uttered boastfully, but with the honest confidence of one who well knew that by whatever name others might have heard of him, who had no reason to blush at the reports. The effect on Mabel was instantaneous. The moment she heard the last sobriquet, she clasped her hands eagerly and repeated the word Pathfinder. "So they call me, young woman, and many a great lord has got a title that he did not half so well merit. Though, if truth be said, I rather pride myself in finding my way where there is no path, than in finding it where there is. But the regular troops are by no means particular, and half the time they don't know the difference between a trail and a path. The one is a matter for the eye, while the other is little more than scent." "And you are the friend my father promised to send to meet us?" "If you are Sergeant Dunham's daughter, the great prophet of the Delawares never uttered more truth." "I am Mabel, and yonder, hid by the trees, are my uncle, whose name is Cap, and a Tuscarora called Arrowhead. We did not hope to meet you until we had nearly reached the shores of the lake." "I wish a juster-minded Indian had been your guide," said Pathfinder, "for I am no lover of the Tuscaroras, who have traveled too far from the graves of their fathers always to remember the Great Spirit. And Arrowhead is an ambitious chief. Is the Dew of June with him?" "His wife accompanies us, and a humble and mild creature she is." "Aye, and true-hearted, which is more than any who know him will say of Arrowhead. Well, we must take the fare that Providence bestows, while we follow the trail of life. I suppose worse guides might have been found than the Tuscarora, though he has too much Mingo blood for one who consorts altogether with the Delawares." "It is, then, perhaps fortunate we have met," said Mabel. "It is not misfortunate, at any rate, for I promised the sergeant I would see his child safe to the garrison, though I died for it. We expected to meet you before you reached the falls, where we have left our own canoe, while we thought it might do no harm to come up a few miles, in order to be of service if wanted. It is lucky we did, for I doubt if Arrowhead be the man to shoot the current." "Here comes my uncle and the Tuscarora, and our parties can now join." As Mabel concluded, Cap and Arrowhead, who saw that the conference was amicable, drew nigh, and a few words sufficed to let them know as much as the girl herself had learned from the strangers. As soon as this was done, the party proceeded towards the two who still remained near the fire. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, or the Inland Sea, by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 2. Yea, long as nature's humblest child hath kept her temple undefiled by simple sacrifice. Earth's fairest scenes are all his own. He is a monarch, and his throne is built amid the skies. Attributed to Wilson. The Mohican continued to eat, though the second white man rose and courteously took off his cap to Mabel Dunham. He was young, healthful, and manly in appearance, and he wore a dress which, while it was less rigidly professional than that of the uncle, also denoted one accustomed to the water. In that age, real seamen were a class entirely apart from the rest of mankind, their ideas, ordinary language, and attire being as strongly indicative of their calling as the opinions, speech, and dress of a Turk denote a Mussulman. Although the Pathfinder was scarcely in the prime of life, Mabel had met him with a steadiness that may have been the consequence of having braced her nerves for the interview. But when her eyes encountered those of the young man at the fire, they fell before the gaze of admiration with which she saw, or fancied she saw, he greeted her. Each, in truth, felt that interest in the other which similarity of age, condition, mutual comeliness, and their novel situation would be likely to inspire in the young and ingenuous. Here, said Pathfinder, with an honest smile bestowed on Mabel, are the friends your worthy father has sent to meet you. This is a great Delaware, and one who has had honors as well as troubles in his day. He has an Indian name fit for a chief, but as the language is not always easy for the inexperienced to pronounce, we naturally turn it into English and call him the Big Sarpent. You are not to suppose, however, that by this name we wish to say that he is treacherous beyond what is lawful in a redskin, but that he is wise and has the cunning which becomes a warrior. Arrowhead there knows what I mean. While the Pathfinder was delivering this address, the two Indians gazed on each other steadily, and the Tuscarora advanced and spoke to the other in an apparently friendly manner. I like to see this, continued Pathfinder. The salutes of two redskins in the woods, Master Cap, are like the hailing of friendly vessels on the ocean. But speaking of water, it reminds me of my young friend, Jasper Western here, who can claim to know something of these matters, seeing that he has passed his days on Ontario. I'm glad to see you, friend, said Cap, giving the young freshwater sailor a cordial grip, though you must have had something still to learn, considering the school to which you have been sent. This is my niece Mabel. I call her Magnet, for a reason she never dreams of, though you may possibly have education enough to guess at it, having some pretensions to understand the compass, I suppose. The reason is easily comprehended, said the young man, involuntarily fastening his keen dark eye at the same time on the suffused face of the girl. And I feel sure that the sailor who steers by your Magnet will never make a bad landfall. Ha! You do make use of some of the terms, I find, and that with propriety, though on the whole I fear you have seen more green than blue water. It is not surprising that we should get some of the phrases which belong to the land, but we are seldom out of sight of it 24 hours at a time. More's the pity, boy, more's the pity. A very little land ought to go a great way with a seafaring man. Now, if the truth were known, Master Western, I suppose there is more or less land all round your lake. And, Uncle, is there not more or less land around the ocean? Said Magnet quickly, for she dreaded a premature display of the old seaman's peculiar dogmatism, not to say pedantry. No, child, there's more or less ocean all round the land. That's what I tell the people ashore, youngster. They are living, as it might be, in the midst of the sea, without knowing it. by sufferance, as it were, the water being so much the more powerful and the largest. But there is no end to conceit in this world, for a fellow who never saw salt water often fancies he knows more than one who has gone round the horn. No, no, this earth is pretty much an island, and all that can be truly said not to be so is water. Young Western had a profound deference for a mariner of the ocean, on which he had often pined to sail. He had also a natural regard for the broad sheet on which he had passed his life, and which was not without its beauties in his eyes. "What you say, sir," he answered modestly, "may be true as to the Atlantic, but we have a respect for the land up here on Ontario." "That is because you are always landlocked," returned Cap, laughing heartily. "But yonder is the Pathfinder, as they call him, with some smoking platters, inviting us to share in his mess, and I will confess that one gets no venison at sea. Master Western, civility to girls at your time of life comes as easy as taking in the slack of the ensign halyards, and if you will just keep an eye to her kid and can while I join the mess of the Pathfinder and our Indian friends, I make no doubt she will remember it." Master Cap uttered more than he was aware of at the time. Jasper Westburn did attend to the wants of Mabel, and she long remembered the kind, manly attention of the young sailor at this, their first interview. He placed the end of a log for a seat, obtained for her a delicious morsel of the venison, gave her a draught of pure water from the spring, and as he sat near her, fast won his way to her esteem by his gentle but frank manner of manifesting his care, homage that woman always wishes to receive, but which is never so flattering or so agreeable as when it comes from the young to those of their own age, from the manly to the gentle. Like most of those who pass their time excluded from the society of the softer sex, young Western was earnest, sincere, and kind in his attentions, which, though they wanted a conventional refinement, which perhaps Mabel never missed, had those winning qualities that proved very sufficient as substitutes. Leaving these two unsophisticated young people to become acquainted through their feelings, rather than their expressed thoughts, we will turn to the group in which the uncle had already become a principal actor. The party had taken their places around a platter of venison steaks, which served for the common use, and the discourse naturally partook of the characters of the different individuals which composed it. The Indians were silent and industrious, the appetite of the aboriginal American for venison being seemingly inappeasable, while the two white men were communicative, each of the latter being garrulous and opinionated in his way. But, as the dialogue will put the reader in possession of certain facts that may render the succeeding narrative more clear, it will be well to record it. "There must be satisfaction in this your life of yours, no doubt, Mr. Pathfinder," continued Cap, when the hunger of the travelers was so far appeased that they began to pick and choose among the savory morsels. "It is some of the chances and luck that we seamen like, and if ours is all water, yours is all land." "Nay, we have water, too, in our journeyings and marches," returned his white companion. "We bordermen handle the paddle and the spear almost as much as the rifle and the hunting knife." "Aye, but do you handle the brace and the bowline, the wheel and the lead line, the reef point and the top rope? The paddle is a good thing, out of doubt, in a canoe, but of what use is it in the ship?" "Nay, I respect all men in their callings, and I can believe the things you mention have their uses. One who has lived, like myself, in company with many tribes, understands differences in usages. The paint of a Mingo is not the paint of a Delaware, and he who should expect to see a warrior in the dress of a squaw might be disappointed. I am not yet very old, but I have lived in the woods, and have some acquaintance with human nature. I never believed much in the learning of them that dwell in towns, for I never yet met one that had an eye for a rifle or a trail. That's my manner of speaking, Master Pathfinder, to a yard. Walking about streets, going to church of Sundays, and hearing sermons never yet made a man of a human being. Send the boy out upon the broad ocean if you wish to open his eyes, and let him look upon foreign nations, or what I call the face of nature, if if you wish him to understand his own character. Now, there is my brother-in-law, the sergeant. He is as good a fellow as ever broke a biscuit, in his way. But what is he, after all? Why, nothing but a soldier. A sergeant, to be sure, but that is a sort of a soldier, you know. When he wished to marry poor Bridget, my sister, I told the girl what he was, as in duty bound, and what she might expect from such a husband. You know how it is with girls when their minds are jammed by an inclination. It is true the sergeant has risen in his calling, and they say he is an important man at the fort. But his poor wife has not lived to see it all, for she has now been dead these 14 years. A soldier's calling is honorable, provided he is fit only on the side of right, returned the Pathfinder. And as the Frenchers are always wrong, and His Sacred Majesty and these colonies are always right, I take it the sergeant has a quiet conscience as well as a good character. I have never slept more sweetly than when I have fit the Mingos, though it is the law with me to fight always like a white man and never like an Indian. The serpent here has his fashions, and I have mine, and yet have we fit side by side these many years, without either thinking a hard thought concerning the other's ways. I tell him there is but one heaven and one hell, notwithstanding his tradition, though there are many paths to both. That is rational, and he is bound to believe you, though I fancy most of the roads to the last are on dry land. The sea is what my poor sister Bridget used to call a purifying place, and one is out of the way of temptation when out of the sight of land. I doubt if as much can be said in favor of your lakes up here away. That towns and settlements lead to sin, I will allow. But our lakes are bordered by the forests, and one is every day called upon to worship God in such a temple. That men are not always the same, even in the wilderness, I must admit, for the difference between a Mingo and a Delaware is as plain to be seen as the difference between the sun and the moon. I am glad, friend Cap, that we have met. However, if it be only that you may tell the big serpent here that there are lakes in which the water is salt. We have been pretty much of one mind since our acquaintance began, and if the Mohican has only half the faith in me that I have in him, he believes all that I have told him touching the white men's ways and nature's laws. But it has always seemed to me that none of the redskins have given as free a belief as an honest man likes to the accounts of the big salt lakes, and to that of there being rivers that flow upstream. This comes of getting things wrong end foremost, answered Cap with a condescending nod. You have thought of your lakes and rifts as the ship, and of the ocean and the tides as the boat. Neither Arrowhead nor the serpent need doubt what you have said concerning both, though I confess myself to some difficulty in swallowing the tale about there being inland seas at all, and still more that there is any sea of fresh water. I have come this long journey as much to satisfy my own eyes concerning these facts as to oblige the sergeant and magnate, though the first was my sister's husband, and I love the last like a child. You are wrong, friend Cap, very wrong, to distrust the power of God in anything, returned Pathfinder earnestly. They that live in the settlements and the towns have confined and unjust opinions concerning the might of his hand, but we, who pass our time in his very presence, as it might be, see things differently. I mean such of us as have white natures. A redskin has his notions, and it is right that it should be so. And if they are not exactly the same as a Christian white man's, there is no harm in it. Still, there are matters which belong altogether to the ordering of God's providence, and these salt and freshwater lakes are some of them. I do not pretend to account for these things, but I think it the duty of all to believe in them. Hold on there, Master Pathfinder, interrupted Cap, not without some heat. In the way of a proper and manly faith, I will turn my back on no one when afloat, although more accustomed to make all snug aloft, and to show the proper canvas, than to pray when the hurricane comes. I know that we are but helpless mortals at times, and I hope I pay reverence where reverence is due. All I mean to say is this, that being accustomed to see water in large bodies salt, I should like to taste it, before I can believe it to be fresh. God has given the salt lick to the deer, and he has given to man, red skin and white, the delicious spring at which to slake his thirst. It is unreasonable to think that he may not have given lakes of pure water to the west, and lakes of impure water to the east. Cap was awed, in spite of his overweening dogmatism, by the earnest simplicity of the Pathfinder, though he did not relish the idea of believing a fact which, for many years, he had pertinaciously insisted could not be true. Unwilling to give up the point, and at the same time unable to maintain it against the reasoning to which he was unaccustomed, and which possessed equally the force of truth, faith, and probability, he was glad to get rid of the subject by evasion. "Well, well, friend Pathfinder," said he, "we will leave the argument where it is, and we can try the water when we once reach it. Only mark my words, I do not say that it may not be fresh on the surface. The Atlantic is sometimes fresh on the surface, near the mouths of great rivers. But rely on it, I shall show you a way of tasting the water many fathoms deep, of which you never dreamed, and then we shall know more about it." The guide seemed content to let the matter rest, and the conversation changed. "We are not over-conceited concerning our gifts," observed the Pathfinder, after a short pause, "and well know that such as live in the towns and near the sea—" "On the sea," interrupted Cap. "On the sea, if you wish it, friend, have opportunities which do not befall us of the wilderness. Still, we know our own callings, and they are what I consider natural callings, and are not perverted by vanity and wantonness. Now my gifts are with the rifle, and on a trail, and in the way of game and scouting. For though I can use the spear and the paddle, I pride not myself on either. The youth Jasper there, who is discoursing with the sergeant's daughter, is a different creature, for he may be said to breathe the water, as it might be, like a fish. The Indians and Frenchers of the North Shore call him Eau Douce, on account of his gifts in this particular. He is better at the oar and the rope, too, than in making fires on a trail." "There must be something about these gifts of which you speak, after all," said Cap. "Now this fire, I will acknowledge, has overlaid all my seamanship. Arrowhead there said the smoke came from a paleface's fire, and that is a piece of philosophy which I hold to be equal to steering in a dark night by the edges of the sand." "It's no great secret," returned Pathfinder, laughing with great inward glee, though habitual caution prevented the emission of any noise. "Nothing is easier to us who pass our time in the great school of Providence than to learn its lessons. We should be as useless on a trail or in carrying tidings through the wilderness as so many woodchucks, did we not soon come to a knowledge of these niceties. Eau Douce, as we call him, is so fond of the water that he gathered a damp stick or two for our fire, and wet will bring dark smoke, as I suppose even you followers of the sea must know. It's no great secret, though all is mystery to such as doesn't study the Lord and his mighty ways with humility and thankfulness. That must be a keen eye of Arrowhead to see so slight a difference. He would be but a poor Indian if he didn't. No, no, it is wartime, and no redskin is outlined without using his senses. Every skin has its own nature, and every nature has its own laws, as well as its own skin. It was many years before I could master all these higher branches of a forest education, for redskin knowledge doesn't come as easy to white-skin nature, as what I suppose is intended to be white-skin knowledge, though I have but little of the latter, having passed most of my time in the wilderness. You have been a ready scholar, Master Pathfinder, as is seen by your understanding these things so well. I suppose it would be no great matter for a man regularly brought up to the sea to catch these trifles, if he could only bring his mind fairly to bear upon them. I don't know that. The white man has his difficulties in getting red-skin habits, quite as much as the Indian in getting white-skin ways. As for the real nature, it is my opinion that neither can actually get that of the other. And yet we sailors, who run about the world so much, say there is but one nature, whether it be in the Chinaman or a Dutchman. For my own part, I am much of that way of thinking too, for I have generally found that all nations like gold and silver, and most men relish tobacco. Then you seafaring men know little of the redskins. Have you ever known any of your Chinamen who could sing their death songs, with their flesh torn with splinters and cut with knives, the fire raging around their naked bodies, and death staring them in the face? Until you can find me a Chinaman or a Christian man that can do all this, you cannot find a man with a redskin nature, let him look ever so valiant, or know how to read all the books that were ever printed. It is the savages only that play each other such hellish tricks, said Master Cat, glancing his eyes about him uneasily at the apparently endless arches of the forest. No white man is ever condemned to undergo these trials. Nay, therein you are again mistaken, returned the Pathfinder, coolly selecting a delicate morsel of the venison as his bonne bouche. For though these torments belong only to the redskin nature, in the way of bearing them like braves, white-skin nature may be, and often has been, agonized by them. Happily, said Cap with an effort to clear his throat, none of His Majesty's allies will be likely to attempt such damnable cruelties on any of His Majesty's loyal subjects. I have not served much in the Royal Navy, it is true, but I have served, and that is something, and in the way of privateering and worrying the enemy in his ships and cargoes, I've done my full share. But I trust there are no French savages on this side of the lake, and I think you said that Ontario is a broad sheet of water? Nay, it is broad in our eyes, returned Pathfinder, not caring to conceal the smile which lighted a face which had been burnt by exposure to a bright red. Though I mistrust that some may think it narrow, and narrow it is, if you wish it to keep off the foe. Ontario has two ends, and the enemy that is afraid to cross it will be certain to come around it. Ah, that comes of your damned freshwater ponds, growled Cap, hemming so loudly as to cause him instantly to repent the indiscretion. No man, now, ever heard of a pirate or a ship getting round one end of the Atlantic? Mayhap the ocean has no ends? That it hasn't, nor sides nor bottom. A nation which is snugly moored on one of its coasts need fear nothing from the one anchored abeam, let it be ever so savage, unless it possesses the art of shipbuilding. No, no, the people who live on the shores of the Atlantic need fear but little for their skins or their scalps. A man may lie down at night in those regions in the hopes of finding the hair on his head in the morning, unless he wears a wig. It isn't so here. I don't wish to flurry the young woman, and therefore I will be in no way particular, though she seems pretty much listening to Eau Douce, as we call it. But without the education I have received, I should think it at this very moment a risky journey to go over the very ground that lies between us and the garrison, in the present state of this frontier. There are about as many Iroquois on this side of Ontario as there are on the other. It is for this very reason, friend Cap, that the sergeant has engaged us to come out and show you the path. What? Do the knaves dare to cruise so near the guns of one of His Majesty's works? Do not the ravens resort near the carcass of the deer, though the fowler is at hand? They come this way, as it might be, naturally. There are more or less whites passing between the forts and the settlements, and they are sure to be on their trails. The Sarpent has come up one side of the river, and I have come up the other, in order to scout for the outlying rascals, while Jasper brought up the canoe like a bold-hearted sailor as he is. The sergeant told him, with tears in his eyes, all about his child, and how his heart yearned for her, and how gentle and obedient she was, until I think the lad would have dashed into a Mingo camp single-handed, rather than not have come. We thank him, and shall think the better of him for his readiness, though I suppose the boy has run no great risk, after all. Only the risk of being shot from a cover, as he forced the canoe up a swift rift, or turned an elbow in the stream with his eyes fastened on the eddies. Of all the risky journeys, that on an ambushed river is the most risky in my judgment, and that risk has Jasper run. And why the devil has the sergeant sent for me to travel 150 miles in this outlandish manner? Give me an offing, and the enemy in sight, and I'll play with him in his own fashion, as long as he pleases, longbows or close quarters. But to be shot like a turtle asleep is not to my humor. If it were not for little Magnet there, I would tack ship this instant, make the best of my way back to York, and let Ontario take care of itself, salt water or fresh water. That wouldn't mend the matter much, friend mariner, as the road to return is much longer, and almost as bad as the road to go on. Trust to us, and we will carry you through safely, or lose our scalps. Cap wore a tight, solid queue, done up in eelskin, while the top of his head was nearly bald, and he mechanically passed his hand over both, as if to make certain that each was in its right place. He was, at the bottom, however, a brave man, and had often faced death with coolness, though never in the frightful forms in which it presented itself under the brief but graphic picture of his companion. It was too late to retreat, and he determined to put the best face on the matter, though he could not avoid muttering inwardly a few curses on the indiscretion with which his brother-in-law, the sergeant, had led him into his present dilemma. "I make no doubt, Master Pathfinder," he answered, when these thoughts had found time to glance through his mind, "that we shall reach port in safety. What distance may we now be from the fort?" "Little more than 15 miles, and swift miles, too, as the river runs, if the Mingos let us go clear." "And I suppose the woods will stretch along starboard and larboard, as heretofore?" "Anan." "I mean that we shall have to pick our way through these damned trees." "Nay, nay, you will go in the canoe, and the Oswego has been cleared of its floodwood by the troops. It will be floating downstream, and that too with a swift current. And what the devil is to prevent these minks of which you speak from shooting us as we double a headland, or are busy in steering clear of the rocks? The Lord, he who has so often helped others in greater difficulties. Many and many is the time that my head would have been stripped of hair, skin, and all, hadn't the Lord fit of my side. I never go into a scrimmage, friend mariner, without thinking of this great ally, who can do more in battle than all the battalions of the 60th, were they brought into a single line. Aye, this may do well enough for a scouter, but we seamen like our offing, and to go into action with nothing in our minds but the business before us. Plain broadside and broadside work, and no trees or rocks to thicken the water. And no lord, too, I dare to say, if the truth were known. Take my word for it, Master Cap, that no battle is the worse fit for having the Lord on your side. Look at the head of the big sarpent there. You can see the mark of a knife all along by his left ear. Now nothing but a bullet from this long rifle of mine saved his scalp that day, for it had fairly started, and half a minute more would have left him without the warlock. When the Mohican squeezes my hand and intimates that I befriended him in that matter, I tell him no. It was the Lord who led me to the only spot where execution could be done, or his necessity be made known, on account of the smoke. Sergeant, when I got the right position, I finished the affair of my own accord. For a friend under the tomahawk is apt to make a man think quick and act at once, as was my case, or the sarpent spirit would be hunting in the happy land of his people at this very moment. Come, Pathfinder, this palaver is worse than being skinned from stem to stern. We have but a few hours of sun, and had better be drifting down this said current of yours while we may. Magnet, dear, are you not ready to get under way? Magnet started, blushed brightly, and made her preparations for immediate departure. Not a syllable of the discourse just related had she heard, for Eau Douce, as young Jasper was oftener called than anything else, had been filling her ears with a description of the yet distant part towards which she was journeying, with accounts of her father, whom she had not seen since a child, and with the manner of life of those who lived in the frontier garrisons. Unconsciously she had become deeply interested, and her thoughts had been too intently directed to these matters to allow any of the less agreeable subjects discussed by those so near to reach her ears. The bustle of departure put an end to the conversation, and, the baggage of the scouts or guides being trifling, in a few minutes the whole party was ready to proceed. As they were about to quit the spot, however, to the surprise of even his fellow guides, Pathfinder collected a quantity of branches and threw them upon the embers of the fire, taking care even to see that some of the wood was damp, in order to raise as dark and dense a smoke as possible. "When you can hide your trail, Jasper," said he, "a smoke at leaving an encampment may do good instead of harm. If there are a dozen Mingos within 10 miles of us, some of them are on the heights or in the trees looking out for smokes. Let them see this, and much good may it do them. They are welcome to our leaving." "But may they not strike and follow on our trail?" asked the youth, whose interest in the hazard of his situation had much increased since the meeting with Magnet. "We shall leave a broad path to the river." "The broader the better. When there, it will surpass Mingo cunning, even, to say which way the canoe has gone, upstream or down. Water is the only thing in nature that will thoroughly wash out a trail, and even water will not always do it when the scent is strong. Do you not see, O Deuce, that if any Mingos have seen our path below the falls, they will strike off towards this smoke, and that they will naturally conclude that they who began by going upstream will end by going upstream? If they know anything, they know now a party is out from the fort, and it will exceed even Mingo wit to fancy that we have come up here just for the pleasure of going back again, and that too the same day, and at the risk of our scalps." "Certainly," added Jasper, who was talking apart with the Pathfinder, as they moved towards the windrow. "They cannot know anything about the sergeant's daughter, for the greatest secrecy has been observed on her account." "And they will learn nothing here," returned Pathfinder, causing his companion to see that he trod with the utmost care on the impression left on the leaves by the little foot of Mabel. "Unless this old saltwater fish has been taking his niece about in the windrow like a fawn playing by the side of the old doe." "Buck, you mean, Pathfinder? Isn't he a queerity? Now I can consort with such a sailor as yourself, O Deuce, and find nothing very contrary in our gifts, though yours belong to the lakes and mine to the woods. Hark ye, Jasper," continued the scout, laughing in his noiseless manner. "Suppose we try the temper of his blade and run him over the fall." "And what would be done with the pretty niece in the meanwhile?" Nay, no harm shall come to her. She must walk round the portage at any rate. But you and I can try this Atlantic Oceaner, and then all parties will become better acquainted. We shall find out whether his flint will strike fire, and he may come to know something of frontier tricks." Young Jasper smiled, for he was not averse to fun, and had been a little touched by Cap's superciliousness. But Mabel's fair face, light, agile form, and winning smiles stood like a shield between her uncle and the intended experiment. "Perhaps the sergeant's daughter will be frightened," said he. "Not she, if she has any of the sergeant's spirit in her. She doesn't look like a scary thing at all. Leave it to me, then, O Deuce, and I will manage the affair alone." "Not you, Pathfinder. You will only drown both. If the canoe goes over, I must go in it." "Well, have it so, then. Shall we smoke the pipe of agreement on the bargain?" Jasper laughed, nodded his head by way of consent, and then the subject was dropped, as the party had reached the canoe so often mentioned, and fewer words had determined much greater things between the parties. End of chapter. Chapter 3 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper, Chapter 3. Before these fields were shorn and tilled, full to the brim our rivers flowed. The melody of waters filled the fresh and boundless wood, and torrents dashed and rivulets played, and fountains spouted in the shade. Attributed to Bryant. It is generally known that the waters which flow into the southern side of Ontario are, in general, narrow, sluggish, and deep. There are some exceptions to this rule, for many of the rivers have rapids, or, as they are termed in the language of the region, rifts, and some have falls. Among the latter was the particular stream on which our adventurers were now journeying. The Oswego is formed by the junction of the Oneida and the Onondaga, both of which flow from lakes, and it pursues its way through a gently undulating country, some 8 or 10 miles, until it reaches the margin of a sort of natural terrace, down which it tumbles some 10 or 15 feet to another level, across which it glides with the silent, stealthy progress of deep water, until it throws its tribute into the broad receptacle of the Ontario. The canoe in which Cap and his party had traveled from Fort Stanwix, the last military station of the Mohawk, lay by the side of this river, and into it the whole party now entered, with the exception of Pathfinder, who remained on the land, in order to shove the light vessel off. "Let her starn drift downstream, Jasper," said the man of the woods to the young mariner of the lake, who had dispossessed Arrowhead of his paddle and taken his own station as steersman. "Let it go down with the current. Should any of these infernals, the Mingoes, strike our trail or follow it to this point, they will not fail to look for the signs in the mud, and if they discover that we have left the shore with the nose of the canoe upstream, it is a natural belief to think we went upstream." This direction was followed, and giving a vigorous shove, Pathfinder, who was in the flower of his strength and activity, made a leap, landing lightly, and without disturbing its equilibrium, in the bow of the canoe. As soon as it had reached the center of the river or the strength of the current, the boat was turned, and it began to glide noiselessly down the stream. The vessel in which Cap and his niece had embarked for their long and adventurous journey was one of the canoes of bark which the Indians are in the habit of constructing, and which, by their exceeding lightness and the ease with which they are propelled, are admirably adapted to a navigation in which shoals, floodwood, and other similar obstructions so often occur. The 2 men who composed its original crew had several times carried it, when emptied of its luggage, many 100 yards, and it would not have exceeded the strength of a single man to lift its weight. Still, it was long, and for a canoe, wide, a want of steadiness being its principal defect in the eyes of the uninitiated. A few hours' practice, however, in a great measure remedied this evil, and both Mabel and her uncle had learned so far to humor its movements that they now maintained their places with perfect composure, nor did the additional weight of the 3 guides tax its power in any particular degree. The breadth of the rounded bottom, allowing the necessary quantity of water to be displaced without bringing the gunwale very sensibly nearer to the surface of the stream. Its workmanship was neat. The timbers were small and secured by thongs, and the whole fabric, though it was so slight to the eye, was probably capable of conveying double the number of persons which it now contained. Cap was seated on a low thwart in the center of the canoe. The big serpent knelt near him. Arrowhead and his wife occupied places forward of both, the former having relinquished his post aft. Mabel was half reclining behind her uncle, while the Pathfinder and Eau Douce stood erect, the one in the bow and the other in the stern, each using a paddle with a long, steady, noiseless sweep. The conversation was carried on in low tones, all the party beginning to feel the necessity of prudence, as they drew nearer to the outskirts of the fort, and had no longer the cover of the woods. The Oswego, just at that place, was a deep, dark stream of no great width, its still, gloomy-looking current winding its way among overhanging trees, which in particular spots almost shut out the light of the heavens. Here and there some half-fallen giant of the forest lay nearly across its surface, rendering care necessary to avoid the limbs, and most of the distance the lower branches and leaves of the trees of smaller growth were laved by its waters. The picture so beautifully described by our own admirable poet, and which we have placed at the head of this chapter, was here realized. The earth fattened by the decayed vegetation of centuries, and black with loam, the stream that filled the banks nearly to overflowing, and the fresh and boundless wood, being all as visible to the eye as the pen of Bryant has elsewhere vividly presented them to the imagination. In short, the entire scene was one of a rich and benevolent nature, before it had been subjected to the uses and desires of man. Luxuriant, wild, full of promise, and not without the charm of the picturesque, even in its rudest state. It will be remembered that this was in the year 1750-something, or long before even speculation had brought any portion of western New York within the bounds of civilization. At that distant day, there were two great channels of military communication between the inhabited portion of the colony of New York and the frontiers which lay adjacent to the Canadas, that by Lake Champlain and George, and that by means of the Mohawk, Wood Creek, the Oneida, and the rivers we have been describing. Along both these lines of communication, military posts have been established, though there existed a blank space of 100 miles between the last ford at the head of the Mohawk and the outlet of the Oswego, which embraced most of the distance that Cap and Mabel had journeyed under the protection of Arrowhead. "I sometimes wish for peace again," said the Pathfinder, "when one can range the forest without searching for any other enemy than the beasts and fishes. Ah's me! Many is the time that the Serpent there and I have passed happily among the streams, living on venison, salmon, and trout, without thought of a Mingo or a scalp. I sometimes wish that them blessed days might come back, for it is not my real gift to slay my own kind. I'm certain the sergeant's daughter don't think me a wretch that takes pleasure in preying on human nature." As this remark, a sort of half-interrogatory, was made, Pathfinder looked behind him, and though the most partial friend could scarcely term his sunburned and hard features handsome, even Mabel thought his smile attractive by its simple ingenuousness and the uprightness that beamed in every lineament of his honest countenance. "I do not think my father would have sent one like those you mentioned to see his daughter through the wilderness," the young woman answered, returning the smile as frankly as it was given, but much more sweetly. "That he wouldn't. The sergeant is a man of feeling, and many is the march and the fight that we have had. Stood shoulder to shoulder in, as he would call it, though I always keep my limbs free when near a Frencher or a Mingo." "You are, then, the young friend of whom my father has spoken so often in his letters?" "His young friend. The sergeant has the advantage of me by 30 years. Yes, he is 30 years my senior, and as many my better." "Not in the eyes of the daughter, perhaps, friend Pathfinder," put in Cap, whose spirits began to revive when he found the water once more flowing around him. "The 30 years that you mention are not often thought to be an advantage in the eyes of girls of 19. Mabel colored, and in turning aside her face to avoid the looks of those in the bow of the canoe, she encountered the admiring gaze of the young man in the stern. As a last resource, her spirited but soft blue eyes sought refuge in the water. Just at this moment a dull, heavy sound swept up the avenue formed by the trees, borne along by a light air that hardly produced a ripple on the water. "That sounds pleasantly," said Cap, pricking up his ears like a dog that hears a distant baying. "It is the surf on the shores of your lake, I suppose." "Not so, not so," answered the Pathfinder. "It is merely this river tumbling over some rocks half a mile below us." "Is there a fall in the stream?" demanded Mabel, a still brighter flush glowing in her face. "The devil! Master Pathfinder, or you, Mr. Odus," for so Cap began to style Jasper, "had you not better give the canoe a sheer and get nearer to the shore? These waterfalls have generally rapids above them, and one might as well get into the maelstrom at once as to run into their suction." "Trust to us, friend Cap," answered Pathfinder. "We are but freshwater sailors, it is true, and I cannot boast of being much even of that. But we understand rifts and rapids and cataracts, and in going down these we shall do our endeavors not to disgrace our education." "In going down!" exclaimed Cap. "The devil, man! You do not dream of going down a waterfall in this eggshell of bark." "Sergeant, the path lies over the falls, and it is much easier to shoot them than to unload the canoe and to carry that and all it contains around a portage of a mile by hand." Mabel turned her pallid countenance toward the young man in the stern of the canoe, for just at that moment a fresh roar of the fall was borne to her ears by a new current of the air, and it really sounded terrific now that the cause was understood. "We thought that by landing the females and the 2 Indians," Jasper quietly observed, "we 3 white men, all of whom are used to the water, might carry the canoe over in safety, for we often shoot these falls." "And we counted on you, friend mariner, as a mainstay," said Pathfinder, winking to Jasper over his shoulder, "for you are accustomed to see waves tumbling about, and without someone to steady the cargo, all the finery of the sergeant's daughter might be washed into the river and be lost." Cap was puzzled. The idea of going over a waterfall was, perhaps, more serious in his eyes than it would have been in those of one totally ignorant of all that pertained to boats, for he understood the power of the element, and the total feebleness of man when exposed to its fury. Still his pride revolted at the thought of deserting the boat, while others not only steadily but coolly proposed to continue in it. Notwithstanding the latter feeling, and his innate as well as acquired steadiness in danger, he would probably have deserted his post, had not the images of Indians tearing scalps from the human head taken so strong a hold of his fancy as to induce him to imagine the canoe a sort of sanctuary. "What is to be done with Magnet?" he demanded, affection for his niece raising another qualm in his conscience. "We cannot allow Magnet to land if there are enemy Indians near." "Nay, no Mingo will be near the portage, for that is a spot too public for their deviltries," answered the Pathfinder confidently. "Nature is nature, and it is an Indian's nature to be found where he is least expected. No fear of him on a beaten path, for he wishes to come upon you when unprepared to meet him. The fiery villains make it a point to deceive you one way or another. Sheer in, O Deuce, and we will land the sergeant's daughter on the end of that log, where she can reach the shore with a dry foot." The injunction was obeyed, and in a few minutes the whole party had left the canoe, with the exception of Pathfinder and the 2 sailors. Notwithstanding his professional pride, Cap would have gladly followed, but he did not like to exhibit so unequivocal a weakness in the presence of a freshwater sailor. "I call all hands to witness," said he, as those who had landed moved away, "that I do not look on this affair as anything more than canoeing in the woods. There is no seamanship in tumbling over a waterfall, which is a feat the greatest lover can perform as well as the oldest mariner." "Nay, nay, you needn't despise the Oswego Falls, neither," put in Pathfinder, "for though they may not be Niagara, nor the Genesee, nor the Cahoos, nor Glens, nor those on the Canada, they are nervous enough for a new beginner. Let the sergeant's daughter stand on yonder rock, and she will see the manner in which we ignorant backwoodsmen get over a difficulty that we can't get under. Now, O Deuce, a steady hand and a true eye, for all rests on you, seeing that we can count Master Cap for no more than a passenger." The canoe was leaving the shore as he concluded, while Mabel went hurriedly and trembling to the rock that had been pointed out, talking to her companion of the danger her uncle so unnecessarily ran, while her eyes were riveted on the agile and vigorous form of O Deuce as he stood erect in the stern of the light boat, governing its movements. As soon, however, as she reached the point where she got a view of the fall, she gave an involuntary but suppressed scream and covered her eyes. At the next instant, the latter were again free, and the entranced girl stood immovable as a statue, a scarcely breathing observer of all that passed. The 2 Indians seated themselves passively on a log, hardly looking towards the stream, while the wife of Arrowhead came near Mabel and appeared to watch the motions of the canoe with some such interest as a child regards the leaps of a tumbler.
As soon as the boat was in the stream, Pathfinder sank on his knees, continuing to use the paddle, though it was slowly, and in a manner not to interfere with the efforts of his companion. The latter still stood erect, and as he kept his eye on some object beyond the fall, it was evident that he was carefully looking for the spot proper for their passage. "Farther west, boy, farther west," muttered Pathfinder. "There where you see the waterfall. Bring the top of the dead oak in a line with the stern of the blasted hemlock." O'Deuce made no answer, for the canoe was in the center of the stream, with its head pointed towards the fall, and it had already begun to quicken its motion by the increased force of the current. At that moment Cap would cheerfully have renounced every claim to glory that could possibly be acquired by the feat to have been safe again on shore. He heard the roar of the water, thundering, as it might be, behind a screen, but becoming more and more distinct, louder and louder, and before him he saw its line cutting the forest below, along which the green and angry element seemed stretched and shining, as if the particles were about to lose their principle of cohesion. "Down with your helm, man!" he exclaimed, unable any longer to suppress his anxiety, as the canoe glided towards the edge of the fall. Aye, down it is, sure enough," answered Pathfinder, looking behind him for a single instant, with his silent, joyous laugh. "Down we go, of a sartainty. Heave her starn up, boy, farther up with her starn." The rest was like the passage of the viewless wind. O'Deuce gave the required sweep with his paddle. The canoe glanced into the channel, and for a few seconds it seemed to Cap that he was tossing in a cauldron. He felt the bow of the canoe tip, saw the raging, foaming water careering madly by his side, was sensible that the light fabric in which he floated was tossed about like an eggshell, and then, not less to his great joy than to his surprise, he discovered that it was gliding across the basin of still water below the fall, under the steady impulse of Jasper's paddle. The Pathfinder continued to laugh, but he arose from his knees, and searching for a tin pot and a horn spoon, he began deliberately to measure the water that had been taken in the passage. 14 spoonfuls, O'Deuce, 14 fairly measured spoonfuls. I have, you must acknowledge, known you to go down with only 10. Master Cap leaned so hard upstream, returned Jasper seriously, that I had difficulty in trimming the canoe. It may be so. No doubt it was so, since you say it. But I have known you to go over with only 10. Cap now gave a tremendous hem, felt for his cue as if to ascertain its safety, and then looked back in order to examine the danger he had gone through. His safety is easily explained. Most of the river fell perpendicularly 10 or 12 feet, but near its center the force of the current had so far worn away the rock as to permit the water to shoot through a narrow passage, at an angle of about 40 or 45 degrees. Down this ticklish descent the canoe had glanced, amid fragments of broken rock, whirlpools, foam, and furious tossings of the element, which an uninstructed eye would have believed menaced inevitable destruction to an object so fragile. But the very lightness of the canoe had favored its descent, for, borne on the crest of the waves, and directed by a steady eye and an arm full of muscle, it had passed like a feather from one pile of foam to another, scarcely permitting its glossy side to be wetted. There were a few rocks to be avoided, the proper direction was to be rigidly observed, and the fierce current did the rest. Lest the reader suppose we are dealing purely in fiction, the writer will add that he has known a long 32-pounder carried over these same falls in perfect safety. To say that Cap was astonished would not be expressing half his feelings. He felt awed, for the profound dread of rocks which most seamen entertain came in aid of his admiration of the boldness of the exploit. Still, he was indisposed to express all he felt, lest it might be conceding too much in favor of fresh water and inland navigation. And no sooner had he cleared his throat with the aforesaid "hem," than he loosened his tongue in the usual strain of superiority. "I do not gainsay your knowledge of the channel, Master O'Deuce, and after all, to know the channel in such a place is the main point.
I have had coxswains with me who could come down that chute too, if they only knew the channel.
It isn't enough to know the channel, said Pathfinder. It needs nerves and skill to keep the canoe straight, and to keep her clear of the rocks, too. There isn't another boatman in all this region that can shoot the Oswego, but O'Deuce there, with any certainty, though now and then one has blundered through. I can't do it myself, unless by means of Providence, and it needs Jasper's hand and eye to make sure of a dry passage. 14 spoonfuls, after all, are of no great matter, though I wish it had been but 10, seeing that the sergeant's daughter was a looker-on.
And yet you conned the canoe. You told him how to head and how to sheer.
Human frailty, Master Mariner. That was a little of white-skinned nature. Now, had the serpent yonder been in the boat, not a word would he have spoken or thought would he have given to the public. An Indian knows how to hold his tongue, but we white folk fancy we are always wiser than our fellows. I'm curing myself fast of the weakness, but it needs time to root up the tree that has been growing more than 30 years. I think little of this affair, sir. Nothing at all, to speak my mind freely. It's a mere wash of spray to shooting London Bridge, which is done every day by hundreds of persons, and often by the most delicate ladies in the land. The King's Majesty has shot the bridge in his royal person. Well, I want no delicate ladies or King's Majesties, God bless 'em, in the canoe, going over these falls, for a boat's breath, either way, may make a drowning matter of it. O'Deuce, we shall have to carry the sergeant's brother over Niagara yet, to show him what may be done in a frontier. The devil! Master Pathfinder, you must be joking now. Surely it is not possible for a bark canoe to go over that mighty cataract. You never were more mistaken, Master Cap, in your life. Nothing is easier, and many is the canoe I have seen go over it with my own eyes. And if we both live, I hope to satisfy you that the feat can be done. For my part, I think the largest ship that ever sailed on the ocean might be carried over, could she once get into the rapids. Cap did not perceive the wink which Pathfinder exchanged with O'Deuce, and he remained silent for some time, for, sooth to say, he had never suspected the possibility of going down Niagara, feasible as the thing must appear to everyone on a second thought, the real difficulty existing in going up it. By this time the party had reached the place where Jasper had left his own canoe, concealed in the bushes, and they all re-embarked, Cap, Jasper, and his niece in one boat, and Pathfinder, Arrowhead, and the wife of the latter in the other. The Mohican had already passed down the banks of the river by land, looking cautiously and with the skill of his people for the signs of an enemy. The cheek of Mabel did not recover all its bloom until the canoe was again in the current, down which it floated swiftly, occasionally impelled by the paddle of Jasper. She witnessed the descent of the falls with a degree of terror which had rendered her mute, but her fright had not been so great as to prevent admiration of the steadiness of the youth who directed the movement from blending with the passing terror. In truth, one much less sensitive might have had her feelings awakened by the cool and gallant air with which O'Deuce had accomplished this clever exploit. He had stood firmly erect, notwithstanding the plunge, and to those on the shore it was evident that, by a timely application of his skill and strength, the canoe had received a sheer which alone carried it clear of a rock over which the boiling water was leaping in jets d'eau, now leaving the brown stone visible, and now covering it with a limpid sheet, as if machinery controlled the play of the element. The tongue cannot always express what the eyes view, but Mabel saw enough, even in that moment of fear, to blend forever in her mind the pictures presented by the plunging canoe and the unmoved steersman. She admitted that insidious feeling which binds woman so strongly to man, by feeling additional security in finding herself under his care, and, for the first time since leaving Fort Stanwix, she was entirely at her ease in the frail bark in which she traveled. As the other canoe kept quite near her own, however, and the Pathfinder, by floating at her side, was most in view, the conversation was principally maintained with that person, Jasper seldom speaking unless addressed, and constantly exhibiting a wariness in the management of his own boat,
which might have been remarked by one accustomed to his ordinarily confident, careless manner.
"We know too well a woman's gifts to think of carrying the sergeant's daughter over the falls," said Pathfinder, looking at Mabel while he addressed her uncle, "though I've been acquainted with some of her sex that would think but little of doing the thing." "Mabel is faint-hearted like her mother," returned Cat, "and you did well, friend, to humor her weakness. You will remember the child has never been at sea." No, it was easy to discover that. By your own fearlessness, anyone might have seen how little you cared about the matter. I went over once with a raw hand, and he jumped out of the canoe just as it tipped, and you may judge what a time he had of it." "What became of the poor fellow?" asked Cat, scarcely knowing how to take the other's manner, which was so dry, while it was so simple that a less obtuse subject than the old sailor might well have suspected its sincerity. One who has passed the place knows how to feel for him. "He was a poor fellow, as you say, and a poor frontiersman, too, though he came out to show his skill among us ignoranters. What became of him? Why, he went down the falls topsy-turvy like, as would have happened to a courthouse or a fort."
"If it should jump out of that canoe," interrupted Jasper, smiling, though he was evidently more disposed than his friend to let the passage of the falls be forgotten.
"The boy is right,"
rejoined Pathfinder, laughing in Mabel's face, the canoes being now so near that they almost touched.
"He is certainly right. But you have not told us what you think of the leap we took."
"It was perilous and bold," said Mabel. "While looking at it, I could have wished that it had not been attempted, though now it is over I can admire its boldness and the steadiness with which it was made."
"Now, do not think that we did this thing to set ourselves off in female eyes. It may be pleasant to the young to win each other's good opinions by doing things which seem praiseworthy and bold, but neither Odus nor myself is of that race. My nature has few turns in it, and is a straight nature, nor would it be likely to lead me into a vanity of this sort while out on duty. As for Jasper, he would sooner go over the Oswego Falls without a looker-on than do it before 100 pair of eyes. I know the lad well from much consorting, and I am sure he is not boastful or vainglorious."
Mabel regarded the scout with a smile, which served to keep the canoes together for some time longer, for the sight of youth and beauty was so rare on that remote frontier that even the rebuked and self-mortified feelings of this wanderer of the forest were sensibly touched by the blooming loveliness of the girl.
"We did it for the best," Pathfinder continued. "'Twas all for the best. Had we waited to carry the canoe across the portage, time would have been lost, and nothing is so precious as time when you are mistrustful of Mingos."
"But we have little to fear now. The canoes move swiftly, and 2 hours, you have said, will carry us down to the fort."
"It shall be a cunning Iroquois who hurts a hair of your head, pretty one, for all here are bound to the sergeant, and most, I think, to yourself, to see you safe from harm. Ha, Odus! What is that in the river, at the lower turn yonder, beneath the bushes? I mean, standing on the rock."
"'Tis the big serpent, Pathfinder. He is making signs to us in a way I don't understand."
"'Tis the serpent, as sure as I'm a white man, and he wishes us to drop in nearer to his shore. Mischief is brewing, or one of his deliberation and steadiness would never take this trouble. Courage, all! We are men, and must meet deviltry as becomes our color and our callings. Ah, I never knew good come of boasting. And here, just as I was vaunting of our safety, comes danger to give me the lie." End of chapter.
Chapter 4 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder, or the Inland Sea,
by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 4. Art, striving to compare with nature, did an arbor green dispread, framed of wanton ivy flowing fair, through which the fragrant eglantines did spread. Attributed to Spenser. The Oswego, below the falls, is a more rapid, unequal stream than it is above them. There are places where the river flows in the quiet stillness of deep water, but many shoals and rapids occur, and at that distant day, when everything was in its natural state, some of the passes were not altogether without hazard. Very little exertion was required on the part of those who managed the canoes, except in those places where the swiftness of the current and the presence of the rocks required care. Then, indeed, not only vigilance, but great coolness, readiness, and strength of arm became necessary, in order to avoid the dangers. Of all this the Mohican was aware, and he had judiciously selected a spot where the river flowed tranquilly to intercept the canoes, in order to make his communication without hazard to those he wished to speak. The Pathfinder had no sooner recognized the form of his red friend than, with a strong sweep of his paddle, he threw the head of his own canoe towards the shore, motioning for Jasper to follow. In a minute both boats were silently drifting down the stream, within reach of the bushes that overhung the water, all observing a profound silence, some from alarm and others from habitual caution. As the travelers drew nearer the Indian, he made a sign for them to stop. Then he and Pathfinder had a short but earnest conference. "The chief is not apt to see enemies in a dead log," observed the white man to his red associate. "Why does he tell us to stop?" "Mingoes are in the woods." "That we have believed these 2 days. Does the chief know it?" The Mohican quietly held up the head of a pipe formed of stone. "It lay on a fresh trail that led towards the garrison," for so it was the usage of that frontier to term a military work, whether it was occupied or not. "That may be the bowl of a pipe belonging to a soldier. Many use the redskin pipes." "See," said the big servant, again holding the thing he had found up to the view of his friend. The bowl of the pipe was of soapstone, and was carved with great care, and with a very respectable degree of skill. In its center was a small Latin cross, made with an accuracy which permitted no doubt of its meaning. "That does foretell deviltry and wickedness," said the Pathfinder, who had all the provincial horror of the holy symbol in question which then pervaded the country, and which became so incorporated with its prejudices, by confounding men with things, as to have left its traces strong enough on the moral feeling of the community to be discovered even at the present hour. "No Indian who had not been perverted by the cunning priests of the Canadas would dream of carving a thing like that on his pipe. I'll warrant you, knave prays to the image every time he wishes to circumvent the innocent, and work his fearful wickedness. It looks fresh, too, Chingachgook." "The tobacco was burning when I found it." "That is close work, Chief. Where was the trail?" The Mohican pointed to a spot not 100 yards from that where they stood. The matter now began to look very serious, and the two principal guides conferred apart for several minutes, when both ascended the bank, approached the indicated spot, and examined the trail with the utmost care. After this investigation had lasted a quarter of an hour, the white man returned alone, his red friend having disappeared in the forest. The ordinary expression of the countenance of the Pathfinder was that of simplicity, integrity, and sincerity, blended in an air of self-reliance which usually gave great confidence to those who found themselves under his care. But now a look of concern cast a shade over his honest face that struck the whole party. "What cheer, Master Pathfinder?" demanded Cap, permitting a voice that was usually deep, loud, and confident to sink into the cautious tones that better suited the dangers of the wilderness. "Has the enemy got between us and our fort?" "Anan." "Have any of these painted scaramouches anchored off the harbor towards which we are running, with the hope of cutting us off and entering?"
It may be all as you say, friend Cap, but I am none the wiser for your words, and in ticklish times the plainer a man makes his English, the easier he is understood. I know nothing of ports and anchors, but there is a direful Mingo trail within 100 yards of this very spot, and as fresh as venison without salt. If one of the fiery devils has passed, so have a dozen, and what is worse, they have gone down towards the garrison, and not a soul crosses the clearing around it that some of their piercing eyes will not discover, when sartain bullets will follow. Cannot this said fort deliver a broadside and clear everything within the sweep of its hawse? Nay, the forts this away are not like forts in the settlements, and 2 or 3 light cannon are all they have down at the mouth of the river, and then broadsides fired at a dozen outlying Mingoes lying behind logs and in a forest would be powder spent in vain. We have but one course, and that is a very nice one. We are judgmatically placed here, both canoes being hid by the high bank and the bushes from all eyes, except those of any lurker directly opposite. Here then we may stay without much present fear, but how to get the bloodthirsty devils up the stream again? Ha! I have it! I have it! If it does no good, it can do no harm. Do you see the wide-topped chestnut here, Jasper, at the last turn in the river? On our own side of the stream, I mean? That near the fallen pine? The very same. Take the flint and the tinderbox, creep along the bank, and light a fire at that spot. Maybe the smoke will draw them above us. In the meanwhile, we will drop the canoes carefully down beyond the point below and find another shelter. Bushes are plenty, and covers are easily to be had in this region, as witness the many ambushments.
I will do it, Pathfinder, said Jasper, springing to the shore. In 10 minutes the fire shall be lighted. And Odus, use plenty of damp wood this time, half-whispered the other, laughing heartily in his own peculiar manner. When smoke is wanted, water helps to thicken it. The young man was soon off, making his way rapidly towards the desired point. A slight attempt of Mabel to object to the risk was disregarded, and the party immediately prepared to change its position, as it could be seen from the place where Jasper intended to light his fire. The movement did not require haste, and it was made leisurely and with care. The canoes were got clear of the bushes, then suffered to drop down with the stream until they touched the spot where the chestnut, at the foot of which Jasper was to light the fire, was almost shut out from view when they stopped, and every eye was turned in the direction of the adventurer. "There goes the smoke!" exclaimed the Pathfinder, as a current of air whirled a little column of the vapor from the land, allowing it to rise spirally above the bed of the river. "A good flint, a small bit of steel, and plenty of dry leaves makes a quick fire. I hope Odus will have the wit to bethink him of the damp wood now, when it may serve us all a good turn." "Too much smoke, too much cunning," said Arrowhead sententiously. "That is gospel truth, Tuscarora, if the Mingoes didn't know that they are near soldiers. But soldiers commonly think more of their dinner at a halt than of their wisdom in danger. No, no, let the boy pile on his logs, and smoke them well, too. We'll all be laid to the stupidity of some Scotch or Irish blunderer who is thinking more of his oatmeal or his potatoes than of Indian circumventions or Indian rifles."
"And yet I should think, from all we have heard in the towns, that the soldiers on this frontier are used to the artifices of their enemies," said Mabel, "and become almost as wily as the red men themselves."
"Not they. Experience makes them but little wiser, and they wheel and platoon and battalion it about here in the forest just as they did in their parks at home, of which they are all so fond of talking. One redskin has more cunning in his nature than a whole regiment from the other side of the water. That is what I call cunning of the woods. There is smoke enough, of all conscience, and we had better drop into another cover. The lad has thrown the river on his fire, and there is danger that the Mingoes will believe a whole regiment is out." While speaking, the Pathfinder permitted his canoe to drift away from the bush by which it had been retained, and in a couple of minutes the bend in the river concealed the smoke and the tree.
Fortunately, a small indentation in the shore presented itself within a few yards of the point they had just passed, and the two canoes glided into it under the impulse of the paddles. A better spot could not have been found for the purpose. The bushes were thick and overhung the water, forming a complete canopy of leaves. There was a small gravelly strand at the bottom of the little bay, where most of the party landed to be more at their ease, and the only position from which they could possibly be seen was a point on the river directly opposite. There was little danger, however, of discovery from that quarter, as the thicket there was even denser than common, and the land beyond it was so wet and marshy as to render it difficult to be trodden. "This is a safe cover," said the Pathfinder, after he had taken a scrutinizing survey of his position. "But it may be necessary to make it safer. Master Cap, I ask nothing of you but silence, and a quieting of such gifts as you may have got at sea, while the Tuscarora and I make provision for the evil hour." The guide then went a short distance into the bushes, accompanied by the Indian, where the two cut off the larger stems of several alders and other bushes, using the utmost care not to make a noise. The ends of these little trees were forced into the mud, outside of the canoes, the depth of the water being very trifling, and in the course of 10 minutes, a very effectual screen was interposed between them and the principal point of danger. Much ingenuity and readiness were manifested in making this simple arrangement, in which the two workmen were essentially favored by the natural formation of the bank, the indentation in the shore, the shallowness of the water, and the manner in which the tangled bushes dipped into the stream. The Pathfinder had the address to look for bushes which had curved stems, things easily found in such a place, and by cutting them some distance beneath the bend, and permitting the latter to touch the water, the artificial little thicket had not the appearance of growing in the stream, which might have excited suspicion, but one passing it would have thought that the bushes shot out horizontally from the bank before they inclined upwards towards the light. In short, none but an unusually distrustful eye would have been turned for an instant towards the spot in quest of a hiding place. "This is the best cover I have ever yet got into," said Pathfinder with his quiet laugh, after having been on the outside to reconnoiter. "The leaves of our new trees fairly touched those of the bushes over our heads. Hist! Yonder comes O'Deuce, wading like a sensible boy, as he is, to leave his trail in the water. We shall soon see whether our cover is good for anything or not." Jasper had indeed returned from his duty above, and missing the canoes, he at once inferred that they had dropped round the next bend of the river in order to get out of sight of the fire. His habits of caution immediately suggested the expediency of stepping into the water, in order that there might exist no visible communication between the marks left on the shore by the party and the place where he believed them to have taken refuge below. Should the Canadian Indians return on their own trail, and discover that made by the Pathfinder and the Serpent in their ascent from and descent to the river, the clue to their movements would cease at the shore, water leaving no prints of footsteps. The young man had therefore waded knee-deep as far as the point, and was now seen making his way slowly down the margin of the stream, searching curiously for the spot in which the canoes were hid. It was in the power of those behind the bushes, by placing their eyes near the leaves, to find many places to look through, while one at a little distance lost this advantage. To those who watched his motions from behind their cover, and they were all in the canoes, it was evident that Jasper was totally at a loss to imagine where the Pathfinder had secreted himself. When fairly round the curvature in the shore, and out of sight of the fire he had lighted above, the young man stopped and began examining the bank deliberately and with great care. Occasionally he advanced 8 or 10 paces, and then halted again to renew the search. The water being much shallower than common, he stepped aside in order to walk with greater ease to himself, and came so near the artificial plantation that he might have touched it with his hand. Still he detected nothing, and was actually passing the spot when Pathfinder made an opening beneath the branches and called to him in a low voice to enter. "This is pretty well," said the Pathfinder, laughing.
though paleface eyes and redskin eyes are as different as human spyglasses. I would wager with the sergeant's daughter here a horn of powder against a wampum belt for her girdle, that her father's regiment should march by this embankment of ours and never find out the fraud. But if the Mingos actually get down into the bed of the river where Jasper passed, I should tremble for the plantation. It will do for their eyes, even across the stream, however, and will not be without its use.
Don't you think, Master Pathfinder, that it would be wisest, after all, said Cap, to get under way at once and carry sail hard downstream as soon as we are satisfied that these rascals are fairly astern of us? We seamen call a stern chase a long chase. I wouldn't move from this spot until we hear from the Serpent with the sergeant's pretty daughter here in our company, for all the powder in the magazine of the fort below. Sartain captivity or sartain death would follow. If a tender fawn, such as the maiden we have in charge, could thread the forest like old deer, it might indeed do to quit the canoes, for by making a circuit we could reach the garrison before morning. Then let it be done, said Mabel, springing to her feet under the sudden impulse of awakened energy. I am young, active, used to exercise, and could easily outwalk my dear uncle. Let no one think me a hindrance. I cannot bear that all your lives should be exposed on my account.
No, no, pretty one. We think you anything but a hindrance or anything that is unbecoming, and would willingly run twice this risk to do you and the honest sergeant a service. Do I not speak your mind, Odus?
To do her a service, said Jasper with emphasis. Nothing shall tempt me to desert Mabel Dunham until she is safe in her father's arms.
Well said, lad. Bravely and honestly said, too. And I join in it heart and hand. No, no, you are not the first of your sex I have led through the wilderness, and never but once did any harm befall any of them. That was a sad day, certainly, but its like may never come again. Mabel looked from one of her protectors to the other, and her fine eyes swam in tears. Frankly placing a hand in that of each, she answered them, though at first her voice was choked.
I have no right to expose you on my account. My dear father will thank you. I thank you. God will reward you. But let there be no unnecessary risk. I can walk far, and have often gone miles on some girlish fancy. Why not now exert myself for my life? Nay, for your precious lives.
She is a true dove, Jasper, said the Pathfinder, neither relinquishing the hand he held until the girl herself, in native modesty, saw fit to withdraw it, and wonderfully winning. We get to be rough and sometimes even hard-hearted in the woods, Mabel, but the sight of one like you brings us back again to our young feelings, and does us good for the remainder of our days. I dare say Jasper here will tell you the same, for like me in the forest, the lad sees but few such as yourself on Ontario, to soften his heart and remind him of love for his kind. Speak out now, Jasper, and say if it is not so.
I question if many like Mabel Dunham are to be found anywhere, returned the young man gallantly, an honest sincerity glowing in his face that spoke more eloquently than his tongue. You need not mention the woods and lakes to challenge your equals, but I would go into settlements and towns. We had better leave the canoes, Mabel hurriedly rejoined, for I feel it is no longer safe to be here.
You can never do it. You can never do it. It would be a march of more than 20 miles, and that too of tramping over brush and roots, and through swamps in the dark. The trail of such a party would be wide, and we might have to fight our way into the garrison after all. We will wait for the Mohican. Such appearing to be the decision of him to whom all, in their present strait, looked up for counsel, no more was said on the subject. The whole party now broke up into groups. Arrowhead and his wife sitting apart under the bushes, conversing in a low tone, though the man spoke sternly, and the woman answered with the subdued mildness that marks the degraded condition of a savage's wife. Pathfinder and Cap occupied one canoe, chatting of their different adventures by sea and land, while Jasper and Mabel sat in the other,
making greater progress in intimacy in a single hour than might have been effected under other circumstances in a 12-month. Notwithstanding their situation as regards the enemy, the time flew by swiftly, and the young people in particular were astonished when Cap informed them how long they had been thus occupied. "If one could smoke, Master Pathfinder," observed the old sailor, "this berth would be snug enough, for, to give the devil his due, you have got the canoes handsomely landlocked, and into moorings that would defy a monsoon. The only hardship is the denial of the pipe. The scent of the tobacco would betray us, and where is the use of taking all these precautions against the Mingo's eyes, if we are to tell him where the cover is to be found through the nose? No, no, deny your appetites, and learn one virtue from a redskin, who will pass a week without eating even, to get a single scalp. Did you hear something, Jasper?" "The serpent is coming." "Then let us see if Mohican eyes are better than them of a lad who follows the water." The Mohican had indeed made his appearance in the same direction as that by which Jasper had rejoined his friends. Instead of coming directly on, however, no sooner did he pass the bend, where he was concealed from any who might be higher upstream, than he moved close under the bank, and, using the utmost caution, got a position where he could look back, with his person sufficiently concealed by the bushes to prevent its being seen by any in that quarter. "The serpent sees the knaves," whispered Pathfinder. "As I'm a Christian white man, they have bit at the bait and have ambushed the smoke." Here a hearty but silent laugh interrupted his words, and nudging Cap with his elbow, they all continued to watch the movements of Chingachgook in profound stillness. The Mohican remained stationary as the rock on which he stood, full 10 minutes, and then it was apparent that something of interest had occurred within his view, for he drew back with a hurried manner, looked anxiously and keenly along the margin of the stream, and moved quickly down it, taking care to lose his trail in the shallow water. He was evidently in a hurry and concerned, now looking behind him, and then casting eager glances towards every spot on the shore where he thought a canoe might be concealed. "Call him in," whispered Jasper, scarcely able to restrain his impatience. "Call him in, or it will be too late. See, he's actually passing us." "No, not so, lad. Nothing presses, depend on it," returned his companion, "or the serpent would begin to creep. The Lord help us and teach us wisdom. I do believe even Chingachgook, whose sight is as faithful as the hound's scent, overlooks us, and will not find out the ambushment we have made." This exultation was untimely, for the words were no sooner spoken than the Indian, who had actually got several feet lower down the stream than the artificial cover, suddenly stopped, fastened a keen riveted glance among the transplanted bushes, made a few hasty steps backward, and, bending his body and carefully separating the branches, he appeared among them. "The accursed Mingoes," said Pathfinder, as soon as his friend was near enough to be addressed with prudence. "Iroquois," returned the sententious Indian. No matter, Iroquois, devil, Mingo, Menguis, or Furies, all are pretty much the same. I call all rascals Mingoes. Come hither, chief, and let us converse rationally." When their private communication was over, Pathfinder rejoined the rest, and made them acquainted with all that he had learned. The Mohican had followed the trail of their enemies some distance towards the fort, until the latter caught a sight of the smoke of Jasper's fire, when they instantly retraced their steps. It now became necessary for Chingachgook, who ran the greatest risk of detection, to find a cover where he could secrete himself until the party might pass. It was perhaps fortunate for him that the savages were so intent on this recent discovery that they did not bestow the ordinary attention on the signs of the forest. At all events, they passed him swiftly, 15 in number, treading lightly in each other's footsteps, and he was enabled again to get into their rear. After proceeding to the place where the footsteps of Pathfinder and the Mohican had joined the principal trail, the Iroquois had struck off to the river, which they reached just as Jasper had disappeared behind the bend below. The smoke being now in plain view, the savages plunged into the woods and endeavored to approach the fire unseen. Chingachgook profited by this occasion to descend to the water and to gain the bend in the river also, which he thought had been effected undiscovered. Here he paused, as has been stated, until he saw his enemies at the fire, where their stay, however, was very short. Of the motives of the Iroquois, the Mohican could judge only by their acts. He thought they had detected the artifice of the fire and were aware that it had been kindled with a view to mislead them, for after a hasty examination of the spot, they had separated, some plunging again into the woods, while 6 or 8 had followed the footsteps of Jasper along the shore, and come down the stream towards the place where the canoes had landed. What course they might take on reaching that spot was only to be conjectured, for the serpent had felt the emergency to be too pressing to delay looking for his friends any longer. From some indications that were to be gathered from their gestures, however, he thought it probable that their enemies might follow down in the margin of the stream, but could not be certain. As the Pathfinder related these facts to his companions, the professional feelings of the 2 other white men came uppermost, and both naturally reverted to their habits in quest of the means of escape. "Let us run out the canoes at once," said Jasper eagerly. "The current is strong, and by using the paddles vigorously, we shall soon be beyond the reach of these scoundrels." "And this poor flower that first blossomed in the clearings, shall it wither in the forest?" objected his friend, with a poetry which he unconsciously imbibed by his long association with the Delawares. "We must all die first," answered the youth, a generous color mounting to his temples. "Mabel and Arrowhead's wife may lie down in the canoes, while we do our duty like men on our feet." "Aye, you are active at the paddle and the oar, O Deuce, I will allow, but an accursed Mingo is more active at his mischief. Canoes are swift, but a rifle bullet is swifter." "It is the business of men engaged as we have been by a confiding father to run this risk." "But is not their business to overlook prudence?" "Prudence? A man may carry his prudence so far as to forget his courage." The group was standing on the narrow strand, the Pathfinder leaning on his rifle, the butt of which rested on the gravelly beach, while both his hands clasped the barrel at the height of his own shoulders. As Jasper threw out this severe and unmerited imputation, the deep red of his comrade's face maintained its hue unchanged, though the young man perceived that the fingers grasped the iron of the gun with the tenacity of a vice. Here all betrayal of emotion ceased. "You are young and hot-headed," returned Pathfinder, with a dignity that impressed his listeners with a keen sense of his moral superiority. "But my life has been passed among dangers of this sort, and my experience and gifts are not to be mastered by the impatience of a boy. As for courage, Jasper, I will not send back an angry and unmeaning word to meet an angry and an unmeaning word, for I know that you are true in your station and according to your knowledge. But take the advice of one who faced the Mingos when you were a child, and know that their cunning is easier circumvented by prudence than outwitted by foolishness." "I ask your pardon, Pathfinder," said the repentant Jasper, eagerly grasping the hand that the other permitted him to seize. "I ask your pardon humbly and sincerely. 'Twas a foolish as well as wicked thing to hint of a man whose heart, in a good cause, is known to be as firm as the rocks on the lake shore." For the first time the color deepened on the cheek of the Pathfinder, and the solemn dignity which he had assumed, under a purely natural impulse, disappeared in the expression of the earnest simplicity inherent in all his feelings. He met the grasp of his young friend with a squeeze as cordial as if no cord had jarred between them, and a slight sternness that had gathered about his eye disappeared in a look of natural kindness. "'Tis well, Jasper," he answered, laughing. "I bear no ill will, nor shall anyone on my behalf. My nature is that of a white man, and that is to bear no malice. It might have been ticklish work to have said half as much to the Sarpent here, though he is a Delaware. Color will have its way." A touch on his shoulder caused the speaker to cease.
Mabel was standing erect in the canoe, her light but swelling form bent forward in an attitude of graceful earnestness, her finger on her lips, her head averted, her spirited eyes riveted on an opening in the bushes, and one arm extended with a fishing rod, the end of which had touched the Pathfinder. The latter bowed his head to a level with a lookout near which he had intentionally kept himself, and then whispered to Jasper, "The accursed Mingos! Stand to your arms, my men, but lay quiet as the corpses of dead trees." Jasper advanced rapidly but noiselessly to the canoe, and with a gentle violence induced Mabel to place herself in such an attitude as concealed her entire body, though it would have probably exceeded his means to induce the girl so far to lower her head that she could not keep her gaze fastened on their enemies. He then took his own post near her, with his rifle cocked and poised, in readiness to fire. Arrowhead and Chingachgook crawled to the cover and lay in wait like snakes, with their arms prepared for service, while the wife of the former bowed her head between her knees, covered it with her calico robe, and remained passive and immovable. Cap loosened both his pistols in their belt, but seemed quite at a loss what course to pursue. The Pathfinder did not stir. He had originally got a position where he might aim with deadly effect through the leaves, and where he could watch the movements of his enemies. He was far too steady to be disconcerted at a moment so critical. It was truly an alarming instant. Just as Mabel touched the shoulder of her guide, 3 of the Iroquois had appeared in the water at the bend of the river within 100 yards of the cover, and halted to examine the stream below. They were all naked to the waist, armed for an expedition against their foes, and in their war paint. It was apparent that they were undecided as to the course they ought to pursue in order to find the fugitives. One pointed down the river, a second up the stream, and the third towards the opposite bank. They evidently doubted. End of chapter.
Chapter 5 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper, Chapter 5. Death is here and death is there. Death is busy everywhere. Attributed to Shelley. It was a breathless moment. The only clue the fugitives possessed to the intentions of their pursuers was in their gestures and the indications which escaped them in the fury of disappointment. That a party had returned already on their own footsteps by land was pretty certain, and all the benefit expected from the artifice of the fire was necessarily lost. But that consideration became of little moment just then, for the party was menaced with an immediate discovery by those who had kept on a level with the river. All the facts presented themselves clearly, and as it might be by intuition to the mind of Pathfinder, who perceived the necessity of immediate decision and of being in readiness to act in concert. Without making any noise, therefore, he managed to get the 2 Indians and Jasper near him when he opened his communications in a whisper. "We must be ready. We must be ready," he said. "There are but 3 of the scalping devils, and we are 4 of whom may be set down as manful warriors for such a scrimmage. O Deuce, do you take the fellow that is painted like death. Chingachgook, I give you the chief, and Arrowhead must keep his eye on the young one. There must be no mistake, for 2 bullets in the same body would be a sinful waste, with one like the sergeant's daughter in danger. I shall hold myself in reserve against accident, lest a 4th reptile appear, for one of your hands may prove unsteady. By no means fire until I give the word. You must not let the crack of the rifle be heard, except in the last resort, since all the rest of the miscreants are still within hearing. Jasper, boy, in case of any movement behind us on the bank, I trust to you to run out the canoe with the sergeant's daughter, and to pull for the garrison by God's leave."
The Pathfinder had no sooner given these directions than the near approach of their enemies rendered profound silence necessary. The Iroquois and the river were slowly descending the stream, keeping of necessity near the bushes which overhung the water, while the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs soon gave fearful evidence that another party was moving along the bank, at an equally graduated pace and directly abreast of them. In consequence of the distance between the bushes planted by the fugitives and the true shore, the two parties became visible to each other when opposite that precise point. Both stopped, and a conversation ensued that may be said to have passed directly over the heads of those who were concealed. Indeed, nothing sheltered the travelers but the branches and leaves of plants, so pliant that they yielded to every current of air, and which a puff of wind a little stronger than common would have blown away. Fortunately, the line of sight carried the eyes of the two parties of savages, whether they stood in the water or on the land, above the bushes, and the leaves appeared blended in a way to excite no suspicion. Perhaps the very boldness of the expedient alone prevented an immediate exposure. The conversation which took place was conducted earnestly, but in guarded tones, as if those who spoke wished to defeat the intentions of any listeners. It was in a dialect that both the Indian warriors beneath, as well as the Pathfinder, understood. Even Jasper comprehended a portion of what was said. "The trail is washed away by the water," said one from below, who stood so near the artificial cover of the fugitives that he might have been struck by the salmon spear that lay in the bottom of Jasper's canoe. "Water has washed it so clear that a Yankee's hound could not follow." "The palefaces have left the shore in their canoes," answered the speaker on the bank. "It cannot be. The rifles of our warriors below are certain." The Pathfinder gave a significant glance at Jasper, and he clenched his teeth in order to suppress the sound of his own breathing. "But my young men look as if their eyes were eagles," said the eldest warrior among those who were wading in the river. "We have been a whole moon on the warpath, and have found but one scalp. There is a maiden among them, and some of our braves want wives." Happily, these words were lost on Mabel, but Jasper's frown became deeper, and his face fiercely flushed. The savages now ceased speaking, and the party which was concealed heard the slow and guarded movements of those who were on the bank, as they pushed the bushes aside in their wary progress. It was soon evident that the latter had passed the cover, but the group in the water still remained, scanning the shore with eyes that glared through their war paint like coals of living fire. After a pause of 2 or 3 minutes, these three began also to descend the stream, though it was step by step, as men move who look for an object that has been lost. In this manner they passed the artificial screen, and Pathfinder opened his mouth in that hearty but noiseless laugh that nature and habit had contributed to render a peculiarity of the man. His triumph, however, was premature, for the last of the retiring party, just at this moment casting a look behind him, suddenly stopped, and his fixed attitude and steady gaze at once betrayed the appalling fact that some neglected bush had awakened his suspicions. It was perhaps fortunate for the concealed that the warrior who manifested these fearful signs of distrust was young, and had still a reputation to acquire. He knew the importance of discretion and modesty in one of his years, and most of all did he dread the ridicule and contempt that would certainly follow a false alarm. Without recalling any of his companions, therefore, he turned on his own footsteps, and while the others continued to descend the river, he cautiously approached the bushes, on which his looks were still fastened as by a charm. Some of the leaves which were exposed to the sun had drooped a little, and this slight departure from the usual natural laws had caught the quick eyes of the Indian, for so practiced and acute do the senses of the savage become, more especially when he is on the warpath, that trifles apparently of the most insignificant sort often prove to be clues to lead him to his object. The trifling nature of the change which had aroused the suspicion of this youth was an additional motive for not acquainting his companions with his discovery. Should he really detect anything, his glory would be the greater for being unshared, and should he not, he might hope to escape that derision which the young Indian so much dreads. Then there were the dangers of an ambush and a surprise, to which every warrior of the woods is keenly alive, to render his approach slow and cautious. In consequence of the delay that proceeded from these combined causes, the two parties had descended some 50 or 60 yards before the young savage was again near enough to the bushes of the Pathfinder to touch them with his hand. Notwithstanding their critical situation, the whole party behind the cover had their eyes fastened on the working countenance of the young Iroquois, who was agitated by conflicting feelings. First came the eager hope of obtaining success where some of the most experienced of his tribe had failed, and with it a degree of glory that had seldom fallen to the share of one of his years or a brave on his first warpath. Then followed doubts, as the drooping leaves seemed to rise again and to revive in the currents of air, and distrust of hidden danger led its exciting feeling to keep the eloquent features in play. So very slight, however, had been the alteration produced by the heat on the bushes, of which the stems were in the water, that when the Iroquois actually laid his hand on the leaves, he fancied that he had been deceived. As no man ever distrusts strongly without using all convenient means of satisfying his doubts, however, the young warrior cautiously pushed aside the branches and advanced a step within the hiding place, when the forms of the concealed party met his gaze, resembling so many breathless statues. The low exclamation, the slight start, and the glaring eye were hardly seen and heard before the arm of Chingachgook was raised, and the tomahawk of the Delaware descended on the shaven head of his foe. The Iroquois raised his hands frantically, bounded backward, and fell into the water, at a spot where the current swept the body away, the struggling limbs still tossing and writhing in the agony of death. The Delaware made a vigorous but unsuccessful attempt to seize an arm, with the hope of securing the scalp, but the blood-stained waters whirled down the current, carrying with them their quivering burden. All this passed in less than a minute, and the events were so sudden and unexpected that men less accustomed than the Pathfinder and his associates to forest warfare would have been at a loss how to act. "There is not a moment to lose," said Jasper, tearing aside the bushes as he spoke earnestly, but in a suppressed voice. "Do as I do, Master Cap, if you would save your niece, and you, Mabel, lie at your length in the canoe." The words were scarcely uttered when, seizing the bow of the light boat, he dragged it along the shore, wading himself, while Cap aided behind, keeping so near the bank as to avoid being seen by the savages below, and striving to gain the turn in the river above him which would effectually conceal the party from the enemy. The Pathfinder's canoe lay nearest to the bank, and was necessarily the last to quit the shore. The Delaware leaped on the narrow strand and plunged into the forest, it being his assigned duty to watch the foe in that quarter, while Arrowhead motioned to his white companion to seize the bow of the boat and to follow Jasper. All this was the work of an instant, but when the Pathfinder reached the current that was sweeping round the turn, he felt a sudden change in the weight he was dragging, and looking back, he found that both the Tuscarora and his wife had deserted him. The thought of treachery flashed upon his mind, but there was no time to pause, for the wailing shout that arose from the party below proclaimed that the body of the young Iroquois had floated as low as the spot reached by his friends. The report of a rifle followed, and then the guide saw that Jasper, having doubled the bend in the river, was crossing the stream, standing erect in the stern of the canoe, while Cap was seated forward, both propelling the light boat with vigorous strokes of the paddles. A glance, a thought, and an expedient followed each other quickly in one so trained in the vicissitudes of the frontier warfare. Springing into the stern of his own canoe, he urged it by a vigorous shove into the current, and commenced crossing the stream himself, at a point so much lower than that of his companions as to offer his own person for a target to the enemy, well knowing that their keen desire to secure a scalp would control all other feelings. "Keep well up the current, Jasper," shouted the gallant guide, as he swept the paddle with long, steady, vigorous strokes of the paddle. "Keep well up the current, and pull for the alder bushes opposite. Preserve the sergeant's daughter before all things, and leave these Mingo knaves to the Sarpent and me." Jasper flourished his paddle as a signal of understanding, while shot succeeded shot in quick succession, all now being aimed at the solitary man in the nearest canoe. "Aye, empty your rifles like simpletons as you are," said the Pathfinder, who had acquired a habit of speaking when alone, from passing so much of his time in the solitude of the forest. "Empty your rifles with an unsteady aim, and give me time to put yard upon yard of river between us. I will not revile you like a Delaware or a Mohican, for my gifts are a white man's gifts, and not an Indian's, and boasting in battle is no part of a Christian warrior, but I may say here, all alone by myself, that you are little better than so many men from the town shooting at robins in the orchards." That was well meant, throwing back his head as a rifle bullet cut a lock of hair from his temple. "But the lead that misses by an inch is as useless as the lead that never quits the barrel. Bravely done, Jasper. The sergeant's sweet child must be saved, even if we go in without our own scalps." By this time the Pathfinder was in the center of the river, and almost abreast of his enemies, while the other canoe, impelled by the vigorous arms of Cap and Jasper, had nearly gained the opposite shore at the precise spot that had been pointed out to them. The old mariner now played his part manfully, for he was on his proper element, loved his niece sincerely, had a proper regard for his own person, and was not unused to fire, though his experience certainly lay in a very different species of warfare. A few strokes of the paddles were given, and the canoe shot into the bushes. Mabel was hurried to land by Jasper, and for the present all three of the fugitives were safe. Not so with the Pathfinder. His hearty self-devotion had brought him into a situation of unusual exposure, the hazards of which were much increased by the fact that, just as he drifted nearest to the enemy, the party on the shore rushed down the bank and joined their friends who still stood in the water. The Oswego was about a cable's length in width at this point, and the canoe being in the center, the object was only 100 yards from the rifles that were constantly discharged at it, or at the usual target distance for that weapon. In this extremity, the steadiness and skill of the Pathfinder did him good service. He knew that his safety depended altogether on keeping in motion, for a stationary object at that distance would have been hit nearly every shot. Nor was motion of itself sufficient, for, accustomed to kill the bounding deer, his enemies probably knew how to vary the line of aim so as to strike him, should he continue to move in any one direction. He was consequently compelled to change the course of the canoe, at one moment shooting down with the current with the swiftness of an arrow, and at the next checking its progress in that direction to glance athwart the stream. Luckily the Iroquois could not reload their pieces in the water, and the bushes that everywhere fringed the shore rendered it difficult to keep the fugitive in view when on the land. Aided by these circumstances, and having received the fire of all of his foes, the Pathfinder was gaining fast in distance, both downwards and across the current, when a new danger suddenly, if not unexpectedly, presented itself, by the appearance of the party that had been left in ambush below with a view to watch the river. These were the savages alluded to in the short dialogue already related. They were no less than 10 in number, and understanding all the advantages of their bloody occupation, they had posted themselves at a spot where the water dashed among rocks and over shallows, in a way to form a rapid which, in the language of the country, is called a rift. The Pathfinder saw that, if he entered this rift, he should be compelled to approach a point where the Iroquois had posted themselves, for the current was irresistible, and the rocks allowed no other safe passage, while death or captivity would be the probable result of the attempt. All his efforts, therefore, were turned toward reaching the western shore, the foe being all on the eastern side of the river. But the exploit surpassed human power, and to attempt to stem the stream would at once have so far diminished the motion of the canoe as to render aim certain. In this exigency, the guide came to a decision with his usual cool promptitude, making his preparations accordingly. Instead of endeavoring to gain the channel, he steered towards the shallowest part of the stream, on reaching which he seized his rifle and pack, leaped into the water, and began to wade from rock to rock, taking the direction of the western shore. The canoe whirled about in the furious current, now rolling over some slippery stone, now filling and then emptying itself, until it lodged on the shore, within a few yards of the spot where the Iroquois had posted themselves.
In the meanwhile, the Pathfinder was far from being out of danger. For the first minute, admiration of his promptitude and daring, which are so high virtues in the mind of an Indian, kept his enemies motionless. But the desire of revenge and the cravings for the much-prized trophy soon overcame this transient feeling and aroused them from their stupor. Rifle flashed after rifle, and the bullets whistled around the head of the fugitive, amid the roar of the waters. Still he proceeded like one who bore a charmed life, for while his rude frontier garments were more than once cut, his skin was not raised. As the Pathfinder in several instances was compelled to wade in water which rose nearly to his arms, while he kept his rifle and ammunition elevated above the raging current, the toil soon fatigued him, and he was glad to stop at a large stone or a small rock, which rose so high above the river that its upper surface was dry. On this stone he placed his powder horn, getting behind it himself, so as to have the advantage of a partial cover for his body. The western shore was only 50 feet distant, but the quiet, swift, dark current that glanced through the interval sufficiently showed him that he would be compelled to swim. A short cessation in the firing now took place on the part of the Indians, who gathered about the canoe and, having found the paddles, were preparing to cross the river. "Pathfinder!" called a voice from among the bushes, at the point nearest to the person addressed, on the western shore. "What would you have, Jasper?" "Be of good heart. Friends are at hand, and not a single Mingo shall cross without suffering for his boldness. Had you not better leave the rifle on the rock and swim to us before the rascals can get afloat?" "A true woodsman never quits his piece when he has any powder in his horn or a bullet in his pouch. I have not drawn a trigger this day, O Deuce, and shouldn't relish the idea of parting with those reptiles without causing them to remember my name. A little water will not harm my legs, and I see that blackguard, Arrowhead, among the scamps, and wish to send him the wages he has so faithfully earned. You have not brought the sergeant's daughter down here and arranged with her bullets, I hope, Jasper?" "She is safe for the present, at least, though all depends on our keeping the river between us and the enemy. They must know our weakness now, and should they cross, no doubt some of their party will be left on the other side." "This canoeing touches your gifts rather than mine, boy, though I will handle a paddle with the best Mingo that ever struck a salmon. If they cross below the rift, why can't we cross in the still water above, and keep playing at dodge and turn with the wolves?" "Because, as I have said, they will leave a party on the other shore, and then, Pathfinder, would you expose Mabel to the rifles of the Iroquois?" "The sergeant's daughter must be saved," returned the guide, with calm energy. "You're right, Jasper. She has no gift to authorize her in offering her sweet face and tender body to a Mingo rifle. What can be done, then? They must be kept for crossing for an hour or two, if possible, when we must do our best in the darkness." "I agree with you, Pathfinder, if it can be effected, but are we strong enough for such a purpose?" "The Lord is with us, boy. The Lord is with us, and it is unreasonable to suppose that one like the sergeant's daughter will be altogether abandoned by Providence in such a strait. There is not a boat between the falls and the garrison, except these two canoes, to my certain knowledge, and I think it will go beyond redskin gifts to cross in the face of two rifles like these of yours and mine. I will not vaunt, Jasper, but it is well known on all this frontier that killdeer seldom fails." "Your skill is admitted by all, far and near, Pathfinder, but a rifle takes time to be loaded, nor are you on the land, aided by a good cover, where you can work to the advantage you are used to. If you had our canoe, might you not pass to the shore with a dry rifle?" "Can an eagle fly, Jasper?" returned the other, laughing in his usual manner and looking back as he spoke. "But it would be unwise to expose yourself on the water, for the miscreants are beginning to bethink them again of powder and bullets." "It can be done without any such chances. Master Cap has gone up to the canoe, and will cast the branch of a tree into the river to try the current, which sets from the point above in the direction of your rock. See, there it comes already. If it float fairly, you must raise your arm, when the canoe will follow. At all events, if the boat should pass you, the eddy below will bring it up, and I can recover it."
While Jasper was still speaking, the floating branch came in sight, and, quickening its progress with the increasing velocity of the current, it swept swiftly down towards the Pathfinder, who seized it as it was passing, and held it in the air as a sign of success. Cap understood the signal, and presently the canoe was launched into the stream, with a caution and an intelligence that the habits of the mariner had fitted him to observe. It floated in the same direction as the branch, and in a minute was arrested by the Pathfinder.
"This has been done with a frontierman's judgment, Jasper," said the guide, laughing. "But you have your gifts, which incline most to the water, as mine incline to the woods. Now let them Mingo knaves cock their rifles and get rests, for this is the last chance they are likely to have at a man without a cover."
"Nay, shove the canoe towards the shore, quartering the current, and throw yourself into it as it goes off," said Jasper eagerly. "There is little use in running any risk."
"I love to stand up face to face with my enemies like a man, while they set me the example," returned the Pathfinder proudly. "I am not a redskin born, and it is more a white man's gifts to fight openly than to lie in ambushment."
"And Mabel?"
"True, boy, true. The sergeant's daughter must be saved. And as you say, foolish risks only become boys. Think you that you can catch the canoe where you stand?"
"There can be no doubt if you give a vigorous push."
Pathfinder made the necessary effort. The light bark shot across the intervening space, and Jasper seized it as it came to land. To secure the canoe and to take proper positions in the cover occupied the friends but a moment, when they shook hands cordially, like those who have met after a long separation. "Now, Jasper, we shall see if a Mingo of them all dares cross the Oswego in the teeth of Killdeer. You are handier with the oar and the paddle and the sail than with the rifle, perhaps, but you have a stout heart and a steady hand, and them are things that count in a fight."
"Mabel will find me between her and her enemies," said Jasper calmly.
Yes, yes, the sergeant's daughter must be protected. I like you, boy, on your own account, but I like you all the better that you think of one so feeble at a moment when there is a need of all your manhood. See, Jasper, 3 of the knaves are actually getting into the canoe. They must believe we have fled, or they would not surely venture so much, directly in the very face of Killdeer. Sure enough, the Iroquois did appear bent on venturing across the stream, for, as the Pathfinder and his friends now kept their persons strictly concealed, their enemies began to think that the latter had taken to flight. Such a course was that which most white men would have followed, but Mabel was under the care of those who were too much well skilled in forest warfare to neglect to defend the only pass that, in truth, now offered even a probable chance for protection. As the Pathfinder had said, 3 warriors were in the canoe, 2 holding their rifles at a poise, as they knelt in readiness to aim the deadly weapons, and the others standing erect in the stern to wield the paddle. In this manner they left the shore, having had the precaution to haul the canoe, previously to entering it, so far up the stream as to have got into the comparatively still water above the rift. It was apparent at a glance that the savage who guided the boat was skilled in the art, for the long, steady sweep of his paddle sent the light bark over the glassy surface of the tranquil river, as if it were a feather floating in air.
"Shall I fire?"
demanded Jasper in a whisper, trembling with eagerness to engage.
"Not yet, boy, not yet.
There are but 3 of them, and if Master Cap yonder knows how to use the pop guns he carries in his belt, we may even let them land, and then we shall recover the canoe."
"But Mabel?"
"No fear for the sergeant's daughter. She is safe in the hollow stump, you say, with the opening judgmatically hid by the brambles. If what you tell me of the manner in which you concealed the trail be true, the sweet one might lie there a month and laugh at the Mingos."
"We are never certain. I wish we had brought her nearer to our own cover."
"What for, O Deuce? To place her pretty little head and leaping heart among flying bullets? No, no, she is better where she is, because she is safer."
"We are never certain. We thought ourselves safe behind the bushes, and yet you saw that we were discovered."
"And the Mingo imp paid for his curiosity, as these knaves are about to do." The Pathfinder ceased speaking, for at that instant the sharp report of a rifle was heard,
when the Indian in the stern of the canoe leaped high into the air and fell into the water, holding the paddle in his hand. A small wreath of smoke floated out from among the bushes of the eastern shore and was soon absorbed by the atmosphere. "That is the serpent hissing," exclaimed the Pathfinder exultingly. "A bolder or a truer heart never beat in the breast of a Delaware. I'm sorry that he interfered, but he could not have known our condition." The canoe had no sooner lost its guide than it floated with the stream and was soon sucked into the rapids of the rift. Perfectly helpless, the two remaining savages gazed wildly about them, but could offer no resistance to the power of the element. It was perhaps fortunate for Chingachgook that the attention of most of the Iroquois were intently given to the situation of those in the boat, else would his escape have been to the last degree difficult, if not totally impracticable. But not a foe moved, except to conceal his person behind some cover, and every eye was riveted on the two remaining adventurers. In less time than has been necessary to record these occurrences, the canoe was whirling and tossing in the rift, while both the savages had stretched themselves in its bottom, as the only means of preserving the equilibrium. This natural expedient soon failed them, for striking a rock, the light draft rolled over, and the two warriors were thrown into the river. The water is seldom deep on a rift, except in particular places where it may have worn channels, and there was little to be apprehended from drowning, though their arms were lost, and the two savages were fain to make the best of their way to the friendly shore, swimming and wading, as circumstances required. The canoe itself lodged on a rock in the center of the stream, where for the moment it became useless to both parties. "Now is our time, Pathfinder!" cried Jasper, as the two Iroquois exposed most of their persons while wading in the shallowest part of the rapids. "The fellow upstream is mine, and you can take the lower." So excited had the young man become by all the incidents of the stirring scene, that the bullet sped from his rifle as he spoke, but uselessly, as it would seem, for both the fugitives tossed their arms in disdain. The Pathfinder did not fire. "No, no, O Deuce," he answered. "I do not seek blood without a cause, and my bullet is well leathered, carefully driven down for the time of need. I love no Mingo, as is just, seeing how much I have consorted with the Delawares, who are their mortal and natural enemies. But I never pull trigger on one of the miscreants unless it be plain that his death will lead to some good end. The deer never leaped that fell by my hand wantonly. By living much alone with God in the wilderness, a man gets to feel the justice of such opinions. One life is sufficient for our present wants, and there may yet be occasion to use killdeer on behalf of the serpent, who has done an untimorsome thing to let them rampant devils so plainly know that he is in their neighborhood. As I'm a wicked sinner, there is one of them prowling along the bank this very moment, like one of the boys of the garrison skulking behind a fallen tree to get a shot at a squirrel." As the Pathfinder pointed with his finger while speaking, the quick-eyed Jasper soon caught the object towards which it was directed. One of the young warriors of the enemy, burning with the desire to distinguish himself, had stolen from his party towards the cover in which Chingachgook had concealed himself, and as the latter was deceived by the apparent apathy of his foes, as well as engaged in some further preparations of his own, he had evidently obtained a position where he got a sight of the Delaware. This circumstance was apparent by the arrangements the Iroquois was making to fire, for Chingachgook himself was not visible from the western side of the river. The rift was at a bend in the Oswego, and the sweep of the eastern shore formed a curve so wide that Chingachgook was quite near to his enemies in a straight direction, though separated by several hundred feet on the land, owing to which fact air lines brought both parties nearly equidistant from the Pathfinder and Jasper. The general width of the river being a little less than 200 yards, such necessarily was about the distance between his two observers and the skulking Iroquois. "The serpent must be thereabouts," observed Pathfinder, who never turned his eye for an instant from the young warrior, "and yet he must be strangely off his guard to allow a Mingo devil to get his stand so near, with manifest signs of bloodshed in his heart." "See," interrupted Jasper, "there is the body of the Indian the Delaware shot. He has drifted on a rock, and the current has forced his head and face above the water." "Quite likely, boy, quite likely. Human nature is little better than a log of driftwood when the life that has been breathed into its nostrils is departed. That Iroquois will never harm anyone more, but yonder skulking savage is bent on taking the scalp of my best and most tried friend. The Pathfinder suddenly interrupted himself by raising his rifle, a weapon of unusual length, with admirable precision, and firing the instant it had got its level. The Iroquois on the opposite shore was in the act of aiming when the fatal messenger from Killdeer arrived. His rifle was discharged, it is true, but it was with the muzzle in the air, while the man himself plunged into the bushes, quite evidently hurt, not slain. The skulking reptile brought it on himself, muttered Pathfinder sternly, as, dropping the butt of his rifle, he carefully commenced reloading it. Chingachgook and I have consorted together since we were boys, and have fit in company on the Horican, the Mohawk, the Ontario, and all the other bloody passes between the country of the Frenchers and our own. And did the foolish knave believe that I would stand by and see my best friend cut off in an ambushment? We have served the Serpent as good a turn as he served us. Those rascals are troubled, Pathfinder, and are falling back into their covers, since they find we can reach them across the river. The shot is no great matter, Jasper, no great matter. Ask any of the 60th, and they can tell you what Killdeer can do, and has done, and that too when the bullets were flying about our heads like hailstones. No, this is no great matter, and the unthoughtful vagabond drew it down on himself. Is that a dog or a deer swimming towards the shore? Pathfinder started, for sure enough an object was crossing the stream, above the rift, towards which, however, it was gradually setting by the force of the current. A second look satisfied both the observers that it was a man, and an Indian, though so concealed as at first to render it doubtful. Some stratagem was apprehended, and closest attention was given to the movements of the stranger. He is pushing something before him as he swims, and his head resembles a drifting bush, said Jasper. 'Tis Indian devilry, boy, but Christian honesty shall circumvent their arts. As the man slowly approached, the observers began to doubt the accuracy of their first impressions. It was only when 2/3 of the stream were passed that the truth was really known. "The big Serpent, as I live!" exclaimed Pathfinder, looking at his companion and laughing until the tears came into his eyes with pure delight at the success of the artifice. He has tied bushes to his head so as to hide it, put the horn on top, lashed the rifle to that bit of log he is pushing before him, and has come over to join his friends. Ah's me, the times and times that he and I have cut such pranks, right in the teeth of Mingoes raging for our blood in the great thoroughfare round and about Ty. It may not be the Serpent after all, Pathfinder. I can see no feature that I remember. Feature? Who looks for features in an Indian? No, boy. 'Tis the paint that speaks, and none but a Delaware would wear that paint. Them are his colors. Jasper, just as your craft on the lake wears St. George's cross, and the Frenchers set their tablecloths to fluttering in the wind with all the stains of fish bones and venison steaks upon them. Now, you see the eye, lad, and it is the eye of a chief. But, O Deuce, fierce as it is in battle, and glassy as it looks from among the leaves, here the Pathfinder laid his fingers lightly but impressively on his companion's arm, I have seen it shed tears like rain. There is a soul and a heart under that red skin, rely on it, although they are a soul and a heart with gifts different from our own. No one who is acquainted with the chief ever doubted that. I know it, returned the other proudly, for I have consorted with him in sorrow and in joy. In one I have found him a man, however stricken, in the other a chief who knows that the women of his tribe are the most seemly in light merriment. But it is too much like the people of the settlements to pour soft speeches into another's ear, and the Serpent has keen senses. He knows I love him, and I speak well of him behind his back, but a Delaware has modesty in his inmost nature, though he will brag like a sinner when tied to a stake. The Serpent now reached the shore, directly in front of his two comrades, with whose precise position he must have been acquainted before leaving the eastern side of the river, and rising from the water, he shook himself like a dog and made the usual exclamation, "Phew!" End of chapter.
Chapter 6 of The Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 6. These as they change, Almighty Father, these are but the varied God. Attributed to Thompson. As the chief landed, he was met by the Pathfinder, who addressed him in the language of the warrior's people. "Was it well done, Chingachgook?" said he reproachfully, "to ambush a dozen Mingos alone? Killdeer seldom fails me, it is true, but the Oswego makes a distant mark, and that miscreant showed little more than his head and shoulders above the bushes, and an unpracticed hand and eye might have failed. You should have thought of this, Chief. You should have thought of this. The Great Serpent is a Mohican warrior. He sees only his enemies when he is on the warpath, and his fathers have struck the Mingos from behind since the waters began to run. I know your gifts, and respect them too. No man shall hear me complain that a redskin observed redskin nature, but prudence as much becomes a warrior as valor, and had not the Iroquois devils been looking after their friends who were in the water, a hot trail they would have made of Yorn." "What is the Delaware about to do?" exclaimed Jasper, who observed at that moment that the chief had suddenly left the Pathfinder and advanced to the water's edge, apparently with an intention of again entering the river. "He will not be so mad as to return to the other shore for any trifle he may have forgotten." "Not he, not he. He is as prudent as he is brave, in the main, though so forgetful of himself in the late ambushment. Hark ye, Jasper," leading the other a little aside, just as they heard the Indians plunge into the water. "Hark ye, lad, Chingachgook is not a Christian white man like ourselves, but a Mohican chief, who has his gifts and traditions to tell him what he ought to do, and he who consorts with them that are not strictly and altogether of his own kind had better leave nature and use to govern his comrades. King's soldier will swear, and he will drink, and it is of little use to try to prevent him. A gentleman likes his delicacies, and a lady her feathers, and it does not avail much to struggle against either, whereas an Indian's nature and gifts are much stronger than these, and no doubt were bestowed by the Lord for wise ends, though neither you nor me can follow them in all their windings." "What does this mean? See, the Delaware is swimming towards the body that is lodged on the rock. Why does he risk this?" "For honor and glory and renown, as great gentlemen quit their quiet homes beyond seas, where, as they tell me, heart has nothing left to wish for, that is, such hearts as can be satisfied in a clearing, to come hither to live on game and fight the Frenchers." "I understand you. Your friend has gone to secure the scalp." "'Tis his gift, and let him enjoy it. We are white men, and cannot mangle a dead enemy, but it is honor in the eyes of a redskin to do so. It may seem singular to you, O Deuce, but I've known white men of great name and character manifest as remarkable ideas concerning their honor, I have." "A savage will be a savage, Pathfinder. Let him keep what company he may." "It is well for us to say so, lad. But, as I tell you, white honor will not always conform to reason or to the will of God. I have passed days thinking of these matters, out in the silent woods, and have come to the opinion, boy, that, as Providence rules all things, no gift is bestowed without some wise and reasonable end." "The serpent greatly exposes himself to the enemy in order to get his scalp. This may lose us the day." "Not in his mind, Jasper. That one scalp has more honor in it, according to the serpent's notions of warfare, than a field covered with slain that kept the hair on their heads. Now, There was the fine young captain of the 60th that threw away his life in trying to bring off a 3-pounder from among the Frenchers in the last scrimmage we had. He thought he was serving honor, and I have known a young ensign wrap himself up in his colors and go to sleep in his blood, fancying that he was lying on something softer even than buffalo skins. Yes, one can understand the merit of not hauling down an ensign. And these are Chingachgook's colors. He will keep them to show his children's children. Here the Pathfinder interrupted himself, shook his head in melancholy, and slowly added, "Ah's me, no shoot of the old Mohican stem remains. He has no children to delight with his trophies, no tribe to honor by his deeds. He is a lone man in this world, yet he stands true to his training and his gifts. There is something honest and respectable in these, you must allow, Jasper." Here a great outcry from the Iroquois was succeeded by the quick reports of their rifles, and so eager did the enemy become in the desire to drive the Delaware back from his victim, that a dozen rushed into the river, several of whom even advanced near 100 feet into the foaming current, as if they actually meditated a serious sortie. But Chingachgook continued unmoved, as he remained unhurt by the missiles, accomplishing his task with the dexterity of long habit. Flourishing his reeking trophy, he gave the war whoop in its most frightful intonations, and for a minute the arches of the silent woods and the deep vista formed by the course of the river echoed with cries so terrific that Mabel bowed her head in irrepressible fear, while her uncle for a single instant actually meditated flight. "This surpasses all I have heard from the wretches," Jasper exclaimed, stopping his ears, equally in horror and disgust. "'Tis their music, boy, their drum and fife, their trumpets and clarions. No doubt they love those sounds, for they stir up in them fierce feelings and a desire for blood," returned the Pathfinder, totally unmoved. "I thought them rather frightful when a mere youngster, but they have become like the whistle of the whippoorwill, or the song of the catbird in my ear now. All the screeching reptiles that could stand between the falls and the garrison would have no effect on my nerves at this time of day. I say it not in boasting, Jasper, for the man that lets in cowardice through the ears must have but a weak heart at the best, sounds and outcries being more intended to alarm women and children than such as scout the forest and face the foe. I hope the serpent is now satisfied, for here he comes with a scalp at his belt." Jasper turned away his head as the Delaware rose from the river, in pure disgust at his late errand, but the Pathfinder regarded his friend with the philosophical indifference of one who had made up his mind to be indifferent to things he deemed immaterial. As the Delaware passed deeper into the bushes with a view to wring his trifling calico dress and to prepare his rifle for service, he gave one glance of triumph at his companions, and then all emotion connected with the recent exploit seemed to cease. "Jasper," resumed the guide, "step down to the station of Master Cap and ask him to join us. We have little time for a council, and yet our plans must be laid quickly, for it will not be long before them Mingoes will be plotting our ruin." The young man complied, and in a few minutes the four were assembled near the shore, completely concealed from the view of their enemies, while they kept a vigilant watch over the proceedings of the latter, in order to consult on their own future movements. By this time the day had so far advanced as to leave but a few minutes between the passing light and an obscurity that promised to be even deeper than common. The sun had already set, and the twilight of a low latitude would soon pass into the darkness of deep night. Most of the hopes of the party rested on this favorable circumstance, though it was not without its dangers also, as the very obscurity which would favor their escape would be as likely to conceal the movements of their wily enemies. "The moment is come, men," Pathfinder commenced, "when our plans must be coolly laid, in order that we may act together, and with a right understanding of our errand and gifts. In an hour's time these woods will be as dark as midnight, and if we are ever to gain the garrison, it must be done under favor of this advantage. What say you, Master Cap? For, though none of the most experienced in combats and retreats in the woods, Your years entitle you to speak first in a matter like this, and in a council.
Well, in my judgment, all we have to do is to go on board the canoe when it gets to be so dark the enemy's lookouts can't see us, and run for the haven as wind and tide will allow.
That is easily said, but not so easily done, returned the guide. We shall be more exposed in the river than by following the woods, and then there is the Oswego rift below us, and I am far from certain that Jasper himself can carry a boat safely through it in the dark. What say you, lad, as to your own skill and judgment?
I am of Master Cap's opinion about using the canoe. Mabel is too tender to walk through swamps and among roots of trees in such a night as this promises to be, and then I always feel myself stouter of heart and truer of eye when afloat than when ashore.
Stout of heart you always be, lad, and I think tolerably true of eye for one who has lived so much in broad sunshine and so little in the woods. Ah's me, the Ontario has no trees, or it would be a plain to delight a hunter's heart. As to your opinion, friends, there is much for and much against it. For it may be said water leaves no trail.
What do you call the wake? Interrupted the pertinacious and dogmatical Cap.
Anon? Go on, said Jasper. Master Cap thinks he's on the ocean. Water leaves no trail.
It leaves none, O Deuce, hereaway, though I do not pretend to say what it may leave on the sea. Then a canoe is both swift and easy when it floats with the current, and the tender limbs of the sergeant's daughter will be favored by its motion. But on the other hand, the river will have no cover but the clouds in the heavens. The rift is a ticklish thing for boats to venture into, even by daylight, and it is 6 fairly measured miles by water from this spot to the garrison. Then a trail on land is not easy to be found in the dark. I am troubled, Jasper, to say which way we ought to counsel and advise.
If the serpent and myself could swim into the river and bring off the other canoe, the young sailor replied, it would seem to me that our safest course would be the water.
If, indeed, and yet it might easily be done, as soon as it is a little darker. Well, I am not certain it will be the best, though were we only a party of men, it would be like a hunt to the lusty and brave, to play at hide-and-seek with yonder miscreants on the other shore, Jasper, continued the guide, into whose character there entered no ingredient which belonged to vain display or theatrical effect. Will you undertake to bring in the canoe?
I will undertake anything that will serve and protect Mabel, Pathfinder.
That is an upright feeling, and I suppose it is nature. The serpent, who is nearly naked already, can help you, and this will be cutting off one of the means of them devils to work their harm.
This material point being settled, the different members of the party prepared themselves to put the project in execution. The shades of evening fell fast upon the forest, and by the time all was ready for the attempt, it was found impossible to discern objects on the opposite shore. Time now pressed, for Indian cunning could devise so many expedients for passing so narrow a stream that the Pathfinder was getting impatient to quit the spot. While Jasper and his companion entered the river, armed with nothing but their knives and the Delaware's tomahawk, observing the greatest caution not to betray their movements, the guide brought Mabel from her place of concealment, and, bidding her and Cap proceed along the shore to the foot of the rapids, he got into the canoe that remained in his possession, in order to carry it to the same place. This was easily effected. The canoe was laid against the bank, and Mabel and her uncle entered it, taking their seats as usual, while the Pathfinder, erect in the stern, held by a bush, in order to prevent the swift stream from sweeping them down its current. Several minutes of intense and breathless expectation followed, while they awaited the results of the bold attempt of their comrades. It will be understood that the two adventurers were compelled to swim across a deep and rapid channel before they could reach a part of the rift that admitted of wading. This portion of the enterprise was soon effected, and Jasper and the serpent struck the bottom side by side at the same instant. Having secured firm footing, they took hold of each other's hands, and waded slowly and with extreme caution in the supposed direction of the canoe. But the darkness was already so deep that they soon ascertained they were to be but little aided by the sense of sight, and that their search must be conducted on that species of instinct which enables the woodsman to find his way when the sun is hid, no stars appear, and all would seem chaos to one less accustomed to the mazes of the forest. Under these circumstances, Jasper submitted to be guided by the Delaware, whose habits best fitted him to take the lead. Still, it was no easy matter to wade amid the roaring element at that hour, and retain a clear recollection of the localities. By the time they believed themselves to be in the center of the stream, the two shores were discernible merely by masses of obscurity denser than common, the outlines against the clouds being barely distinguishable by the ragged tops of the trees. Once or twice the wanderers altered their course, in the consequence of unexpectedly stepping into deep water, for they knew that the boat had lodged on the shallowest part of the rift. In short, with this fact for their compass, Jasper and his companion wandered about in the water for nearly a quarter of an hour, and at the end of that period, which began to appear interminable to the young man, they found themselves apparently no nearer the object of their search than they had been at its commencement. Just as the Delaware was about to stop, in order to inform his associate that they would do well to return to the land, in order to take a fresh departure, he saw the form of a man moving about in the water, almost within reach of his arm. Jasper was at his side, and he at once understood that the Iroquois were engaged on the same errand as he was himself. "Bingo," he uttered in Jasper's ear. "The serpent will show his brother how to be cunning." The young sailor caught a glimpse of the figure at that instant, and the startling truth also flashed on his mind. Understanding the necessity of trusting all to the Delaware chief, he kept back while his friend moved cautiously in the direction in which the strange form had vanished. In another moment it was seen again, evidently moving towards themselves. The waters made such an uproar that little was to be apprehended from ordinary sounds, and the Indian, turning his head, hastily said, "Leave it to the cunning of the great serpent." "Phew!" exclaimed the strange savage, adding in the language of his people, "The canoe is found, but there were none to help me. Come, let us raise it from the rock." "Willingly," answered Chingachgook, who understood the dialect. "Lead, we will follow." The stranger, unable to distinguish between voices and accents amid the raging of the rapid, led the way in the necessary direction, and, the two others keeping close at his heels, all three speedily reached the canoe. The Iroquois laid hold of one end, Chingachgook placed himself in the center, and Jasper went to the opposite extremity, as it was important that the stranger should not detect the presence of a pale face, a discovery that might be made by the parts of the dress the young man still wore, as well as by the general appearance of his head. "Lift," said the Iroquois in the sententious manner of his race, and by a trifling effort the canoe was raised from the rock, held a moment in the air to empty it, and then placed carefully on the water in its proper position. All three held it firmly, lest it should escape from their hands under the pressure of the violent current, while the Iroquois, who led, of course, being at the upper end of the boat, took the direction of the eastern shore, or towards the spot where his friends waited his return. As the Delaware and Jasper well knew there must be several more of the Iroquois on the rift, from the circumstance that their own appearance had occasioned no surprise in the individual they had met, both felt the necessity of extreme caution. Men less bold and determined would have thought they were incurring too great a risk by thus venturing into the midst of their enemies. But these hardy borderers were unacquainted with fear, were accustomed to hazards, and so well understood the necessity of at least preventing their foes from getting the boat, that they would have cheerfully encountered even greater risks to secure their object. So all-important to the safety of Mabel, indeed, did Jasper deem the possession or the destruction of this canoe, that he had drawn his knife and stood ready to rip up the bark in order to render the boat temporarily unserviceable should anything occur to compel the Delaware and himself to abandon their prize. In the meantime, the Iroquois, who led the way, proceeded slowly through the water in the direction of his own party, still grasping the canoe and dragging his reluctant followers in his train. Once Chingachgook raised his tomahawk and was about to bury it in the brain of his confiding and unsuspicious neighbor, with the probability that the death cry or the floating body might give the alarm, induced that wary chief to change his purpose. At the next moment he regretted this indecision, for the three who clung to the canoe suddenly found themselves in the center of a party of no less than 4 others who were in quest of it. After the usual brief characteristic exclamations of satisfaction, the savages eagerly laid hold of the canoe, for all seemed impressed with the necessity of securing this important boat, the one side in order to assail their foes, and the other to secure their retreat. The addition to the party, however, was so unlooked for, and so completely gave the enemy the superiority, that for a few moments the ingenuity and address of even the Delaware were at fault. The 5 Iroquois, who seemed perfectly to understand their errand, pressed forward towards their own shore, without pausing to converse, their object being in truth to obtain the paddles, which they had previously secured, and to embark 3 or 4 warriors with all their rifles and powder horns, the want of which had alone prevented their crossing the river by swimming as soon as it was dark. In this manner the body of friends and foes, united, reached the margin of the eastern channel, where, as in the case of the western, the river was too deep to be waded. Here a short pause succeeded, it being necessary to determine the manner in which the canoe was to be carried across. One of the 4 who had just reached the boat was a chief, and the habitual deference which the American Indian pays to merit, experience, and station kept the others silent until this individual had spoken. The halt greatly added to the danger of discovering the presence of Jasper, in particular, who, however, had the precaution to throw the cap he wore in the bottom of the canoe. Being without his jacket and shirt, the outline of his figure in the obscurity would now be less likely to attract observation. His position, too, at the stern of the canoe a little favored his concealment, the Iroquois naturally keeping their looks directed the other way. Not so with Chingachgook. This warrior was literally in the midst of his most deadly foes, and he could scarcely move without touching one of them. Yet he was apparently unmoved, though he kept all his senses on the alert, in readiness to escape or to strike a blow at the proper moment. By carefully abstaining from looking towards those behind him, he lessened the chances of discovery, and waited with the indomitable patience of an Indian for the instant when he should be required to act. "Let all my young men but 2, one at each end of the canoe, cross and get their arms," said the Iroquois chief. "Let the 2 push over the boat." The Indians quietly obeyed, leaving Jasper at the stern, and the Iroquois who had found the canoe at the bow of the light craft, Chingachgook burying himself so deep in the river as to be passed by the others without detection. The splashing in the water, the tossing arms, and the calls of one to another soon announced that the 4 who had last joined the party were already swimming. As soon as this fact was certain, the Delaware rose, resumed his former station, and began to think the moment for action was come. One less habitually under self-restraint than this warrior would probably have now aimed his meditated blow, but Chingachgook knew there were more Iroquois behind him on the rift, and he was a warrior much too trained and experienced to risk anything unnecessarily. He suffered the Indian at the bow of the canoe to push off into the deep water, and then all 3 were swimming in the direction of the eastern shore. Instead, however, of helping the canoe across the swift current, no sooner did the Delaware and Jasper find themselves within the influence of its greatest force than both began to swim in a way to check their farther progress across the stream. Nor was this done suddenly,
or in the incautious manner in which a civilized man would have been apt to attempt the artifice, but warily, and so gradually that the Iroquois at the bow fancied at first he was merely struggling against the strength of the current. Of course, while acted on by these opposing efforts, the canoe drifted downstream, and in about a minute it was floating in still deeper water at the foot of the rift. Here, however, the Iroquois was not slow in finding that something unusual retarded their advance, and looking back, he first learned that he was resisted by the efforts of his companions. That second nature which grows up through habit instantly told the young Iroquois that he was alone with enemies. Dashing the water aside, he sprang at the throat of Chingachgook, and the two Indians, relinquishing their hold of the canoe, seized each other like tigers. In the midst of the darkness of that gloomy night, and floating in an element so dangerous to man when engaged in deadly strife, they appeared to forget everything but their fell animosity and their mutual desire to conquer. Jasper had now complete command of the canoe, which flew off like a feather impelled by the breath, under the violent reaction of the struggles of the two combatants. The first impulse of the youth was to swim to the aid of the Delaware, but the importance of securing the boat presented itself with tenfold force while he listened to the heavy breathings of the warriors as they throttled each other, and he proceeded as fast as possible towards the western shore. This he soon reached, and after a short search he succeeded in discovering the remainder of the party and in procuring his clothes. A few words sufficed to explain the situation in which he had left the Delaware and the manner in which the canoe had been obtained. When those who had been left behind had heard the explanations of Jasper, a profound stillness reigned among them, each listening intently in the vain hope of catching some clue to the result of the fearful struggle that had just taken place, if it were not still going on in the water. Nothing was audible beyond the steady roar of the rushing river, it being a part of the policy of their enemies on the opposite shore to observe the most death-like stillness. "Take this paddle, Jasper," said Pathfinder calmly, though the listeners thought his voice sounded more melancholy than usual, "and follow with your own canoe. It is unsafe for us to remain here longer."
"But the serpent?"
"The great serpent is in the hands of his own deity, and will live or die according to the intentions of Providence. We can do him no good, and may risk too much by remaining here in idleness, like women talking over their distresses. This darkness is very precious." A loud, long, piercing yell came from the shore, and cut short the words of the guide. "What is the meaning of that uproar, Master Pathfinder?" demanded Cap. "It sounds more like the outcries of devils than anything that can come from the throats of Christians and men." "Christians they are not, and do not pretend to be, and do not wish to be, and in calling them devils you have scarcely misnamed them. That yell is one of rejoicing, and it is as conquerors they have given it. The body of the serpent, no doubt, dead or alive, is in their power."
"And we,"
exclaimed Jasper, who felt a pang of generous regret as the idea that he might have averted the calamity presented itself to his mind had he not deserted his comrade. "We can do the chief no good, lad, and must quit this spot as fast as possible."
"Without one attempt to rescue him, without even knowing whether he be dead or living?"
"Jasper is right," said Mabel, who could speak, though her voice sounded huskily and smothered.
"I have no fears, uncle, and will stay here until we know what has become of our friend."
"That seems reasonable, Pathfinder," put in Cap. "Your true seaman cannot well desert a messmate, and I am glad to find that motives so correct exist among those freshwater people." "Tut, tut," returned the impatient guide, forcing the canoe into the stream as he spoke. "You know nothing, and you fear nothing. If you value your lives, think of reaching the garrison, and leave the Delaware in the hands of Providence. Ah's me, the deer that goes too often to the lick meets the hunter at last." End of chapter.
Chapter 7 of the Pathfinder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Pathfinder by James Fenimore Cooper, Chapter 7. And is this Yarrow? This the stream of which my fancy cherished, so faithfully a waking dream, an image that hath perished? Oh, that some minstrel's harp were near, to utter notes of gladness, and chase the silence from the air that fills my heart with sadness. Attributed to Wordsworth. The scene was not without its sublimity, and the ardent, generous-minded Mabel felt her blood thrill in her veins and her cheeks flush as the canoe shot into the strength of the stream to quit the spot. The darkness of the night had lessened by the dispersion of the clouds, but the overhanging woods rendered the shore so obscure that the boats floated down the current in a belt of gloom that effectually secured them from detection. Still, there was necessarily a strong feeling of insecurity in all aboard them, and even Jasper, who by this time began to tremble on behalf of the girl at every unusual sound that arose from the forest, kept casting uneasy glances around him as he drifted on in company. The paddle was used lightly and only with exceeding care, for the slightest sound in the breathing stillness of that hour and place might apprise the watchful ears of the Iroquois of their position. All these accessories added to the impressive grandeur of her situation, and contributed to render the moment much the most exciting which had ever occurred in the brief existence of Mabel Dunham. Spirited, accustomed to self-reliance, and sustained by the pride of considering herself a soldier's daughter, she could hardly be said to be under the influence of fear, yet her heart often beat quicker than common, her fine blue eye lighted with an exhibition of a resolution that was wasted in the darkness, and her quickened feelings came in aid of the real sublimity that belonged to the scene and to the incidents of the night. "Mabel," said the suppressed voice of Jasper, as the two canoes floated so near each other that the hand of the young man held them together, "you have no dread? You trust freely to our care and willingness to protect you?" "I am a soldier's daughter, as you know, Jasper Western, and ought to be ashamed to confess fear. Rely on me, on us all. Your uncle Pathfinder, the Delaware, were the poor fellow here, I myself will risk everything rather than harm should reach you." "I believe you, Jasper," returned the girl, her hand unconsciously playing in the water. "I know that my uncle loves me, and will never think of himself until he has first thought of me. And I believe you are all my father's friends, and would willingly assist his child. But I am not so feeble and weak-minded as you may think. For, though only a girl from the towns, and like most of that class, a little disposed to see danger where there is none, I promise you, Jasper, no foolish fears of mine shall stand in the way of your doing your duty." "The sergeant's daughter is right, and she is worthy of being honest Thomas Dunham's child," put in the Pathfinder. "Ah's me, pretty one, many is the time that your father and I have scouted and marched together on the flanks and rear of the enemy, in nights darker than this, and that, too, when we did not know what the next moment would lead us into a bloody ambushment. I was at his side when he got the wound in his shoulder, and the honest fellow will tell you, when you meet, the manner in which we contrived to cross the river which lay in our rear, in order to save his scalp." "He has told me," said Mabel, with more energy perhaps than her situation rendered prudent. "I have his letters, in which he has mentioned all that, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for the service. God will remember it, Pathfinder, and there is no gratitude that you can ask of the daughter which she will not cheerfully repay for her father's life." "Aye, that is the way with all your gentle and pure-hearted creatures. I have seen some of you before, and have heard of others. The sergeant himself has talked to me of his own young days, and of your mother, and of the manner in which he courted her,
and of all the crossings and disappointments, until he succeeded at last. My mother did not live long to repay him for what he did to win her, said Mabel with a trembling lip. So he tells me. The honest sergeant has kept nothing back, for being so many years my senior, he has looked on me, in our many scoutings together, as a sort of son. Perhaps, Pathfinder, observed Jasper with a huskiness in his voice that defeated the attempted pleasantry, he would be glad to have you for one in reality.
And if he did, O Deuce, where would be the sin of it? He knows what I am on a trail or a scout, and he has seen me often face to face with the Frenchers. I have sometimes thought, lad, that we all ought to seek for wives, for the man that lives altogether in the woods, and in company with his enemies or his prey, gets to lose some of the feeling of kind in the end. It is not easy to dwell always in the presence of God, and not feel the power of his goodness. I have attended church service in the garrisons, and tried hard, as becomes a true soldier, to join in the prayers. For, though no enlisted servant of the king, I fight his battles and serve his cause, and so I have endeavored to worship garrison fashion, but never could raise within me the solemn feelings and true affection that I feel when alone with God in the forest. There I seem to stand face to face with my Master. All around me is fresh and beautiful, as it came from his hand, and there is no nicety or doctrine to chill the feelings. No, the woods are the true temple after all, for there the thoughts are free to mount higher even than the clouds. You speak the truth, Master Pathfinder, said Cap, and a truth that all who live much in solitude know. What, for instance, is the reason that seafaring men in general are so religious and conscientious in all they do, but the fact that they are so often alone with Providence, have so little to do with the wickedness of the land? Many and many is the time that I have stood my watch, under the equator perhaps, or in the southern ocean, when the nights are lighted up with the fires of heaven. And that is a time, I can tell you, my hearties, to bring a man to his bearings in the way of his sins. I have rattled down mine again and again under such circumstances, till the shrouds and lanyards of conscience have fairly creaked with the strain. I agree with you, Master Pathfinder, therefore, in saying, if you want a truly religious man, go to sea or go into the woods.
Uncle, I thought seamen had little credit generally for their respect for religion.
Oh, damn slander, girl! For all the essentials of Christianity, the seaman beats the landsman hand over hand. I will not answer for all this, Master Cap, returned Pathfinder, but I dare say some of it may be true. I want no thunder and lightning to remind me of my God, nor am I as apt to bethink on most of all his goodness in trouble and tribulations, as on a calm, solemn, quiet day in a forest, when his voice is heard in the creaking of a dead branch, or in the song of a bird, as much in my ears, at least, as it is ever heard in uproars and gales. How is it with you, O Deuce? You face the tempest as well as Master Cap, and ought to know something of the feelings of storms.
I fear that I am much too young and too inexperienced to be able to say much on such a subject, modestly answered Jasper. But you have your feelings, said Mabel quickly. You cannot. No one can live among such scenes without feeling how much they ought to trust in God. I shall not belie my training so much as to say I do not sometimes think of these things, but I fear it is not so often or as much as I ought. Fresh water, returned Cap pithily. You are not to expect too much of the young man, Mabel. I think they call you sometimes by a name that would insinuate all this. Eau de vie, is it not? Eau douce, quietly replied Jasper, who from sailing on the lake had acquired a knowledge of French, as well as of several of the Indian dialects. It is a name the Iroquois have given me to distinguish me from some of my companions who once sailed upon the sea, and are fond of filling the ears of the natives with stories of their great saltwater lakes.
And why shouldn't they? I dare say they do the savages no harm.
Aye, O Deuce, that must mean the white brandy, which may well enough be called the deuce, for deuced stuff it is. The signification of eau douce is sweet water, and it is the manner in which the French express fresh water, rejoined Jasper, a little nettled.
And how the devil do they make water out of eau in douce, when it means brandy and eau de vie? Besides, among seamen, eau always means brandy, and eau de vie, brandy of a high proof. I think nothing of your ignorance, young man, for it is natural to your situation and cannot be helped. If you will return with me and make a voyage or two on the Atlantic, it will serve you a good turn in the remainder of your days. And Mabel there, and all the other young women near the coast, will think all the better of you should you live to be as old as one of the trees in this forest.
Nay, nay, interrupted the single-hearted and generous guide. Jasper wants not for friends in this region, I can assure you, and though seeing the world, according to his habits, may do him good as well as another, we shall think none the worse of him if he never quits us. Eau douce or eau de vie, he is a brave, true-hearted youth, and I always sleep as soundly when he is on the watch as if I was up and stirring myself. Aye, and for that matter, sounder too. The sergeant's daughter here doesn't believe it necessary for the lad to go to sea in order to make a man of him, or one who is worthy to be respected and esteemed. Mabel made no reply to this appeal, and she even looked towards the western shore, although the darkness rendered the natural movements unnecessary to conceal her face. But Jasper felt that there was a necessity for his saying something, the pride of youth and manhood revolting at the idea of his being in a condition not to command the respect of his fellows or the smiles of his equals of the other sex. Still, he was unwilling to utter aught that might be considered harsh to the uncle of Mabel, and his self-command was perhaps more creditable than his modesty and spirit.
I pretend not to things I don't possess, he said, and lay no claim to any knowledge of the ocean or of navigation. We steer by the stars and the compass on these lakes, running from headland to headland, and having little need of figures and calculations, make no use of them. But we have our claims notwithstanding, as I have often heard from those who have passed years on the ocean. In the first place, we have always the land aboard, and much of the time on a lee shore, and that I have frequently heard makes hardy sailors. Our gales are sudden and severe, and we are compelled to run for our ports at all hours.
You have your leads, interrupted Cap.
They are of little use, and are seldom cast.
The deep seas.
I have heard of such things, but confess I never saw one.
Oh, deuce with a vengeance! A trader and no deep sea! Why, boy, you cannot pretend to be anything of a mariner. Who the devil ever heard of a seaman without his deep sea?
I do not pretend to any particular skill, Master Cap.
Except in shooting falls, Jasper, except in shooting falls and riffs, said Pathfinder, coming to the rescue, in which business even you, Master Cap, must allow he has some handiness. In my judgment, every man is to be esteemed or condemned according to his gifts, and if Master Cap is useless in running the Oswego Falls, I try to remember that he is useful when out of sight of land, and if Jasper be useless when out of sight of land, I do not forget that he has a true eye and steady hand when running the falls.
But Jasper is not useless, would not be useless when out of sight of land, said Mabel with a spirit and energy that caused her clear, sweet voice to be startling amid the solemn stillness of that extraordinary scene. No one can be useless there who can do so much here, is what I mean, though I dare say he is not as well acquainted with ships as my uncle.
Aye, bolster each other up in your ignorance, returned Cap with a sneer. We seamen are so much outnumbered when ashore that it is seldom we get our dues.
But when you want to be defended, or trade is to be carried on, there is outcry enough for us.
But, uncle, landsmen do not come to attack our coasts, so that seamen only meet seamen.
So much for ignorance. Where are all the enemies that have landed in this country? French and English? Let me inquire, niece. Sure enough, where are they? Ejaculated Pathfinder. None can tell better than we who dwell in the woods, Master Cap. I have often followed their line of march by bones bleaching in the rain, and have found their trail by graves, years after they and their pride have vanished together. Generals and privates, they lay scattered throughout the land, so many proofs of what men are when led on by their love of great names and the wish to be more than their fellows. I must say, Master Pathfinder, that you sometimes utter opinions that are a little remarkable for a man who lives by the rifle, seldom snuffing the air but he smells gunpowder, or turning out of his berth but to bear down on an enemy. If you think I pass my days in warfare against my kind, you know neither me nor my history. The man that lives in the woods and on the frontiers must take the chances of the things among which he dwells. For this I am not accountable, being but an humble and powerless hunter and scout and guide. My real calling is to hunt for the army, on its marches and in times of peace, although I am more especially engaged in the service of one officer, who is now absent in the settlements, where I never follow him. No, no, bloodshed and warfare are not my real gifts, but peace and mercy. Still, I must face the enemy as well as another, and as for a Mingo, I look upon him as man looks on a snake, a creature to be put beneath the heel whenever a fitting occasion offers. Well, well, I have mistaken your calling, which I had thought as regularly warlike as that of a ship's gunner. There is my brother-in-law now. He has been a soldier since he was 16, and he looks upon his trade as every way as respectable as that of a seafaring man, a point I hardly think is worthwhile to dispute with him.
My father has been taught to believe that it is honorable to carry arms, said Mabel, for his father was a soldier before him.
Yes, yes, resumed the guide. Most of the sergeant's gifts are martial, and he looks at most things in this world over the barrel of his musket. One of his notions now is to prefer a king's piece to a regular double-sided long-barreled rifle. Such conceits will come over men from long habit, and prejudice is, perhaps, the commonest failing of a human nature.
While the desultory conversation just related had been carried on in subdued voices, the canoes were dropping slowly down with the current within the deep shadows of the western shore, the paddles being used merely to preserve the desired direction and proper positions. The strength of the stream varied materially, the water being seemingly still in places, while in other reaches Chapter 1 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World. I have wrought my simple plan if I give 1 hour of joy to the boy who's half a man, or the man who's half a boy. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The Foreword. Mr. E.D. Malone desires to state that both the injunction for restraint and the libel action have been withdrawn unreservedly by Professor G.E. Challenger, who, being satisfied that no criticism or comment in this book is meant in an offensive spirit, has guaranteed that he will place no impediment to its publication and circulation. Chapter 1. There are heroisms all round us. Mr. Hungerton, her father, really was the most tactless person upon earth, a fluffy, feathery, untidy cockatoo of a man, perfectly good-natured, but absolutely centered upon his own silly self. If anything could have driven me from Gladys, it would have been the thought of such a father-in-law. I'm convinced that he really believed in his heart that I came round to the Chestnuts 3 days a week for the pleasure of his company, and very especially to hear his views upon bimetallism, a subject upon which he was by way of being an authority. For an hour or more that evening I listened to his monotonous chirrup about bad money driving out good, the token value of silver, the depreciation of the rupee, and the true standards of exchange. Suppose, he cried with feeble violence, that all the debts in the world were called up simultaneously, and immediate payment insisted upon. What under our present conditions would happen then? I gave the self-evident answer that I should be a ruined man, upon which he jumped from his chair, reproved me for my habitual levity, which made it impossible for him to discuss any reasonable subject in my presence, and bounced off out of the room to dress for a Masonic meeting. At last I was alone with Gladys, and the moment of fate had come. All that evening I had felt like the soldier who awaits the signal which will send him on a forlorn hope of victory and fear of repulse alternating in his mind. She sat with that proud, delicate profile of hers outlined against the red curtain. How beautiful she was, and yet how aloof. We had been friends, quite good friends, but never could I get beyond the same comradeship which I might have established with one of my fellow reporters upon the Gazette. Perfectly frank, perfectly kindly, and perfectly unsexual. My instincts are all against a woman being too frank and at ease with me. It is no compliment to a man. Where the real sex feeling begins, timidity and distrust are its companions. Heritage from old wicked days when love and violence went often hand in hand. The bent head, the averted eye, the faltering voice, the wincing figure, these, and not the unshrinking gaze and frank reply, are the true signals of passion. Even in my short life I had learned as much as that, or had inherited it in that race memory which we call instinct. Gladys was full of every womanly quality. Some judged her to be cold and hard, but such a thought was treason. That delicately bronzed skin, almost oriental in its coloring, that raven hair, the large liquid eyes, the full but exquisite lips, all the stigmata of passion were there. But I was sadly conscious that up to now I had never found the secret of drawing it forth. However, come what might, I should have done with suspense and bring matters to a head tonight. She could but refuse me, and better be a repulsed lover than an accepted brother. So far my thoughts had carried me, and I was about to break the long and uneasy silence, when two critical, dark eyes looked round at me, and the proud head was shaken in smiling reproof. I have a presentiment that you are going to propose, Ned, I do wish you wouldn't, for things are so much nicer as they are. I drew my chair a little nearer. Now, how did you know that I was going to propose? I asked in genuine wonder. Don't women always know? Do you suppose any woman in the world was ever taken unawares? But, oh, Ned, our friendship has been so good and so pleasant. What a pity to spoil it. Don't you feel how splendid it is that a young man and a young woman should be able to talk face to face as we have talked? I don't know, Gladys. You see, I can talk face to face with the station master. I can't imagine how that official came into the matter, but in he trotted and set us both laughing. That does not satisfy me in the least. I want my arms around you and your head on my breast, and, oh, Gladys, I want... She had sprung from her chair as she saw signs that I proposed to demonstrate some of my wants. You spoiled everything, Ned, she said. It's all so beautiful and natural until this kind of thing comes in. It is such a pity. Why can't you control yourself? I didn't invent it, I pleaded. It's nature. It's love. Well, perhaps if both love, it may be different. I have never felt it. But you must. You, with your beauty, with your soul. Oh, Gladys, you were made for love. You must love. One must wait till it comes. But why can't you love me, Gladys? Is it my appearance, or what? She did unbend a little. She put forward a hand, such a gracious, stooping attitude it was, and she pressed back my head. Then she looked into my upturned face with a very wistful smile. No, it isn't that, she said at last. You're not a conceited boy by nature, and so I can safely tell you it is not that. It's deeper. My character? She nodded severely. What can I do to mend it? Do sit down and talk it over. No, really, I won't if you'll only sit down. She looked at me with a wondering distrust, which was much more to my mind than her wholehearted confidence. How primitive and bestial it looks when you put it down in black and white. And perhaps after all it is only a feeling peculiar to myself. Anyway, she sat down. Now tell me what's amiss with me. I'm in love with somebody else, said she. It was my turn to jump out of my chair. It's nobody in particular, she explained, laughing at the expression of my face. Only an ideal. I've never met the kind of man I mean. Tell me about him. What does he look like? Oh, he might look very much like you. How dear of you to say that. Well, what is it that he does that I don't do? Just say the word. Teetotal, vegetarian, aeronaut, theosophist, Superman? I'll have a try at it, Gladys, if you will only give me an idea what would please you. She laughed at the elasticity of my character. Well, in the first place, I don't think my ideal would speak like that, said she. He would be a harder, sterner man, not so ready to adapt himself to a silly girl's whim. But, above all, he must be a man who could do, who could act, who could look death in the face and have no fear of him. A man of great deeds and strange experiences. It is never a man that I should love, but always the glories he had won, for they would be reflected upon me. Think of Richard Burton. When I read his wife's life of him, I could so understand her love. And Lady Stanley, did you ever read the wonderful last chapter of that book about her husband? These are the sort of men that a woman could worship with all her soul, and yet be the greater, not the less, on account of her love, honored by all the world as the inspirer of noble deeds. She looked so beautiful in her enthusiasm that I nearly brought down the whole level of the interview. I gripped myself hard and went on with the argument. We can't all be Stanleys and Burtons, said I. Besides, we don't get the chance. At least I never had the chance. If I did, I should try to take it. The chances are all around you. It is the mark of the kind of man I mean that he makes his own chances. You can't hold him back. I've never met him, and yet I seem to know him so well. There are heroisms all round us waiting to be done. It's for men to do them, and for women to reserve their love as the reward for such men. Look at that young Frenchman who went up last week in a balloon. It was blowing a gale of wind, but because he was announced to go, he insisted on starting. The wind blew him 1,500 miles in 24 hours, and he fell in the middle of Russia. That was the kind of man I mean. Think of the woman he loved, and how other women must have envied her. That's what I should like to be, envied for my man. I'd have done it to please you. But you shouldn't do it merely to please me. You should do it because you can't help yourself, because it's natural to you, because the man in you is crying out for heroic expression. Now, when you described the Wigan coal explosion last month, could you not have gone down and helped those people in spite of the choke damp? I did. You never said so. There was nothing worth fucking about. I didn't know. She looked at me with rather more interest. That was brave of you. I had to. If you want to write good copy, you must be where the things are. What a prosaic motive. It seems to take all the romance out of it. But still, whatever your motive, I am glad that you went down that mine. She gave me her hand, but with such sweetness and dignity that I could only stoop and kiss it. I dare say I am merely a foolish woman with a young girl's fancies, and yet it is so real with me, so entirely part of my very self, that I cannot help acting upon it. If I marry, I do want to marry a famous man. Why should you not? I cried. It is women like you who brace men up. Give me a chance and see if I will take it. Besides, as you say, men ought to make their own chances and not wait until they are given. Look at Clive, just the clerk, when he conquered India. By George, I'll do something in the world yet. She laughed at my sudden Irish effervescence. Why not? She said. You have everything a man could have: youth, health, strength, education, energy. I was sorry you spoke, and now I am glad, so glad, if it wakens those thoughts in you. And if I do? Her dear hand rested like warm velvet upon my lips. Not another word, sir. You should have been at the office for evening duty half an hour ago, only I hadn't the heart to remind you. Some day, perhaps, when you have won your place in the world, we shall talk it over again. And so it was that I found myself that foggy November evening pursuing the Camberwell tram with my heart glowing within me, and with the eager determination that not another day should elapse before I should find some deed which was worthy of my lady. But who in all this wide world could ever have imagined the incredible shape which that deed was to take, or the strange steps by which I was led to the doing of it? And, after all, this opening chapter will seem to the reader to have nothing to do with my narrative, and yet there would have been no narrative without it. For it is only when a man goes out into the world with the thought that there are heroisms all round him, and with a desire all alive in his heart to follow any which may come within sight of him, that he breaks away as I did from the life he knows, and ventures forth into the wonderful mystic twilight land where lie the great adventures and the great rewards. Behold me, then, at the office of the Daily Gazette, on the staff of which I was a most insignificant unit, with a settled determination that very night, if possible, to find the quest which should be worthy of my Gladys. Was it hardness? Was it selfishness that she should ask me to risk my life for her own glorification? Such thoughts may come to middle age, but never to ardent 23 in the fever of his first love. End of chapter. Chapter 2 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 2. Try Your Luck with Professor Challenger. I always liked McArdle, the crabbed, old, round-backed, red-headed news editor, and I rather hoped that he liked me. Of course, Beaumont was the real boss, but he lived in the rarefied atmosphere of some Olympian height from which he could distinguish nothing smaller than an international crisis or a split in the cabinet. Sometimes we saw him passing in lonely majesty to his inner sanctum, with his eyes staring vaguely and his mind hovering over the Balkans or the Persian Gulf. He was above and beyond us, but McArdle was his first lieutenant, and it was he that we knew. The old man nodded as I entered the room, and he pushed his spectacles far up on his bald forehead. "Well, Mr. Malone, from all I hear, you seem to be doing very well," said he in his kindly Scotch accent. I thanked him. "The colliery explosion was excellent. So was the Southwark fire. You have the true descriptive touch. What did you want to see me about?" "To ask a favor." He looked alarmed, and his eyes shunned mine. "Tut, tut, what is it?" "Do you think, sir, that you could possibly send me on some mission for the paper? I would do my best to put it through and get you some good copy." "What sort of mission had you in mind, Mr. Malone?" "Well, sir, anything that had adventure and danger in it. I really would do my very best. The more difficult it was, the better it would suit me." "You seem very anxious to lose your life." "To justify my life, sir." "Dear me, Mr. Malone, this is very exalted. I'm afraid that the day for this sort of thing is rather past. The expense of the special mission business hardly justifies the result, and of course, in any case, it would only be an experienced man with a name that would command public confidence who would get such an order. The big blank spaces in the map are all being filled in, and there's no room for romance anywhere. Wait a bit, though," he added with a sudden smile upon his face. "Talking of the blank spaces of the map gives me an idea. What about exposing a fraud, a modern Munchausen, and making him ridiculous? You could show him up as the liar that he is. Eh, man, it would be fine. How does it appeal to you?" "Anything, anywhere. I care nothing." McArdle was plunged in thought for some minutes. "I wonder whether you could get on friendly, or at least on talking terms with the fellow," he said at last. "You seem to have a sort of genius for establishing relations with people. Sympathy, I suppose, or animal magnetism, or youthful vitality, or something. I am conscious of it myself." "You are very good, sir. So why should you not try your luck with Professor Challenger of Enmore Park?" I dare say I looked a little startled. "Challenger!" I cried. "Professor Challenger, the famous zoologist? Wasn't he the man who broke the skull of Blundell of the Telegraph?" The news editor smiled grimly. "Do you mind? Didn't you say it was adventures you were after?" "It is all in the way of business, sir," I answered. "Exactly. I don't suppose he can always be so violent as that. I'm thinking that Blundell got him at the wrong moment, maybe, or in the wrong fashion. You may have better luck or more tact in handling him. There's something in your line there, I'm sure, and the Gazette should work it." "I really know nothing about him," said I. "I only remember his name in connection with the police court proceedings for striking Blundell. I have a few notes for your guidance, Mr. Malone. I've had my eye on the professor for some little time." He took a paper from a drawer. "Here is a summary of his record. I give it to you briefly. Challenger, George Edward, born, Largs, N.B., 1863.
Education, Largs Academy, Edinburgh University. British Museum Assistant, 1892. Assistant Keeper of Comparative Anthropology Department, 1893. Resigned after acrimonious correspondence the same year. Winner of Crayston's Medal for Zoological Research. Foreign member of, well, quite a lot of things. About 2 inches of small type. Société Belge, American Academy of Sciences, La Plata, etc., etc. Ex-President, Paleontological Society. Section H, British Association, as so on and so on. Publications, some observations upon a series of Kalmuk skulls. Outlines of vertebrate evolution, and numerous papers, including the underlying fallacy of Weismannism, which caused heated discussion at the Zoological Congress of Vienna. Recreations, walking, alpine climbing, Egress, Enmore Park, Kensington, W. There, take it with you. I've nothing more for you tonight. I pocketed the slip of paper. "One moment, sir," I said, as I realized that it was a pink bald head and not a red face which was fronting me. "I am not very clear yet why I am to interview this gentleman. What has he done?" The face flashed back again. "Went to South America on a solitary expedition 2 years ago. Came back last year. Had undoubtedly been to South America, but refused to say exactly where. Began to tell his adventures in a vague way, but somebody started to pick holes, and he just shut up like an oyster. Something wonderful happened, or the man's a champion liar, which is the more probable supposition. Had some damaged photographs, said to be fakes. Got so touchy that he assaults anyone who asks questions, and heaves reporters down the stairs. In my opinion, he's just a homicidal megalomaniac with a turn for science. That's your man, Mr. Malone. Now, off you run, and see what you can make of him. You're big enough to look after yourself. Anyway, you are all safe. Employer's Liability Act, you know." A grinning red face turned once more into a pink oval, fringed with gingery fluff. The interview was at an end. I walked across to the Savage Club, but instead of turning into it, I leaned upon the railings of Adelphi Terrace and gazed thoughtfully for a long time at the brown, oily river. I can always think most sanely and clearly in the open air. I took out the list of Professor Challenger's exploits, and I read it over under the electric lamp. Then I had what I can only regard as an inspiration. As a pressman, I felt sure from what I had been told that I could never hope to get into touch with this cantankerous professor. But these recriminations, twice mentioned in his skeleton biography, could only mean that he was a fanatic in science. Was there not an exposed margin there upon which he might be accessible? I would try. I entered the club. It was just after 11, and the big room was fairly full, though the rush had not yet set in. I noticed a tall, thin, angular man seated in an armchair by the fire. He turned as I drew my chair up to him. It was the man of all others whom I should have chosen, Hart Henry, of the staff of nature, a thin, dry, leathery creature who was full, to those who knew him, of kindly humanity. I plunged instantly into my subject. "What do you know of Professor Challenger?" "Challenger?" He gathered his brows in scientific disapproval. "Challenger was the man who came with some cock-and-bull story from South America." "What story?" "Oh, it was rank nonsense about some queer animals he had discovered. I believe he has retracted since. Anyhow, he has suppressed it all. He gave an interview to Reuters, and there was such a howl that he saw it wouldn't do. It was a discreditable business. There were 1 or 2 folk who were inclined to take him seriously, but he soon choked them off." "How?" "Well, by his insufferable rudeness and impossible behavior. There was poor old Wadley of the Zoological Institute. Wadley sent a message. The president of the Zoological Institute presents his compliments to Professor Challenger. and would take it as a personal favor if he would do them the honor to come to their next meeting. The answer was unprintable. You don't say. Well, a Bowdlerized version of it would run, Professor Challenger presents his compliments to the president of the Zoological Institute, and would take it as a personal favor if he would go to the devil. Good Lord! Yes, I expect that's what old Wadley said. I remember his wail at the meeting, which began, "In 50 years' experience of scientific intercourse," and it quite broke the old man up. Anything more about Challenger? Well, I'm a bacteriologist, you know. I live in a 900 diameter microscope. I can hardly claim to take serious notice of anything that I see with my naked eye. I'm a frontiersman from the extreme edge of the knowable, and I feel quite out of place when I leave my study and come into touch with all you great, rough, hulking creatures. I'm too detached to talk scandal and yet at scientific conversationes. I have heard something of Challenger, for he is one of those men whom nobody can ignore. He's as clever as they make 'em, a full-charged battery of force and vitality, but a quarrelsome, ill-conditioned faddist and unscrupulous at that. He had gone the length of faking some photographs over the South American business. You say he is a faddist. What is his particular fad? He has 1,000, but the latest is something about Weissman and evolution. He had a fearful row about it in Vienna, I believe. Can't you tell me the point? Not at the moment, but a translation of the proceedings exists. We have it filed at the office. Would you care to come? It's just what I want. I have to interview the fellow, and I need some lead up to him. It's really awfully good of you to give me a lift. I'll go with you now if it's not too late. Half an hour later, I was seated in the newspaper office with a huge tome in front of me, which had been opened at the article Weissman versus Darwin, with the subheading Spirited Protest at Vienna, Lively Proceedings. My scientific education having been somewhat neglected, I was unable to follow the whole argument, but it was evident that the English professor had handled his subject in a very aggressive fashion, and had thoroughly annoyed his continental colleagues. Protests, uproar, and general appeal to the chairman were 3 of the first brackets which caught my eye. Most of the matter might have been written in Chinese for any definite meaning that it conveyed to my brain. I wish you would translate it into English for me, I said pathetically to my helpmate. Well, it is a translation. Then I'd better try my luck with the original. It is certainly rather deep for a layman. If I could only get a single good, meaty sentence which seemed to convey some sort of definite human idea, it would serve my turn. Ah, yes, this one will do. I seem in a vague way almost to understand it. I'll copy it out. This shall be my link with the terrible professor. Nothing else I can do? Well, yes, I propose to write to him. If I could frame the letter here and use your address, it would give atmosphere. We'll have the fellow round here making a row and breaking the furniture. No, you'll see the letter. Nothing contentious, I assure you. Well, there's my chair and desk. You'll find paper there. I'd like to censor it before it goes. It took some doing, but I flatter myself that it wasn't such a bad job when it was finished. I read it aloud to the critical bacteriologist with some pride in my handiwork. Dear Professor Challenger, it said, as a humble student of nature, I have always taken the most profound interest in your speculations as to the differences between Darwin and Weissman. I have recently had occasion to refresh my memory by rereading You Infernal Liar, murmured Tarp Henry. By rereading your masterly address at Vienna. That lucid and admirable statement seems to be the last word in the matter. There's one sentence in it, however, namely, I protest strongly against the insufferable and entirely dogmatic assertion that each separate id is a microcosm possessed of an historical architecture elaborated slowly through the series of generations. Have you no desire, in view of later research, to modify this statement? Do you not think that it is over-accentuated? With your permission, I would ask the favor of an interview, as I feel strongly upon the subject, and have certain suggestions which I could only elaborate in a personal conversation. With your consent, I trust to have the honor of calling at 11 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Wednesday morning. I remain, sir, with assurances of profound respect, yours very truly, Edward D. Malone. How's that? I asked triumphantly. Well, if your conscience can stand it, it has never failed me yet. But what do you mean to do? To get there, once I am in his room, I may see some opening. I may even go the length of open confession. If he is a sportsman, he will be tickled. Tickled indeed. He's much more likely to do the tickling. Chainmail or an American football suit, that's what you'll want. Well, goodbye. I'll have the answer for you here on Wednesday morning, if he ever deigns to answer you. He is a violent, dangerous, cantankerous character, hated by everyone who comes across him, and the butt of the students, so far as they dare to take a liberty with him. Perhaps it would be best for you if you never heard from the fellow at all. End of chapter. Chapter 3 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 3. He is a perfectly impossible person. My friend's fear or hope was not destined to be realized. When I called on Wednesday, there was a letter with the West Kensington postmark upon it, and my name scrawled across the envelope in a handwriting which looked like a barbed wire railing. The contents were as follows. Enmore Park, W. Sir, I have duly received your note, in which you claim to endorse my views, although I am not aware that they are dependent upon endorsement either from you or anyone else. You have ventured to use the word speculation with regard to my statement upon the subject of Darwinism, and I would call your attention to the fact that such a word in such a connection is offensive to a degree. The text convinces me, however, that you have sinned rather through ignorance and tactlessness than through malice, so I am content to pass the matter by. You quote an isolated sentence from my lecture and appear to have some difficulty in understanding it. I should have thought that only a subhuman intelligence could have failed to grasp the point, but if it really needs amplification, I shall consent to see you at the hour named, though visits and visitors of every sort are exceeding distasteful to me. As to your suggestion that I may modify my opinion, I would have you know that it is not my habit to do so after a deliberate expression of my mature views. You will kindly show the envelope of this letter to my man, Austin, when you call, as he has to take every precaution to shield me from the intrusive rascals who call themselves journalists. Yours faithfully, George Edward Challenger. This was the letter that I read aloud to Tarp Henry, who had come down early to hear the result of my venture. His only remark was, "There's some new stuff, Cuticura or something, which is better than Arnica." Some people have such extraordinary notions of humor. It was nearly 10:30 before I had received my message, but a taxicab took me round in good time for my appointment. It was an imposing porticoed house at which we stopped, and the heavily curtained windows gave every indication of wealth upon the part of this formidable professor. The door was opened by an odd, swarthy, dried-up person of uncertain age, with a dark pilot jacket and brown leather gaiters. I found afterwards that he was the chauffeur, who filled the gaps left by a succession of fugitive butlers. He looked me up and down with a searching light blue eye. Expected? Yes. An appointment. Got your letter? I produced the envelope. Right. He seemed to be a person of few words. Following him down the passage, I was suddenly interrupted by a small woman who stepped out from what proved to be the dining room door. She was a bright, vivacious, dark-eyed lady, more French than English in her type. "One moment," she said. "You can wait, Austin. Step in here, sir. May I ask if you have met my husband before?" "No, madam, I have not had the honor." "Then I apologize to you in advance. I must tell you that he is a perfectly impossible person. Absolutely impossible. If you are forewarned, then you shall be the more ready to make allowances." "It is most considerate of you, madam." "Get quickly out of the room if he seems inclined to be violent. Don't wait to argue with him. Several people have been injured through doing that. Afterwards there is a public scandal, and it reflects upon me and all of us. I suppose it wasn't about South America you wanted to see him?" I could not lie to a lady. "Dear me, this is his most dangerous subject. You won't believe a word he says. I'm sure I don't wonder. But don't tell him so, for it makes him very violent. Pretend to believe him, and you may get through all right. Remember, he believes it himself. Of that you may be assured. A more honest man never lived. Don't wait any longer, or he may suspect. If you find him dangerous, really dangerous, ring the bell and hold him off until I come. Even at his worst, I can usually control him." With these encouraging words, the lady handed me over to the taciturn Austin, who had waited like a bronze statue of discretion during our short interview, and I was conducted to the end of the passage. There was a tap at the door, a bull's bellow from within, and I was face to face with the professor. He sat in a rotating chair behind a broad table, which was covered with books, maps, and diagrams. As I entered, his feet spun round to face me. His appearance made me gasp. I was prepared for something strange, but not for so overpowering a personality as this. It was his size which took one's breath away, his size and his imposing presence. His head was enormous, the largest I have ever seen upon a human being. I'm sure that his top hat, had I ever ventured to don it, would have slipped over me entirely and rested on my shoulders. He had the face and beard which I associate with an Assyrian bull, the former florid, the latter so black as almost to have a suspicion of blue, spade-shaped and rippling down over his chest. The hair was peculiar, plastered down in front in a long, curving wisp over his massive forehead. The eyes were blue-gray under great black tufts, very clear, very critical, and very masterful. A huge spread of shoulders and a chest like a barrel were the other parts of him which appeared above the table, save for two enormous hands covered with long black hair. This and a bellowing, roaring, rumbling sound made up my first impression of the notorious Professor Challenger. "Well," said he with a most insolent stare, "what now?" I must keep up my deception for at least a little time longer, otherwise here was evidently an end of the interview. "You were good enough to give me an appointment, sir," said I, humbly, producing his envelope. He took my letter from his desk and laid it out before him. "Oh, you are the young person who cannot understand plain English, are you? My general conclusions you are good enough to approve, as I understand." Entirely, sir, entirely." I was very emphatic. "Dear me, that strengthens my position very much. does it not? Your age and appearance make your support doubly valuable. Well, at least you are better than that herd of swine in Vienna, whose gregarious grunt is, however, not more offensive than the isolated effort of the British hog. He glared at me as the present representative of the beast. They seem to have behaved abominably, said I. I assure you that I can fight my own battles, and that I have no possible need of your sympathy. Put me alone, sir, and with my back to the wall. GEC is happiest then. Well, sir, let us do what we can to curtail this visit, which can hardly be agreeable to you, and is inexpressibly irksome to me. You had, as I have been led to believe, some comments to make upon the proposition which I advanced in my thesis. There was a brutal directness about his methods which made evasion difficult. I must still make play and wait for a better opening. It seemed simple enough at a distance. Oh, my Irish wits, could they not help me now, when I needed help so sorely? He transfixed me with two sharp, steely eyes. Come, he rumbled. I am, of course, a mere student, said I, with a fatuous smile. Hardly more, I might say, than an earnest inquirer. At the same time, it seemed to me that you were a little severe upon Weissman in this matter. Has not the general evidence since that date tended to strengthen his position? What evidence? He spoke with a menacing calm. Well, of course, I am aware that there is not any what you might call definite evidence. I alluded merely to the trend of modern thought and the general scientific point of view, if I might so express it. He leaned forward with great earnestness. I suppose you are aware, said he, checking off points upon his fingers, that the cranial index is a constant factor. Naturally, said I. And that telegony is still sub judice. Undoubtedly. And that the germplasm is different from the parthenogenetic egg. Why, surely, I cried, and gloried in my own audacity. But what does that prove? He asked in a gentle, persuasive voice. Ah, what indeed, I murmured. What does it prove? Shall I tell you? He cooed. Pray do. It proves, he roared, with a sudden blast of fury, that you are the damnedest impostor in London, a vile, crawling journalist, who has no more science than he has decency in his composition. He had sprung to his feet with a mad rage in his eyes. Even at that moment of tension, I found time for amazement at the discovery that he was quite a short man, his head not higher than my shoulder, a stunted Hercules whose tremendous vitality had all run to depth, breadth, and brain. Gibberish, he cried, leaning forward, with his fingers on the table and his face projecting. That's what I have been talking to you, sir. Scientific gibberish. Did you think you could match cunning with me? You with your walnut of a brain? You think you are omnipotent, you infernal scribblers, don't you? That your praise can make a man and your blame can break him. We must all bow to you and try to get a favorable word, must we? This man shall have a leg up, and this man shall have a dressing down. Creeping vermin, I know you. You've got out of your station. Time was when your ears were clipped. You've lost your sense of proportion. Swollen gas bags, I'll keep you in your proper place. Yes, sir, you haven't got over GEC. There's one man who is still your master. He warned you off, but if you will come, by the Lord, you do it at your own risk. Forfeit, my good Mr. Malone. I claim forfeit. You have played a rather dangerous game, and it strikes me that you have lost it. Oh, look here, sir, said I, backing to the door and opening it. You can be as abusive as you like, but there is a limit. You shall not assault me. Shall I not? He was slowly advancing in a peculiarly menacing way, But he stopped now and put his big hands into the side pockets of a rather boyish short jacket which he wore. I have thrown several of you out of the house. You will be the fourth or fifth. £3.15 each. That is how it averaged. Expensive, but very necessary. Now, sir, why should you not follow your brethren? I rather think you must. He resumed his unpleasant and stealthy advance, pointing his toes as he walked like a dancing master. I could have bolted for the hall door, but it would have been too ignominious. Besides, a little glow of righteous anger was springing up within me. I had been hopelessly in the wrong before, but this man's menaces were putting me in the right. I'll trouble you to keep your hands off, sir. I'll not stand it. Dear me. His black mustache lifted, and a white fang twinkled in a sneer. You won't stand it, eh? Don't be such a fool, Professor, I cried. What can you hope for? I'm 15 stone, as hard as nails, and play center 3/4 every Saturday for the London Irish. I'm not the man. It was at that moment that he rushed me. It was lucky that I had opened the door, or we should have gone through it. We did a Catherine wheel together down the passage. Somehow we gathered up a chair upon our way and bounded on with it towards the street. My mouth was full of his beard. Our arms were locked, our bodies intertwined, and that infernal chair radiated its legs all round us. The watchful Austin had thrown open the hall door. We went with a back somersault down the front steps. I have seen the two Macs attempt something of the kind at the halls, but it appears to take some practice to do it without hurting oneself. The chair went to matchwood at the bottom, and we rolled apart into the gutter. He sprang to his feet, waving his fists and wheezing like an asthmatic. Had enough, he panted. You infernal bully, I cried, as I gathered myself together. Then and there we should have tried the thing out, for he was effervescing with fight, but fortunately I was rescued from an odious situation. A policeman was beside us, his notebook in his hand. What's all this? You ought to be ashamed, said the policeman. It was the most rational remark which I had heard in Enmore Park. Well, he insisted, turning to me, what is it then? This man attacked me, said I. Did you attack him? Asked the policeman. The professor breathed hard and said nothing. It's not the first time either, said the policeman severely, shaking his head. You were in trouble last month for the same thing. You've blackened this young man's eye. Do you give him in charge, sir? I relented. No, said I do not. What's that? Said the policeman. I was to blame myself. I intruded upon him. He gave me fair warning. The policeman snapped up his notebook. Don't let us have any more such goings-on, said he. Now then, move on there, move on. This to a butcher's boy, a maid, and one or two loafers who had collected. He clumped heavily down the street, driving this little flock before him. The professor looked at me, and there was something humorous at the back of his eye. Come in, said he. I've not done with you yet. The speech had a sinister sound, but I followed him nonetheless into the house. The manservant, Austin, like a wooden image, closed the door behind us. End of chapter. Chapter 4 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 4. It's just the very biggest thing in the world. Hardly was it shut when Mrs. Challenger darted out from the dining room. The small woman was in a furious temper. she barred her husband's way like an enraged chicken in front of a bulldog. It was evident that she had seen my exit, but had not observed my return. "You brute, George!" she screamed. "You've hurt that nice young man." He jerked backwards with his thumb.
"Here he is, safe and sound behind me."
She was confused, but not unduly so. "I am so sorry I didn't see you." "I assure you, madam, that it is all right." "He has marked your poor face. Oh, George, what a brute you are. Nothing but scandals from one end of the week to the other. Everyone hating and making fun of you. You've finished my patience. This ends it."
"Dirty linen,"
he rumbled. "It's not a secret," she cried. "Do you suppose that the whole street, the whole of London for that matter— Get away, Austin, we don't want you here. Do you suppose they don't all talk about you? Where is your dignity? You, a man who should have been Riccius Professor at a great university, with 1,000 students all revering you. Where is your dignity, George?"
"How about yours, my dear?"
"You try me too much. A ruffian, a common brawling ruffian. That's what you have become."
"Be good, Jessie."
"A roaring, raging bully."
"That's done it. Stool of penance," said he.
To my amazement, he stooped, picked her up, and placed her sitting upon a high pedestal of black marble in the angle of the hall. It was at least 7 feet high, and so thin that she could hardly balance upon it. A more absurd object than she presented, cocked up there with her face convulsed with anger, her feet dangling, and her body rigid for fear of an upset, I could not imagine. "Let me down!" she wailed.
"Say please."
"You brute, George! Let me down this instant!"
"Come into the study, Mr. Malone."
"Really, sir?" said I, looking at the lady.
"Here's Mr. Malone pleading for you, Jessie. Say please, and down you come."
"Oh, you brute! Please, please!"
"You must behave yourself, dear. Mr. Malone is a pressman. He will have it all in his rag tomorrow and sell an extra dozen among our neighbors. Strange story of high life. You felt fairly high on that pedestal, did you not? Then a subtitle. Glimpse of a singular menage. He's a foul feeder, is Mr. Malone. A carrion eater like all of his kind. Porcus ex greve diaboli. A swine from the devil's herd. That's it, Malone. What?"
"You are really intolerable," said I hotly. He bellowed with laughter.
"We shall have a coalition presently,"
he boomed, looking from his wife to me and puffing out his enormous chest. Then suddenly, altering his tone,
"Excuse this frivolous family badinage, Mr. Malone. I called you back for some more serious purpose than to mix you up with our little domestic pleasantries. Run away, little woman, and don't fret."
I placed a huge hand upon each of her shoulders.
"All that you say is perfectly true. I should be a better man if I did what you advise, but I shouldn't be quite George Edward Challenger. There are plenty of better men, my dear, but only one G.E.C. So make the best of him."
He suddenly gave her a resounding kiss, which embarrassed me even more than his violence had done.
"Now, Mr. Malone,"
he continued with a great accession of dignity,
"this way, if you please."
We re-entered the room which we had left so tumultuously 10 minutes before. The professor closed the door carefully behind us, motioned me into an armchair, and pushed a cigar box under my nose.
"Real San Juan, Colorado," he said. "Excitable people like you are the better for narcotics. Heavens, don't fight it. Cut, and cut with reverence. Now lean back and listen attentively to whatever I may care to say to you. If any remark should occur to you, you can reserve it for some more opportune time. First of all, as to your return to my house after your most justifiable expulsion,
He protruded his beard and stared at me as one who challenges and invites contradiction. After, as I say, your well-merited expulsion. The reason lay in your answer to that most officious policeman, in which I seem to discern some glimmering of good feeling upon your part. More, at any rate, than I am accustomed to associate with your profession. In admitting that the fault of the incident lay with you, you gave some evidence of a certain mental detachment and breadth of view which attracted my favorable notice. The subspecies of the human race to which you unfortunately belong has always been below my mental horizon. Your words brought you suddenly above it. You swam up into my serious notice. For this reason I asked you to return with me, as I was minded to make your further acquaintance. You will kindly deposit your ash in the small Japanese tray on the bamboo table which stands at your left elbow. All this he boomed forth like a professor addressing his class. He had swung round his revolving chair so as to face me, and he sat all puffed out like an enormous bullfrog, his head laid back and his eyes half covered by supercilious lids. Now he suddenly turned himself sideways, and all I could see of him was tangled hair with a red protruding ear. He was scratching about among the litter of papers upon his desk. He faced me presently with what looked like a very tattered sketchbook in his hand. "I am going to talk to you about South America," said he. "No comment, if you please. First of all, I wish you to understand that nothing I tell you now is to repeat it in any public way, unless you have my express permission. And permission will, in all human probability, never be given. Is that clear?" "It is very hard," said I. "Surely a judicious account—" He replaced the notebook upon the table. "That ends it," said he. "I wish you a very good morning." "No, no," I cried. "I submit to any conditions. So far as I can see, I have no choice." "None in the world," said he. "Well, then, I promise." "Word of honor?" "Word of honor." He looked at me with doubt in his insolent eyes. "After all, what do I know about your honor?" said he. "Upon my word, sir," I cried angrily, "you take very great liberties. I have never been so insulted in my life." He seemed more interested than annoyed at my outbreak. "Round-headed," he muttered, "brachycephalic, gray-eyed, black-haired, with suggestion of the Negroid. Celtic, I presume?" "I am an Irishman, sir." "Irish? "Yes, sir." "That, of course, explains it. Let me see. You have given me your promise that my confidence will be respected?" "That confidence, I say, will be far from complete. But I am prepared to give you a few indications which will be of interest. In the first place, you are probably aware that 2 years ago I made a journey to South America, one which will be classical in the scientific history of the world. The object of my journey was to verify some conclusions of Wallace and of Bates, which could only be done by observing their reported facts under the same conditions in which they themselves noted them. If my expedition had no other results, it would still have been noteworthy. But a curious incident occurred to me while there, which opened up an entirely fresh line of inquiry. You are aware, or probably in this half-educated age, you are not aware, that the country round some parts of the Amazon is still only partially explored, and that a great number of tributaries, some of them entirely uncharted, run into the main river. It was my business to visit this little-known backcountry and to examine its fauna, which furnished me with the materials for several chapters for that great and monumental work upon zoology which will be my life's justification. I was returning, my work accomplished, when I had occasion to spend a night at a small Indian village at a point where a certain tributary, the name and position of which I withhold, opens into the main river. The natives were Kukama Indians, an amiable but degraded race, with mental powers hardly superior to the average Londoner. I had effected some cures among them upon my way up the river, and had impressed them considerably with my personality, so that I was not surprised to find myself eagerly awaited upon my return. I gathered from their signs that someone had urgent need of my medical services, and I followed the chief to one of his huts. When I entered, I found that the sufferer to whose aid I had been summoned had that instant expired. He was, to my surprise, no Indian, but a white man. Indeed, I may say a very white man, for he was flaxen-haired, and had some characteristics of an albino. He was clad in rags, was very emaciated, and bore every trace of prolonged hardship. So far as I could understand the account of the natives, he was a complete stranger to them, and had come upon their village through the woods alone, and in the last stage of exhaustion. The man's knapsack lay beside the couch, and I examined the contents. His name was written upon a tab within it: Maple White, Lake Avenue, Detroit, Michigan. It is a name to which I am prepared always to lift my hat. It is not too much to say that it will rank level with my own when the final credit of this business comes to be apportioned. From the contents of the knapsack, it was evident that this man had been an artist and poet in search of effects. There were scraps of verse. I do not profess to be a judge of such things, but they appeared to me to be singularly wanting in merit. There was also some rather commonplace pictures of river scenery, a paint box, a box of colored chalks, some brushes, that curved bone which lies upon my inkstand, a volume of Baxter's Moths and Butterflies, a cheap revolver, and a few cartridges. Of personal equipment he either had none or he had lost it in his journey. Such were the total effects of this strange American bohemian. I was turning away from him when I observed that something projected from the front of his ragged jacket. It was this sketchbook, which was as dilapidated then as you see it now. Indeed, I can assure you that a first folio of Shakespeare could not be treated with greater reverence than this relic has been since it came into my possession. I hand it to you now, and I ask you to take it page by page and to examine the contents. He helped himself to a cigar and leaned back with a fiercely critical pair of eyes, taking note of the effect which this document would produce. I had opened the volume with some expectation of a revelation, though of what nature I could not imagine. The first page was disappointing, however, as it contained nothing but the picture of a very fat man in a pea jacket, with the legend, Jimmy Culver on the mailboat, written beneath it. There followed several pages which were filled with small sketches of Indians and their ways. Then came a picture of a cheerful and corpulent ecclesiastic in a shovel hat, sitting opposite a very thin European, and the inscription, Lunch with Fra Cristofero at Rosario. Studies of women and babies accounted for several more pages, and then there was an unbroken series of animal drawings with such explanations as manatee upon sandbank, turtles and their eggs, black ajudi under a meriti palm, the matter disclosing some sort of pig-like animal. And finally came a double page of studies of long-snouted and very unpleasant saurians. I could make nothing of it, and said so to the professor. Surely these are only crocodiles. Alligators. Alligators. There's hardly such a thing as a true crocodile in South America. The distinction between them. I meant that I could see nothing unusual, nothing to justify what you have said. He smiled serenely. Try the next page, said he. I was still unable to sympathize. It was a full-page sketch of a landscape roughly tinted in color, the kind of painting which an open-air artist takes as a guide to a future more elaborate effort. There was a pale green foreground of feathery vegetation, which sloped upwards and ended in a line of cliffs, dark red in color, and curiously ribbed like some basaltic formations which I had seen. They extended in an unbroken wall right across the background. At one point was an isolated pyramidal rock, crowned by a great tree, which appeared to be separated by a cleft from the main crag. Behind it all, a blue tropical sky. A thin green line of vegetation fringed the summit of the ruddy cliff. Well, yes. It is no doubt a curious formation, said I, but I am not geologist enough to say that it is wonderful. Wonderful, he repeated. It is unique. It is incredible. No one on earth has ever dreamed of such a possibility. Now the next. I turned it over and gave an exclamation of surprise. There was a full-page picture of the most extraordinary creature that I had ever seen. It was the wild dream of an opium smoker, a vision of delirium. The head was like that of a fowl, the body that of a bloated lizard. The trailing tail was furnished with upward-turned spikes, and the curved back was edged with a high serrated fringe, which looked like a dozen cockswaddles placed behind each other. In front of this creature was an absurd mannequin, or dwarf in human form, who stood staring at it. "Well, what do you think of that?" cried the professor, rubbing his hands with an air of triumph. "It is monstrous, grotesque. But what made him draw such an animal? Trade gin, I should think. Oh, that's the best explanation you can give, is it? Well, sir, what is yours?" "The obvious one that the creature exists. That is actually sketched from the life." I should have laughed only that I had a vision of our doing another Catherine wheel down the passage. "No doubt," said I, "no doubt," as one humors an imbecile. "I confess, however," I added, "that this tiny human figure puzzles me. If it were an Indian, we could set it down as evidence of some pygmy race in America, but it appears to be a European in a sun hat." The professor snorted like an angry buffalo. "You really touched the limit," said he. "You enlarge my view of the possible. Cerebral paresis, mental inertia. Wonderful." He was too absurd to make me angry. Indeed, it was a waste of energy, for if you were going to be angry with this man, you would be angry all the time. I contented myself with smiling wearily. "It struck me that the man was small," said I. "Look here," he cried, leaning forward and dabbing a great hairy sausage of a finger onto the picture. "You see that plant behind the animal? I suppose you thought it was a dandelion or a Brussels sprout, what? Well, it is a vegetable ivory palm, and they run to about 50 or 60 feet. Don't you see that the man is put in for a purpose? He couldn't really have stood in front of that brute and lived to draw it. He sketched himself in to give a scale of heights. He was, we will say, over 5 feet high. The tree is 10 times bigger, which is what one would expect." "Good heavens!" I cried. "Then you think the beast was... Why, Charing Cross Station would hardly make a kennel for such a brute." "Apart from exaggeration, he is certainly a well-grown specimen," said the professor complacently. "But," I cried, "surely the whole experience of the human race is not to be set aside on account of a single sketch." I had turned over the leaves and ascertained that there was nothing more in the book. A single sketch by a wandering American artist who may have done it under hashish or in the delirium of fever or simply in order to gratify a freakish imagination. You can't, as a man of science, defend such a position as that. For answer, the professor took a book down from the shelf. "This is an excellent monograph by my gifted friend, Ray Lancaster," said he. "There is an illustration here which would interest you. Ah, yes, here it is. The inscription beneath it runs, 'Probable appearance in life of the Jurassic dinosaur, Stegosaurus. The hind leg alone is twice as tall as a full-grown man.' Well, what do you make of that?" He handed me the open book. I started as I looked at the picture. In this reconstructed animal of a dead world, there was certainly a very great resemblance to the sketch of the unknown artist. "That is certainly remarkable," said I. "But you won't admit that it is final?" "Surely it might be a coincidence, or this American may have seen a picture of the kind and carried it in his memory. It would be likely to recur to a man in a delirium." "Very good," said the professor indulgently. "We leave it at that. I will now ask you to look at this bone." He handed over the one which he had already described as part of the dead man's possessions. It was about 6 inches long and thicker than my thumb, with some indications of dried cartilage at one end of it. "To what known creature does that bone belong?" asked the professor. I examined it with care and tried to recall some half-forgotten knowledge. "It might be a very thick human collarbone," I said. My companion waved his hand in contemptuous deprecation. "The human collarbone is curved. This is straight. There is a groove upon its surface, showing that a great tendon played across it, which could not be the case with a clavicle." "Then I must confess that I don't know what it is." "You need not be ashamed to expose your ignorance, for I don't suppose the whole South Kensington staff could give a name to it." He took a little bone the size of a bean out of a pillbox. "So far as I am a judge, this human bone is the analog of the one which you hold in your hand. That will give you some idea of the size of the creature. You will observe from the cartilage that this is no fossil specimen, but recent. What do you say to that?" "Surely in an elephant—" He winced as if in pain. Don't talk of elephants in South America. Even in these days of board schools—" "Well," I interrupted, "any large South American animal, tapir, for example." "You may take it, young man, that I am versed in the elements of my business. This is not a conceivable bone either of a tapir or any other creature known to zoology. It belongs to a very large, a very strong, and by all analogy, a very fierce animal which exists upon the face of the earth, but has not yet come under the notice of science. You are still unconvinced?" "I am at least deeply interested." "Then your case is not hopeless. I feel that there is reason lurking in you somewhere, so we will patiently grope round for it. You will now leave the dead American and proceed with my narrative. You can imagine that I could hardly come away from the Amazon without probing deeper into the matter. There were indications as to the direction from which the dead traveler had come. Indian legends would alone have been my guide, for I found that rumors of a strange land were common among all the riverine tribes. You have heard, no doubt, of Curupuri?" "Never." "Curupuri is the spirit of the woods. Something terrible, something malevolent, something to be avoided. None can describe its shape or nature, but it is a word of terror along the Amazon. Now all tribes agree as to the direction in which Curupuri lives. It was the same direction from which the American had come. Something terrible lay that way. It was my business to find out what it was." "What did you do?" My flippancy was all gone. This massive man compelled one's attention and respect. I overcame the extreme reluctance of the natives, a reluctance which extends even to talk upon the subject, and by judicious persuasion and gifts, aided, I will admit, by some threats of coercion, I got 2 of them to act as guides. After many adventures which I need not describe, and after traveling a distance which I will not mention, in a direction which I withhold, we came at last to a tract of country which has never been described, nor indeed visited save by my unfortunate predecessor. Would you kindly look at this?" He handed me a photograph, half-plate size. "The unsatisfactory appearance of it is due to the fact," said he, that on descending the river, the boat was upset and the case which contained the undeveloped films was broken, with disastrous results. Nearly all of them were totally ruined, an irreparable loss. This is one of the few which partially escaped. This explanation of deficiencies or abnormalities you will kindly accept. There was talk of faking. I am not in the mood to argue such a point. The photograph was certainly very off-colored. An unkind critic might easily have misinterpreted that dim surface. It was a dull gray landscape, and as I gradually deciphered the details of it, I realized that it represented a long and enormously high-line of cliffs, exactly like an immense cataract seen in the distance, with a sloping, tree-clad plain in the foreground. "I believe it is the same place as the painted picture," said I. "It is the same place," the professor answered. "I found traces of the fellow's camp. Now look at this." It was a nearer view of the same scene, though the photograph was extremely defective. I could distinctly see the isolated, tree-crowned pinnacle of rock which was detached from the crag. "I have no doubt of it at all," said I. "Well, that is something gained," said he. "We progress, do we not? Now, will you please look at the top of that rocky pinnacle? Do you observe something there?" "An enormous tree." "But on the tree?" "A large bird," said I. He handed me a lens. "Yes," I said, peering through it. "A large bird stands on the tree. It appears to have a considerable beak. I should say it was a pelican." "I cannot congratulate you upon your eyesight," said the professor. "It is not a pelican, nor, indeed, is it a bird. It may interest you to know that I succeeded in shooting that particular specimen. It was the only absolute proof of my experiences which I was able to bring away with me." "You have it, then?" Here at last was tangible corroboration. "I had it. It was unfortunately lost with so much else in the same boat accident which ruined my photographs. I clutched at it as it disappeared in the swirl of the rapids, and part of its wing was left in my hand. I was insensible when washed ashore, but the miserable remnant of my superb specimen was still intact. I now lay it before you." From a drawer he produced what seemed to me to be the upper portion of the wing of a large bat. It was at least 2 feet in length, a curved bone with a membranous veil beneath it. "A monstrous bat," I suggested. "Nothing of the sort," said the professor severely. "Living as I do in an educated and scientific atmosphere, I could not have conceived that the first principles of zoology were so little known. Is it possible that you do not know the elementary fact in comparative anatomy that the wing of a bird is really the forearm, while the wing of a bat consists of 3 elongated fingers with membranes between? Now, in this case, the bone is certainly not the forearm, and you can see for yourself that this is a single membrane hanging upon a single bone, and therefore that it cannot belong to a bat. But if it is neither bird nor bat, what is it?" My small stock of knowledge was exhausted. "I really do not know," said I. He opened the standard work to which he had already referred me. "Here," said he, pointing to the picture of an extraordinary flying monster, "is an excellent reproduction of the Dimorphodon, or pterodactyl, a flying reptile of the Jurassic period. On the next page is a diagram of the mechanism of its wing. Kindly compare it with the specimen in your hand." A wave of amazement passed over me as I looked. I was convinced. There could be no getting away from it. The cumulative proof was overwhelming. The sketch, the photographs, the narrative, and now the actual specimen. The evidence was complete. I said so. I said so warmly, for I felt that the professor was an ill-used man. He leaned back in his chair with drooping eyelids and a tolerant smile, basking in the sudden gleam of sunshine. It's just the very biggest thing that I ever heard of, said I, though it was my journalistic rather than my scientific enthusiasm that was roused. It is colossal. You are a Columbus of science who has discovered a lost world. I'm awfully sorry if I seem to doubt you. It was all so unthinkable. But I understand evidence when I see it, and this should be good enough for anyone. The professor purred with satisfaction. And then, sir, what did you do next? It was the wet season, Mr. Malone, and my stores were exhausted. I explored some portion of this huge cliff, but I was unable to find any way to scale it. The pyramidal rock upon which I saw and shot the pterodactyl was more accessible. Being something of a cragsman, I did manage to get halfway to the top of that. From that height I had a better idea of the plateau upon the top of the crags. They appeared to be very large. Neither to east nor west could I see any end to the vista of green-capped cliffs. Below, it is a swampy, jungly region full of snakes, insects, and fever. It is a natural protection to this singular country. Did you see any other trace of life? No, sir, I did not. But during the week that we lay encamped at the base of the cliff, we heard some very strange noises from above. But the creature that the American drew, how do you account for that? We can only suppose that he must have made his way to the summit and seen it there. We know, therefore, that there is a way up. We know equally that it must be a very difficult one. Otherwise, the creatures would have come down and overrun the surrounding country. Surely that is clear. But how did they come to be there? I do not think that the problem is a very obscure one, said the professor. There can only be one explanation. South America is, as you may have heard, a granite continent. At this single point in the interior there has been, in some far distant age, a great sudden volcanic upheaval. These cliffs, I may remark, are basaltic and therefore plutonic. An area as large perhaps as Sussex has been lifted up en bloc with all its living contents and cut off by perpendicular precipices of a hardness which defies erosion from all the rest of the continent. What is the result? Why, the ordinary laws of nature are suspended. The various checks which influence the struggle for existence in the world at large are all neutralized or altered. Creatures survive which would otherwise disappear. You will observe that both the pterodactyl and the stegosaurus are Jurassic, and therefore of a great age in the order of life. They have been artificially conserved by those strange accidental conditions. But surely your evidence is conclusive. You have only to lay it before the proper authorities. So in my simplicity I had imagined, said the professor bitterly. I can only tell you that it was not so, that I was met at every turn by incredulity, born partly of stupidity and partly of jealousy. It is not my nature, sir, to cringe to any man, or to seek to prove a fact if my word is undoubted. After the first, I have not condescended to show such corroborative proofs as I possess. The subject became hateful to me. I would not speak of it. When men like yourself, who represent the foolish curiosity of the public, came to disturb my privacy, I was unable to meet them with dignified reserve. By nature I am, I admit, somewhat fiery, and under provocation I am inclined to be violent. I fear you may have remarked it. I nursed my eye and was silent. My wife has frequently remonstrated with me upon the subject, and yet I fancy that any man of honor would feel the same. Tonight, however, I propose to give an extreme example of the control of the will over the emotions. I invite you to be present at the exhibition. He handed me a card from his desk. You will perceive that Mr. Percival Waldron, a naturalist of some popular repute, is announced to lecture at 8:30 at the Zoological Institute's Hall upon the record of the ages. I have been specially invited to be present upon the platform and to move a vote of thanks to the lecturer. While doing so, I shall make it my business, with infinite tact and delicacy, to throw out a few remarks which may arouse the interest of the audience and cause some of them to desire to go more deeply into the matter. Nothing contentious, you understand, but only an indication that there are greater deeps beyond. I shall hold myself strongly in leash and see whether by this self-restraint I attain a more favorable result. And I may come? I asked eagerly. Why, surely, he answered cordially. He had an enormously massive, genial manner, which was almost as overpowering as his violence. His smile of benevolence was a wonderful thing, when his cheeks would suddenly bunch into two red apples between his half-closed eyes and his great black beard. By all means, come. It will be a comfort to me to know that I have one ally in the hall, however inefficient and ignorant of the subject he may be. I fancy there will be a large audience, for Waldron, though an absolute charlatan, has a considerable popular following. Now, Mr. Malone, I have given you rather more of my time than I had intended. The individual must not monopolize what is meant for the world. I shall be pleased to see you at the lecture tonight. In the meantime, you will understand that no public use is to be made of any of the material that I have given you. But Mr. McArdle, my news editor, you know, will want to know what I have done. Tell him what you like. You can say, among other things, that if he sends anyone else to intrude upon me, I shall call upon him with a riding whip. But I leave it to you that nothing of all this appears in print. Very good. Then the Zoological Institute's Hall at 8:30 tonight. I had a last impression of red cheeks, blue rippling beard, and intolerant eyes as he waved me out of the room. End of chapter. Chapter 5 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 5. Question. What with the physical shocks incidental to my first interview with Professor Challenger, and the mental ones which accompanied the second, I was a somewhat demoralized journalist by the time I found myself in Enmore Park once more. In my aching head, the one thought was throbbing that there really was truth in this man's story, that it was of tremendous consequence, and that it would work up into inconceivable copy for the Gazette when I could obtain permission to use it. A taxicab was waiting at the end of the road, so I sprang into it and drove down to the office. McArdle was at his post as usual. "Well," he cried expectantly, "what may it run to? I'm thinking, young man, you have been in the wars. Don't tell me that he assaulted you." "We had a little difference at first." "What a man it is! What did you do?" "Well, he became more reasonable, and we had a chat. But I got nothing out of him. Nothing for publication." "I'm not so sure about that. You got a black eye out of him, and that's for publication. We can't have this reign of terror, Mr. Malone. You must bring the man to his bearings. I'll have a leaderette on him tomorrow that will raise a blister. Just give me the material, and I will engage to brand the fellow forever. Professor Munchausen. How's that for an inset headline? Sir John Mandeville Redivivus. Cagliostro. All the impostors and bullies in history. I'll show him up for the fraud he is." "I wouldn't do that, sir." "Why not?" "Because he is not a fraud at all." "What?" roared McArdle. "You don't mean to say that you really believe this stuff of his about mammoths and mastodons and great sea serpents?" "Well, I don't know about that. I don't think he makes any claims of that kind, but I do believe he has got something new." "Then for heaven's sakes, man, write it up." I'm longing to, but all I know, he gave me in confidence, and on condition that I didn't. I condensed into a few sentences the professor's narrative. That's how it stands. McArdle looked deeply incredulous. Well, Mr. Malone, he said at last, about the scientific meeting tonight, there can be no privacy about that anyhow. I don't suppose any paper will want to report it, for Waldron has been reported already a dozen times, and no one is aware that Challenger will speak. We may get a scoop if we are lucky. You'll be there in any case, so you'll just give us a pretty full report. I'll keep space up to midnight. My day was a busy one, and I had an early dinner at the Savage Club with Tarp Henry, to whom I gave some account of my adventures. He listened with a skeptical smile on his gaunt face, and roared with laughter on hearing that the professor had convinced me. My dear chap, things don't happen like that in real life. People don't stumble upon enormous discoveries and then lose their evidence. Leave that to the novelists. The fellow is as full of tricks as is the monkey house at the zoo. It's all bosh. But the American poet? He never existed. I saw his sketchbook. Challenger's sketchbook. You think he drew that animal? Of course he did. Who else? Well then, the photographs. There was nothing in the photographs. By your own admission, you only saw a bird. A pterodactyl. That's what he said. He put the pterodactyl into your head. Well then, the bones? First one out of an Irish stew. Second one vamped up for the occasion. If you are clever and know your business, you can fake a bone as easily as you can a photograph. I began to feel uneasy. Perhaps, after all, I had been premature in my acquiescence. Then I had a sudden happy thought. Will you come to the meeting? I asked. Tarp Henry looked thoughtful. He is not a popular person, the genial Challenger, said he. A lot of people have accounts to settle with him. I should say he is about the best hated man in London. If the medical students turn out, there will be no end of a rag. I don't want to get into a bear garden. You might at least do him the justice to hear him state his own case. Well, perhaps it's only fair. All right, I'm your man for the evening. When we arrived at the hall, we found a much greater concourse than I had expected. A line of electric broughams discharged their little cargoes of white-bearded professors, while the dark stream of humbler pedestrians, who crowded through the arched doorway, showed that the audience would be popular as well as scientific. Indeed, it became evident to us as soon as we had taken our seats that a youthful and even boyish spirit was abroad in the gallery and the back portions of the hall. Looking behind me, I could see rows of faces in the familiar medical student type. Apparently the great hospitals had each sent down their contingent. The behavior of the audience at present was good-humored, but mischievous. Scraps of popular songs were chorused with an enthusiasm which was a strange prelude to a scientific lecture, and there was already a tendency to personal chaff which promised a jovial evening to others, however embarrassing it might be to the recipients of these dubious honors. Thus, when old Dr. Meldrum, with his well-known curly-brimmed opera hat, appeared upon the platform, there was such a universal query of, "Where did you get that tile?" that he hurriedly removed it and concealed it furtively under his chair. When gouty Professor Wadley limped down to his seat, there was general affectionate inquiries from all parts of the hall as to the exact state of his poor toe, which caused him obvious embarrassment. The greatest demonstration of all, however, was at the entrance of my new acquaintance, Professor Challenger, when he passed down to take his place at the extreme end of the front row of the platform. Such a yell of welcome broke forth when his black beard first protruded round the corner that I began to suspect Tarp Henry was right in his surmise, and that this assemblage was there not merely for the sake of the lecture, but because it had got rumored abroad that the famous professor would take part in the proceedings. There was some sympathetic laughter on his entrance among the front benches of well-dressed spectators, as though the demonstration of the students in this instance was not unwelcome to them. That greeting was, indeed, a frightful outburst of sound, the uproar of the carnivora cage when the step of the bucket-bearing keeper is heard in the distance. There was an offensive tone in it, perhaps, and yet in the main it struck me as mere riotous outcry, the noisy reception of one who amused and interested them, rather than of one they disliked or despised. Challenger smiled with weary and tolerant contempt, as a kindly man would meet the yapping of a litter of puppies. He sat slowly down, blew out his chest, passed his hand caressingly down his beard, and looked with drooping eyelids and supercilious eyes at the crowded hall before him. The uproar of his advent had not yet died away when Professor Ronald Murray, the chairman, and Mr. Waldron, the lecturer, threaded their way to the front, and the proceedings began. Professor Murray will, I am sure, excuse me if I say that he has the common fault of most Englishmen of being inaudible. Why on earth people who have something to say which is worth hearing should not take the slight trouble to learn how to make it heard is one of the strange mysteries of modern life. Their methods are as reasonable as to try to pour some precious stuff from the spring to the reservoir through a non-conducting pipe, which could by the least effort be opened. Professor Murray made several profound remarks to his white tie and to the water carafe upon the table, with a humorous twinkling aside to the silver candlestick upon his right. Then he sat down, and Mr. Waldron, the famous popular lecturer, rose amid a general murmur of applause. He was a stern, gaunt man with a harsh voice and an aggressive manner, but he had the merit of knowing how to assimilate the ideas of other men and to pass them on in a way which was intelligible and even interesting to the lay public, with a happy knack of being funny about the most unlikely objects, so that the precession of the equinox or the formation of a vertebrate became a highly humorous process as treated by him. It was a bird's-eye view of creation, as interpreted by science, which, in language always clear and sometimes picturesque, he unfolded before us. He told us of the globe, a huge mass of flaming gas, flaring through the heavens. Then he pictured the solidification, the cooling, the wrinkling which formed the mountains, the steam which turned to water, the slow preparation of the stage upon which was to be played the inexplicable drama of life. On the origin of life itself he was discreetly vague. That the germs of it could hardly have survived the original roasting was, he declared, fairly certain. Therefore it had come later. Had it built itself out of the cooling inorganic elements of the globe? Very likely. Had the germs of it arrived from outside upon a meteor? It was hardly conceivable. On the whole, the wisest man was the least dogmatic upon the point. We could not, or at least we had not succeeded up to date in making organic life in our laboratories out of inorganic materials. The gulf between the dead and the living was something which our chemistry could not as yet bridge. But there was a higher and subtler chemistry of nature which, working with great forces over long epochs, might well produce results which were impossible for us. There the matter must be left. This brought the lecturer to the great ladder of animal life, beginning low down in mollusks and feeble sea creatures, then up rung by rung through reptiles and fishes, till at last we came to a kangaroo rat, a creature which brought forth its young alive, the direct ancestor of all mammals, and presumably, therefore, of every one in the audience. No, no, from a skeptical student in the back row. If the young gentleman in the red tie who cried, "No, no," and who presumably claimed to have been hatched out of an egg, would wait upon him after the lecture, he would be glad to see such a curiosity. Laughter. It was strange to think that the climax of all the age-long process of nature had been the creation of that gentleman in the red tie. But had the process stopped? Was this gentleman to be taken as the final type, the be-all and end-all of development? He hoped that he would not hurt the feelings of the gentleman in the red tie if he maintained that, whatever virtues that gentleman might possess in private life, still the vast processes of the universe were not fully justified if they were to end entirely in his production. Evolution was not a spent force, but one still working, and even greater achievements were in store. Having thus, amid a general titter, played very prettily with his interrupter, the lecturer went back to his picture of the past, the drying of the seas, the emergence of the sandbank, the sluggish, viscous life which lay upon their margins, the overcrowded lagoon, the tendency of the sea creatures to take refuge upon the mudflats, the abundance of food awaiting them, their consequent enormous growth. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, he added, that frightful brood of saurians which still affright our eyes when seen in the Wealden or in the Solenhofen slates, but which were fortunately extinct long before the first appearance of mankind upon this planet. Question, boomed a voice from the platform. Mr. Waldron was a strict disciplinarian with a gift of acid humor, as exemplified upon the gentleman with the red tie, which made it perilous to interrupt him. But this interjection appeared to him so absurd that he was at a loss how to deal with it. So looks the Shakespearean who is confronted by a rancid Baconian, or the astronomer who is assailed by a flat earth fanatic. He paused for a moment, and then, raising his voice, repeated slowly the words, which were extinct before the coming of man. Question, boomed the voice once more. Waldron looked with amazement along the line of professors upon the platform, until his eyes fell upon the figure of Challenger, who leaned back in his chair with closed eyes and an amused expression, as if he were smiling in his sleep. I see, said Waldron with a shrug. It is my friend Professor Challenger. And amid laughter he renewed his lecture as if this was a final explanation and no more need be said. But the incident was far from being closed. Whatever path the lecturer took amid the wilds of the past seemed invariably to lead him to some assertion as to extinct or prehistoric life, which instantly brought the same bull's bellow from the professor. The audience began to anticipate it, and to roar with delight when it came. The packed benches of students joined in, and every time Challenger's beard opened, before any sound could come forth, there was a yell of question from 100 voices, and an answering counter-cry of order and shame from as many more. Waldron, though a hardened lecturer and a strong man, became rattled. He hesitated, stammered, repeated himself, got snarled in a long sentence, and finally turned furiously upon the cause of his troubles. This is really intolerable, he cried, glaring across the platform. I must ask you, Professor Challenger, to cease these ignorant and unmannerly interruptions. There was a hush over the hall, the students rigid with delight at seeing the high gods on Olympus quarreling among themselves. Challenger levered his bulky figure slowly out of his chair. I must in turn ask you, Mr. Waldron, he said, to cease to make assertions which are not in strict accordance with scientific fact. The words unloosed a tempest. Shame! Shame! Give him a hearing! Put him out! Shove him off the platform! Fair play! Emerged from the general roar of amusement or execration. The chairman was on his feet, flapping both his hands and bleating excitedly. Professor Challenger, personal views later, were the solid peaks above his clouds of the inaudible mutter. The interrupter bowed, smiled, stroked his beard, and relapsed into his chair. Waldron, very flushed and warlike, continued his observations. Now and then, as he made an assertion, he shot a venomous glance at his opponent, who seemed to be slumbering deeply, with the same broad, happy smile upon his face. At last the lecture came to an end. I am inclined to think that it was a premature one, as the peroration was hurried and disconnected. The thread of the argument had been rudely broken, and the audience was restless and expectant. Waldron sat down, and after a chirrup from the chairman, Professor Challenger rose and advanced to the edge of the platform. In the interest of my paper, I took down his speech verbatim. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, amid a sustained interruption from the back. "I beg pardon. Ladies, gentlemen, and children. I must apologize. I had inadvertently omitted a considerable section of this audience." Tumult, during which the professor stood with one hand raised and his enormous head nodding sympathetically, as if he were bestowing a pontifical blessing upon the crowd. "I have been selected to move a vote of thanks to Mr. Waldron for the very picturesque and imaginative address to which we have just listened. There are points in it with which I disagree, and it has been my duty to indicate them as they arose. But, nonetheless, Mr. Waldron has accomplished his object well, that object being to give a simple and interesting account of what he conceives to have been the history of our planet. Popular lectures are the easiest to listen to, but Mr. Waldron," here he beamed and blinked at the lecturer, "will excuse me when I say that they are necessarily both superficial and misleading, since they have to be graded to the comprehension of an ignorant audience." Ironical cheering. Popular lecturers are in their nature parasitic. Angry gesture of protest from Mr. Waldron. They exploit for fame or cash the work which has been done by their indigent and unknown brethren. One smallest new fact obtained in the laboratory, one brick built into the temple of science, far outweighs any second-hand exposition which passes an idle hour, but can leave no useful result behind it. I put forward this obvious reflection, not out of any desire to disparage Mr. Waldron in particular, but that you may not lose your sense of proportion and mistake the acolyte for the high priest. At this point, Mr. Waldron whispered to the chairman, who half rose and said something severely to his water carafe. "But enough of this." Loud and prolonged cheers. "Let me pass to some subject of wider interest. What is the particular point upon which I, as an original investigator, have challenged our lecturer's accuracy? It is upon the permanence of certain types of animal life upon the earth. I do not speak upon this subject as an amateur, nor, I may add, as a popular lecturer, but I speak as one whose scientific conscience compels him to adhere closely to facts. When I say that Mr. Waldron is very wrong in supposing that because he has never himself seen a so-called prehistoric animal, therefore these creatures no longer exist. They are indeed, as he has said, our ancestors, but they are, if I may use the expression, our contemporary ancestors, who can still be found with all their hideous and formidable characteristics if one has but the energy and hardihood to seek their haunts. Creatures which were supposed to be Jurassic, monsters who would hunt down and devour our largest and fiercest mammals, still exist. Cries of "Bosh! Prove it! How do you know?" Questions. How do I know, you ask me? I know because I have visited their secret haunts. I know because I have seen some of them. Applause, uproar, and a voice, "Liar!" Am I a liar? General hearty and noisy assent. Did I hear someone say that I was a liar? Will the person who called me a liar kindly stand up that I may know him? A voice, "Here he is, sir," and an inoffensive little person in spectacles, struggling violently, was held up among a group of students. "Did you venture to call me a liar?" "No, sir, no," shouted the accused, and disappeared like a jack-in-the-box. If any person in this hall dares to doubt my veracity, I shall be glad to have a few words with him after the lecture. Liar! Who said that? Again the inoffensive one, plunging desperately, was elevated high into the air. If I come down among you, general chorus of, "Come, love, come," which interrupted the proceedings for some moments, while the chairman, standing up and waving both his arms, seemed to be conducting the music. The professor, with his face flushed, his nostrils dilated, and his beard bristling, was now in a proper berserk mood. Every great discoverer has been met with the same incredulity, the sure brand of a generation of fools. When great facts are laid before you, you have not the intuition, the imagination which would help you to understand them. You can only throw mud at the men who have risked their lives to open new fields to science. You persecute the prophets, Galileo, Darwin, and I. Prolonged cheering and complete interruption. All this is from my hurried notes taken at the time, which give little notion of the absolute chaos to which the assembly had by this time been reduced. So terrific was the uproar that several ladies had already beaten a hurried retreat. Grave and reverend seniors seemed to have caught the prevailing spirit as badly as the students, and I saw white-bearded men rising and shaking their fists at the obdurate professor. The whole great audience seethed and simmered like a boiling pot. The professor took a step forward and raised both his hands. There was something so big and arresting and virile in the man that the clatter and shouting died gradually away before his commanding gesture and his masterful eyes. He seemed to have a definite message. They hushed to hear it. "I will not detain you," he said. "It is not worth it. Truth is truth, and the noise of a number of foolish young men, and I fear I must add, of their equally foolish seniors, cannot affect the matter. I claim that I have opened a new field of science. You dispute it." Cheers. "Then I put you to the test. Will you accredit one or more of your own number to go out as your representatives and test my statement in your name?" Mr. Summerlee, the veteran professor of comparative anatomy, rose among the audience, a tall, thin, bitter man with the withered aspect of a theologian. He wished, he said, to ask Professor Challenger whether the results to which he had alluded in his remarks had been obtained during a journey to the headwaters of the Amazon made by him 2 years before. Professor Challenger answered that they had. Mr. Summerlee desired to know how it was that Professor Challenger claimed to have made discoveries in those regions which had been overlooked by Wallace, Bates, and other previous explorers of established scientific repute. Professor Challenger answered that Mr. Summerlee appeared to be confusing the Amazon with the Thames, that it was in reality a somewhat larger river, that Mr. Summerlee might be interested to know that with the Orinoco, which communicated with it, some 50,000 miles of country were opened up, and that in so vast a space it was not impossible for one person to find what another had missed. Mr. Summerlee declared with an acid smile that he fully appreciated the difference between the Thames and the Amazon, which lay in the fact that any assertion about the former could be tested, while about the latter it could not. He would be obliged if Professor Challenger would give the latitude and the longitude of the country in which prehistoric animals were to be found. Professor Challenger replied that he reserved such information for good reasons of his own, but would be prepared to give it, with proper precautions, to a committee chosen from the audience. Would Mr. Summerlee serve on such a committee and test his story in person? Mr. Summerlee: "Yes, I will." Great cheering. Professor Challenger: "Then I guarantee that I will place in your hands such material as will enable you to find your way. It is only right, however, since Mr. Summerlee goes to check my statement, that I should have one or more with him who may check his. I will not disguise from you that there are difficulties and dangers. Mr. Summerlee will need a younger colleague. May I ask for volunteers? It is thus that the great crisis of a man's life springs out at him. Could I have imagined when I entered that hall that I was about to pledge myself to a wilder adventure than had ever come to me in my dreams? But Gladys, was it not the very opportunity of which she spoke? Gladys would have told me to go. I had sprung to my feet, I was speaking, and yet I had prepared no words. Tarp Henry, my companion, was plucking at my skirts, and I heard him whispering, "Sit down, Malone. Don't make a public ass of yourself." At the same time, I was aware that a tall, thin man with dark, gingery hair, a few seats in front of me, was also upon his feet. He glared back at me with hard, angry eyes, but I refused to give way. "I will go, Mr. Chairman," I kept repeating over and over again. "Name, name," cried the audience. "My name is Edward Dunn Malone. I am the reporter of the Daily Gazette. I claim to be an absolutely unprejudiced witness." "What is your name, sir?" the chairman asked of my tall rival. "I am Lord John Roxton. I have already been up the Amazon. I know all the ground, and have special qualifications for this investigation." "Lord John Roxton's reputation as a sportsman and a traveler is, of course, world-famous," said the chairman. "At the same time, it would certainly be as well to have a member of the press upon such an expedition." "Then I move," said Professor Challenger, "that both these gentlemen be elected, as representatives of this meeting, to accompany Professor Summerlee upon his journey to investigate and report upon the truth of my statement." And so, amid shouting and cheering, our fate was decided, and I found myself borne away in the human current which swirled towards the door, with my mind half stunned by the vast new project which had risen so suddenly before it. As I emerged from the hall, I was conscious for a moment of a rush of laughing students down the pavement, and of an arm wielding a heavy umbrella which rose and fell in the midst of them. Then, amid a mixture of groans and cheers, Professor Challenger's electric brougham slid from the curb, and I found myself walking under the silvery lights of Regent Street, full of thoughts of Gladys and of wonder as to my future. Suddenly there was a touch at my elbow. I turned and found myself looking into the humorous, masterful eyes of a tall, thin man who had volunteered to be my companion on this strange quest. "Mr. Malone, I understand," said he. "We are to be companions, what? My rooms are just over the road, in the Albany. Perhaps you will have the kindness to spare me half an hour, for there are one or two things that I badly want to say to you." End of chapter. Chapter 6 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 6. I was the flail of the Lord. Lord John Roxton and I turned down Vigo Street together, and through the dingy portals of the famous aristocratic rookery. At the end of a long, drab passage, my new acquaintance pushed open a door and turned on an electric switch. A number of lamps, shining through tinted shades, bathed the whole great room before us in a ruddy radiance. Standing in the doorway and glancing round me, I had a general impression of extraordinary comfort and elegance, combined with an atmosphere of masculine virility. Everywhere there were mingled the luxury of the wealthy men of taste and the careless untidiness of the bachelor. Rich furs and strange iridescent mats from some oriental bazaar were scattered upon the floor. Pictures and prints, which even my unpracticed eyes could recognize as being of great price and rarity, hung thick upon the wall. Sketches of boxers, of ballet girls, and of racehorses alternated with a sensuous Fragonard, a martial Girardet, and a dreamy Turner. But amid these varied ornaments there were scattered the trophies which brought back strongly to my recollection the fact that Lord John Roxton was one of the great all-round sportsmen and athletes of his day. A dark blue oar crossed with a cherry pink one above his mantelpiece spoke of the old Oxonian and Leander man, while the foils and boxing gloves above and below them were the tools of a man who had won supremacy with each. Like a dado round the room was the jutting line of splendid heavy game heads, the best of their sort from every quarter of the world, with the rare white rhinoceros of the Lado enclave drooping its supercilious lip above them all. In the center of the rich red carpet was a black and gold Louis XV table, a lovely antique, now sacrilegiously desecrated with marks of glasses and the scars of cigar stumps. On it stood a silver tray of smokables and a furnished spirit stand, from which and an adjacent siphon my silent host proceeded to charge 2 high glasses. Having indicated an armchair to me and placed my refreshment near it, he handed me a long, smooth Havana. Then, seating himself opposite to me, he looked at me long and fixedly with his strange, twinkling, reckless eyes of a cold light blue, the color of a glacier lake. Through the thin haze of my cigar smoke, I noted the details of a face which was already familiar to me from many photographs. The strongly curved nose, the hollow, worn cheeks, the dark, ruddy hair, thin at the top, the crisp, virile mustaches, the small, aggressive tuft upon his projecting chin. Something there was of Napoleon III, something of Don Quixote, and yet again something which was the essence of the English country gentleman, the keen, alert, open-air lover of dogs and of horses. His skin was of a rich flower-pot red from sun and wind. His eyebrows were tufted and overhanging, which gave those naturally cold eyes an almost ferocious aspect, an impression which was increased by his strong and furrowed brow. In figure he was spare, but very strongly built. Indeed, he had often proved that there were few men in England capable of such sustained exertions. His height was a little over 6 feet, but he seemed shorter on account of a peculiar rounding of the shoulders. Such was the famous Lord John Roxton as he sat opposite to me, biting hard upon his cigar and watching me steadily in a long and embarrassing silence. "Well," said he at last, "we've gone and done it, young fellow, my lad." This curious phrase he pronounced as if it were all one word, young fellow, my lad. "Yes, we've taken a jump, you and me, and I suppose now that when you went into that room there was no such notion in your head, what?" "No thought of it." "The same here, no thought of it. And here we are, up to our necks in the tureen. Why, I have only been back 3 weeks from Uganda, and taken a place in Scotland, and signed the lease and all. Pretty goings-on, what? How does it hit you?" "Well, it is all in the main line of my business. I am a journalist on the Gazette." "Of course. You said so when you took it on. By the way, I've got a small job for you, if you'll help me." "With pleasure." "Don't mind taking a risk, do you?" "What is the risk?" "Well, it's Ballinger. He's the risk. You've heard of him?" "No." "Why, young fellow, where have you lived? Sir John Ballinger is the best gentleman jock in the North Country. I could hold him on the flat at my best, but over jumps he's my master. Well, it's an open secret that when he's out of training he drinks hard, striking an average, he calls it. He got delirium on Tuesday and has been raging like a devil ever since. His room is above this. The doctors say that it's all up with the old dear unless some food has got into him. But as he lies in bed with a revolver on his coverlet and swears he will put 6 of the best through anyone that comes near him, there's been a bit of a strike among the serving men. He's a hard nail, is Jack, and a dead shot, too. But you can't leave a Grand National winner to die like that, what? What do you mean to do, then? I asked. Well, my idea was that you and I could rush him. He may be dozing, and at the worst he can only wing one of us, and the other should have him. If we can get his bolster cover round his arms and then phone up a stomach pump, we'll give the old dear the supper of his life. It was a rather desperate business to come suddenly into one's day's work. I don't think that I'm a particularly brave man. I have an Irish imagination which makes the unknown and the untried more terrible than they are. On the other hand, I was brought up with a horror of cowardice and with a terror of such a stigma. I dare say that I could throw myself over a precipice, like the Hun in the history books, if my courage to do it were questioned, and yet it would surely be pride and fear, rather than courage, which would be my inspiration. Therefore, although every nerve in my body shrank from the whiskey-maddened figure which I pictured in the room above, I still answered, in as careless a voice as I could command, that I was ready to go. Some further remark of Lord Roxton's about the danger only made me irritable. Talking won't make it any better, said I. Come on. I rose from my chair and he from his. Then, with a little confidential chuckle of laughter, he patted me 2 or 3 times on the chest, finally pushing me back in my chair. All right, Sonny, my lad, you'll do, said he. I looked up in surprise. I saw after Jock Ballinger myself this morning. He blew a hole in the skirt of my kimono, bless his shaky old hand. But we got a jacket on him, and he's to be all right in a week. I say, young fella, I hope you don't mind, what? You see, between you and me close-styled, I look on this South American business as a mighty serious thing. And if I have a pal with me, I want a man I can bank on. So I sized you down, and I'm bound to say that you came well out of it. You see, it's all up to you and me, for this old Summerlee man will want dry nursing from the first. By the way, are you by any chance the Malone who is expected to get his rugby cap for Ireland? A reserve, perhaps. I thought I remembered your face. Why, I was there when you got that try against Richmond. As fine a swerving run as I saw the whole season. I never miss a rugby match if I can help it, for it is the manliest game we have left. Well, I didn't ask you in here just to talk sport. We've got to fix our business. Here are the sailings on the first page of the Times. There's a boost boat for Para next Wednesday week, and if the professor and you can work it, I think we should take it, what? Very good. I'll fix it with him. What about your outfit? My paper will see to that. Can you shoot? About average territorial standard. Good Lord, as bad as that. It's the last thing you young fellows think of learning. You've all been bees without stings so far as looking after the hive goes. You'll look silly some of these days when someone comes along and sneaks the honey. But you'll need to hold your guns straight in South America. For unless our friend the professor is a madman or a liar, we may see some queer things before we get back. What gun have you? He crossed to an oaken cupboard, and as he threw it open I caught a glimpse of glistening rows of parallel barrels, like the pipes of an organ. I'll see what I can spare you out of my own battery, said he. One by one he took out a succession of beautiful rifles, opening and shutting them with a snap and a clang, and then patting them as he put them back into the rack as tenderly as a mother would fondle her children. This is a Bland's 577 Exide Express, said he. I got that big fellow with it. He glanced up at the white rhinoceros. 10 more yards, and he would have added me to his collection. On that conical bullet his one chance hangs, till the weak one's advantage there. Hope you know your Gordon, for he's the poet of the horse and the gun and the man that handles both. Now, here's a useful tool. 470. Telescopic sight, double ejector, point blank up to 350. That's the rifle I used against the Peruvian slave drivers 3 years ago. I was the flail of the Lord up in those parts, I may tell you, though you won't find it in any blue book. There are times, young fella, when every one of us must take a stand for human right and justice, or you never feel clean again. That's why I made a little war on my own, declared it myself, waged it myself, ended it myself. Each of those nicks is for a slave murderer, a good row of them, what? That big one is the Pedro Lopez, the king of them all, that are killed in the backwater of the Putumayo River. Now, here's something that would do for you. He took out a beautiful brown and silver rifle, well rubbered at the stock, sharply sighted, 5 cartridges to the clip. You can trust your life to that. He handed it to me and closed the door of his oak cabinet. By the way, he continued, coming back to his chair, what do you know of this Professor Challenger? I never saw him till today. Well, neither did I. It's funny we should both sail under sealed orders from a man we don't know. He seemed an uppish old bird. His brothers of science don't seem too fond of him either. How came you to take an interest in the affair? I told him shortly my experiences of the morning, and he listened intently. Then he drew out a map of South America and laid it on the table. I believe every single word he said to you was the truth, said he earnestly. And mind you, I have something to go on when I speak like that. South America is a place I love, and I think, if you take it right through from Darien to Fuego, it's the grandest, richest, most wonderful bit of earth upon this planet. People don't know it yet, and don't realize what it may become. I've been up and down it from end to end, and had 2 dry seasons in those very parts, as I told you when I spoke of the war I made on the slave dealers. Well, when I was up there, I heard some yarns of the same kind, traditions of Indians and the like, but with something behind them, no doubt. The more you knew of that country, young fella, the more you would understand that anything was possible. Anything. There are just some narrow water lanes along which folk travel, and outside that it is all darkness. Now, down here in the Mato Grande, he swept his cigar over a part of the map, or up in this corner where 3 countries meet, nothing would surprise me. As that chap said tonight, there were 50,000 miles of waterway running through a forest that is very near the size of Europe. You and I could be as far away from each other as Scotland is from Constantinople, and yet each of us be in the same great Brazilian forest. Man has just made a track here and a scrape there in the maze. Why, the river rises and falls the best part of 40 feet, and half the country is a morass that you can't pass over. Why shouldn't something new and wonderful lie in such a country? And why shouldn't we be the men to find it out? Besides, he added, his queer, gaunt face shining with delight, there's a sporting risk in every mile of it. I'm like an old golf ball. I've had all the white paint knocked off me long ago. Life can whack me about now, and it can't leave a mark. But a sporting risk, young fella, that's the salt of existence. Then it's worth living again. We're all getting a deal too soft and dull and comfy. Give me the great wastelands and the wide spaces, with a gun in my fist and something to look for that's worth finding. I've tried war and steeplechase in an aeroplane, but this hunting a beast that looked like a lobster supper dream is a brand new sensation. He chuckled with glee at the prospect. Perhaps I have dwelt too long upon this new acquaintance, but he is to be my comrade for many a day, and so I have tried to set him down as I first saw him, with his quaint personality and his queer little tricks of speech and of thought. It was only the need of getting in the account of my meeting which drew me at last from his company. I left him seated amid his pink radiance, oiling the lock of his favorite rifle, while he still chuckled to himself at the thought of the adventures which awaited us. It was very clear to me that if dangers lay before us, I could not in all England have found a cooler head or a braver spirit with which to share them. That night, wearied as I was after the wonderful happenings of the day, I sat late with McArdle, the news editor, explaining to him the whole situation, which he thought important enough to bring next morning before the notice of Sir George Beaumont, the chief. It was agreed that I should write home full accounts of my adventures in the shape of successive letters to McArdle, and that these should either be edited for the Gazette as they arrived, or held back to be published later, according to the wishes of Professor Challenger, since we could not yet know what conditions he might attach to those directions which should guide us to the unknown land. In response to a telephone inquiry, we received nothing more definite than a fulmination against the press, ending up with the remark that if we would notify our boat, he would hand us any directions which he might think it proper to give us at the moment of starting. A second question from us failed to elicit any answer at all, save a plaintive bleat from his wife to the effect that her husband was in a very violent temper already, and that she hoped we would do nothing to make it worse. A third attempt later in the day provoked a terrific crash, and a subsequent message from the Central Exchange that Professor Challenger's receiver had been shattered. After that, we abandoned all attempt at communication. And now, my patient readers, I can address you directly no longer. From now onwards, if indeed any continuation of this narrative should ever reach you, it can only be through the paper which I represent. In the hands of the editor, I leave this account of the events which have led up to one of the most remarkable expeditions of all time, so that if I never return to England, there shall be some record as to how the affair came about. I am writing these last lines in the saloon of the Booth liner Francisca, and they will go back by the pilot to the keeping of Mr. McArdle. Let me draw one last picture before I close the notebook. A picture which is the last memory of the old country which I bear away with me. It is a wet, foggy morning in the late spring. A thin, cold rain is falling. 3 shining Macintoshed figures are walking down the quay, making for the gangplank of the great liner from which the Blue Peter is flying. In front of them a porter pushes a trolley piled high with trunks, wraps, and gun cases. Professor Summerlee, a long, melancholy figure, walks with dragging step and drooping head, as one who is already profoundly sorry for himself. Lord John Roxton steps briskly, and his thin, eager face beams forth between his hunting cap and his muffler. As for myself, I am glad to have got the bustling days of preparation and the pangs of leave-taking behind me, and I have no doubt that I show it in my bearing. Suddenly, just as we reach the vessel, there is a shout behind us. It is Professor Challenger, who had promised to see us off. He runs after us, a puffing, red-faced, irascible figure. "No, thank you," says he. "I should much prefer not to go aboard. I have only a few words to say to you, and they can very well be said where we are. I beg you not to imagine that I am in any way indebted to you for making this journey. I would have you to understand that it is a matter of perfect indifference to me, and I refuse to entertain the most remote sense of personal obligation. Truth is truth, and nothing which you can report can affect it in any way, though it may excite the emotions and allay the curiosity of a number of very ineffectual people. My directions for your instruction and guidance are in this sealed envelope. You will open it when you reach a town upon the Amazon which is called Manaos, but not until the date and hour which is marked upon the outside. Have I made myself clear? I leave the strict observance of my conditions entirely to your honor. No, Mr. Malone, I will place no restriction upon your correspondence, since the ventilation of the facts is the object of your journey. but I demand that you shall give no particulars as to your exact destination, and that nothing be actually published until your return. Goodbye, sir. You have done something to mitigate my feelings for the loathsome profession to which you unhappily belong. Goodbye, Lord John. Science is, as I understand, a sealed book to you, that you may congratulate yourself upon the hunting field which awaits you. You will, no doubt, have the opportunity of describing in the field how you brought down the rocketing Dimorphodon. And goodbye to you also, Professor Summerlee. If you are still capable of self-improvement, of which I am frankly unconvinced, you will surely return to London a wiser man. So he turned upon his heel, and a minute later from the deck I could see his short, squat figure bobbing about in the distance as he made his way back to his train. Well, we are well down the channel now. There's the last bell for letters, and it's goodbye to the pilot. We'll be down, hull down on the old trail from now on. God bless all we leave behind us, and send us safely back. End of chapter. Chapter 7 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 7. Tomorrow we disappear into the unknown. I will not bore those whom this narrative may reach by an account of our luxurious voyage upon the Booth liner, nor will I tell of our week's stay at Pera, save that I should wish to acknowledge the great kindness of the Pereira de Pinta Company in helping us to get together our equipment. I will also allude very briefly to our river journey up a wide, slow-moving, clay-tinted stream in a steamer which was little smaller than that which had carried us across the Atlantic. Eventually we found ourselves through the narrows of Obidos and reached the town of Manaus. Here we were rescued from the limited attractions of the local inn by Mr. Shortman, the representative of the British and Brazilian Trading Company. In his hospital fazenda, we spent our time until the day when we were empowered to open the letter of instructions given to us by Professor Challenger. Before I reach the surprising events of that date, I would desire to give a clearer sketch of my comrades in this enterprise and of the associates whom we had already gathered together in South America. I speak freely, and I leave the use of my material to your discretion, Mr. McArdle, since it is through your hands that this report must pass before it reaches the world. The scientific attainments of Professor Summerlee are too well known for me to trouble to recapitulate them. He is better equipped for a rough expedition of this sort than one would imagine at first sight. His tall, gaunt, stringy figure is insensible to fatigue, and his dry, half-sarcastic, and often wholly unsympathetic manner is uninfluenced by any change in his surroundings. Though in his 66th year, I have never heard him express any dissatisfaction at the occasional hardships which we have had to encounter. I had regarded his presence as an encumbrance to the expedition, but as a matter of fact, I am now well convinced that his power of endurance is as great as my own. In temper, he is naturally acid and skeptical. From the beginning, he has never concealed his belief that Professor Challenger is an absolute fraud, that we are all embarked upon an absurd wild goose chase, and that we are likely to reap nothing but disappointment and danger in South America, and corresponding ridicule in England. Such are the views which, with much passionate distortion of his thin features and wagging of his thin, goat-like beard, he poured into our ears all the way from Southampton to Manaus. Since landing from the boat, he has obtained some consolation from the beauty and variety of the insect and bird life around him, for he is absolutely wholehearted in his devotion to science. He spends his days flitting through the woods with his shotgun and his butterfly net, and his evenings in mounting the many specimens he has acquired. Among his minor peculiarities are that he is careless as to his attire, unclean in his person, exceedingly absent-minded in his habits, and addicted to smoking a short briar pipe, which is seldom out of his mouth. He has been upon several scientific expeditions in his youth. He was with Robertson in Papua, and the life of the camp and the canoe is nothing fresh to him. Lord John Roxton has some points in common with Professor Summerlee, and others in which they are the very antithesis to each other. He is 20 years younger, but has something of the same spare, scraggy physique. As to his appearance, I have, as I recollect, described it in that portion of my narrative which I have left behind me in London. He is exceedingly neat and prim in his ways, dresses always with great care in white drilled suits and high brown mosquito boots, and shaves at least once a day. Like most men of action, he is laconic in speech and sinks readily into his own thoughts, but he is always quick to answer a question or join in a conversation, talking in a queer, jerky, half-humorous fashion. His knowledge of the world, and very especially of South America, is surprising, and he has a wholehearted belief in the possibilities of our journey, which is not to be dashed by the sneers of Professor Summerlee. He has a gentle voice and a quiet manner, but behind his twinkling blue eyes there lurks a capacity for furious wrath and implacable resolution, the more dangerous because they are held in leash. He spoke little of his own exploits in Brazil and Peru, but it was a revelation to me to find the excitement which was caused by his presence among the riverine natives, who looked upon him as their champion and protector. The exploits of the Red Chief, as they called him, had become legends among them, but the real facts, as far as I could learn them, were amazing enough. These were that Lord John had found himself some years before in that no-man's land, which is formed by the half-defined frontiers between Peru, Brazil, and Colombia. In this great district, the wild rubber tree flourishes, and has become, as in the Congo, a curse to the natives which can only be compared to their forced labor under the Spaniards upon the old silver mines of Darien. A handful of villainous half-breeds dominated the country, armed such Indians as would support them, and turned the rest into slaves, terrorizing them with the most inhuman tortures in order to force them to gather the India rubber, which was then floated down the river to Para. Lord John Roxton expostulated on behalf of the wretched victims, and received nothing but threats and insults for his pains. He then formally declared war against Pedro Lopez, the leader of the slave drivers, enrolled a band of runaway slaves in his service, armed them, and conducted a campaign which ended by his killing with his own hands the notorious half-breed and breaking down the system which he represented. No wonder that the ginger-headed man with the silky voice and the free and easy manners was now looked upon with deep interest upon the banks of the great South American river, though the feelings he inspired were naturally mixed, since the gratitude of the natives was equaled by the resentment of those who desired to exploit them. One useful result of his former experiences was that he could talk fluently in the Língua Geral, which is the peculiar talk, 1/3 Portuguese and 2/3 Indian, which is current all over Brazil. I have said before that Lord John Roxton was a South Americomaniac. He could not speak of that great country without ardor, and this ardor was infectious, for, ignorant as I was, he fixed my attention and stimulated my curiosity. How I wish I could reproduce the glamour of his discourses, the peculiar mixture of accurate knowledge and of racy imagination which gave them their fascination, until even the professor's cynical and skeptical smile would gradually vanish from his thin face as he listened. He would tell the history of the mighty river so rapidly explored, for some of the first conquerors of Peru actually crossed the entire continent upon its waters, and yet so unknown in regard to all that lay behind its ever-changing banks. "What is there?" he would cry, pointing to the north. "Wood and marsh and unpenetrated jungle. Who knows what it may shelter? And there to the south, a wilderness of swampy forest where no white man has ever been. The unknown is up against us on every side. Outside the narrow lines of the rivers, what does anyone know? Who will say what is possible in such a country? Why should old man Challenger not be right?" At which direct defiance, the stubborn sneer would reappear upon Professor Summerlee's face, and he would sit, shaking his sardonic head in unsympathetic silence, behind the cloud of his briar-root pipe. So much for the moment for my two white companions, whose characters and limitations will be further exposed, as surely as my own, as this narrative proceeds. But already we have enrolled certain retainers who may play no small part in what is to come. The first is a gigantic Negro named Zombo, who is a black Hercules, as willing as any horse, and about as intelligent. Him we enlisted at Para, on the recommendation of the steamship company, on whose vessels he had learned to speak a halting English. It was at Para also that we engaged Gomez and Manuel, two half-breeds from up the river, just come down with a cargo of redwood. They were swarthy fellows, bearded and fierce, as active and wiry as panthers. Both of them had spent their lives in those upper waters of the Amazon which we were about to explore, and it was this recommendation which had caused Lord John to engage them. One of them, Gomez, had the further advantage that he could speak excellent English. These men were willing to act as our personal servants, to cook, to row, or to make themselves useful in any way at a payment of $15 a month. Besides these, we had engaged 3 Mojo Indians from Bolivia, who are the most skillful at fishing and boat work of all the river tribes. The chief of these we called Mojo, after his tribe, and the others are known as Jose and Fernando. 3 white men, then, 2 half-breeds, 1 Negro, and 3 Indians made up the personnel of the little expedition, which lay waiting for its instructions at Manaos before starting upon its singular quest. At last, after a weary week, the day had come, and the hour. I ask you to picture the shaded sitting room on the Fazenda St. Ignacio, 2 miles inland from the town of Manaos. Outside lay the yellow, brassy glare of the sunshine, with the shadows of the palm trees as black and definite as the trees themselves. The air was calm, full of the eternal hum of insects, a tropical chorus of many octaves, from the deep drone of the bee to the high, keen pipe of the mosquito. Beyond the veranda was a small cleared garden, bounded with cactus hedges and adorned with clumps of flowering shrubs, round which the great blue butterflies and the tiny hummingbirds fluttered and darted in crescents of sparkling light. Within, we were seated round the cane table, on which lay a sealed envelope. Inscribed upon it, in the jagged handwriting of Professor Challenger, were the words, "Instructions to Lord John Roxton and party, to be opened at Manaos upon July 15th at 12 o'clock precisely." Lord John had placed his watch upon the table beside him. "We have 7 more minutes," said he. "The old dear is very precise." Professor Summerlee gave an acid smile as he picked up the envelope in his gaunt hand. "What can it possibly matter whether we open it now or in 7 minutes?" said he. "It is all part and parcel of the same system of quackery and nonsense, for which I regret to say that the writer is notorious." "Oh, come, we must play the game according to rules," said Lord John. "It's old man Challenger's show, and we are here by his good will, so it would be rotten bad form if we didn't follow his instructions to the letter." "A pretty business it is," cried the professor bitterly. It struck me as preposterous in London, but I'm bound to say that it seems even more so upon closer acquaintance. I don't know what is inside this envelope, but unless it is something pretty definite, I shall be much tempted to take the next downriver boat and catch the Bolivia at Para. After all, I have some more responsible work in the world than to run about disproving the assertions of a lunatic. Now, Roxton, surely it is time. Time it is, said Lord John. You can blow the whistle. He took up the envelope and cut it with his penknife. From it he drew a folded sheet of paper. This he carefully opened out and flattened on the table. It was a blank sheet. He turned it over. Again it was blank. We looked at each other in a bewildered silence, which was broken by a discordant burst of derisive laughter from Professor Summerlee. "It is an open admission," he cried. "What more do you want? The fellow is a self-confessed humbug. We have only to return home and report him as the brazen impostor that he is." "Invisible ink," I suggested. "I don't think," said Lord Roxton, holding the paper to the light. "No, young fellow, my lad, there is no use deceiving yourself. I'll go bail for it that nothing has ever been written upon this paper." "May I come in?" boomed a voice from the veranda. The shadow of a squat figure had stolen across the patch of sunlight. That voice, that monstrous breadth of shoulder. We sprang to our feet with a gasp of astonishment as Challenger, in a round, boyish straw hat with a colored ribbon, Challenger, with his hands in his jacket pockets and his canvas shoes daintily pointing as he walked, appeared in the open space before us. He threw back his head, and there he stood in the golden glow with all his old Assyrian luxuriance of beard, all his native insolence of drooping eyelids and intolerant eyes. "I fear," said he, taking out his watch, "that I am a few minutes too late. When I gave you this envelope, I must confess that I had never intended that you should open it, for it had been my fixed intention to be with you before the hour. The unfortunate delay can be apportioned between a blundering pilot and an intrusive sandbank. I fear that it has given my colleague, Professor Summerlee, occasion to blaspheme." "I am bound to say, sir," said Lord John with some sternness of voice, "that your turning up is a considerable relief to us, for our mission seemed to have come to a premature end. Even now I can't for the life of me understand why you should have worked it in so extraordinary a manner." Instead of answering, Professor Challenger entered, shook hands with myself and Lord John, bowed with ponderous insolence to Professor Summerlee, and sank back into a basket chair, which creaked and swayed beneath his weight. "Is all ready for your journey?" he asked. "We can start tomorrow." "Then so you shall. You need no chart of directions now, since you will have the inestimable advantage of my own guidance. From the first I had determined that I would myself preside over your investigations. The most elaborate charts would, as you will readily admit, be a poor substitute for my own intelligence and advice. As to the small ruse which I played upon you in the matter of the envelope, it's clear that, had I told you all my intentions, I should have been forced to resist unwelcome pressure to travel out with you." "Not from me, sir," exclaimed Professor Summerlee heartily, "so long as there was another ship upon the Atlantic." Challenger waved him away with his great hairy hand. "Your common sense will, I am sure, sustain my objection and realize that it was better that I should direct my own movements and appear only at the exact moment when my presence was needed. That moment has now arrived. You are in safe hands. You will not now fail to reach your destination. From henceforth I take command of this expedition, and I must ask you to complete your preparations tonight, so that we may be able to make an early start in the morning. My time is of value, and the same thing may be said, no doubt, in a lesser degree of your own. I propose, therefore, that we push on as rapidly as possible until I have demonstrated what you have come to see. Lord John Roxton had chartered the large steam launch, the Esmeralda, which was to carry us up the river. So far as climate goes, it was immaterial what time we chose for our expedition, as the temperature ranges from 75 to 90 degrees both summer and winter, with no appreciable difference in heat. In moisture, however, it is otherwise. From December to May is the period of the rains, and during this time the river slowly rises until it attains a height of nearly 40 feet above its low water mark. It floods the banks, extends in great lagoons over a monstrous waste of country, and forms a huge district called locally the Gapo, which is for the most part too marshy for foot travel and too shallow for boating. About June the waters begin to fall, and are at their lowest in October or November. Thus our expedition was at the time of the dry season, when the great river and its tributaries were more or less in a normal condition. The current of the river is a slight one, the drop being not greater than 8 inches in a mile. No stream could be more convenient for navigation, since the prevailing wind is southeast, and sailing boats may make a continuous progress to the Peruvian frontier, dropping down again with the current. In our own case, the excellent engines of the Esmeralda could disregard the sluggish flow of the stream, and we made as rapid progress as if we were navigating a stagnant lake. For 3 days we steamed northwestwards up a stream which even here, 1,000 miles from its mouth, was still so enormous that from its center the 2 banks were mere shadows upon the distant skyline. On the 4th day after leaving Manaos, we turned into a tributary which at its mouth was little smaller than the main stream. It narrowed rapidly, however, and after 2 more days steaming we reached an Indian village, where the professor insisted that we should land, and that the Esmeralda should be sent back to Manaos. We should soon come upon rapids, he explained, which would make its further use impossible. He added privately that we were now approaching the door of the unknown country, and that the fewer whom we took into our confidence, the better it would be. To this end, also, he made each of us give our word of honor that we would publish or say nothing which would give any exact clue as to the whereabouts of our travels, while the servants were all solemnly sworn to the same effect. It is for this reason that I am compelled to be vague in my narrative, and I would warn my readers that in any map or diagram which I may give, the relation of places to each other may be correct, but the points of the compass are carefully confused, so that in no way can it be taken as an actual guide to the country. Professor Challenger's reasons for secrecy may be valid or not, but we had no choice but to adopt them, for he was prepared to abandon the whole expedition rather than modify the conditions upon which he would guide us. It was August 2nd when we snapped our last link with the outer world by bidding farewell to the Esmeralda. Since then 4 days have passed, during which we have engaged 2 large canoes from the Indians, made of so light a material, skins over a bamboo framework, that we should be able to carry them round any obstacle. These we have loaded with all our effects, and have engaged 2 additional Indians to help us in the navigation. I understand that they are the very 2, Ataka and Ipatu by name, who accompanied Professor Challenger upon his previous journey. They appeared to be terrified at the prospect of repeating it, but the chief has patriarchal powers in these countries, and if the bargain is good in his eyes, the clansman has little choice in the matter. So tomorrow we disappear into the unknown. This account I am transmitting down the river by canoe, and it may be our last word to those who are interested in our fate. I have, according to our arrangement, addressed it to you, my dear Mr. McArdle, and I leave it to your discretion to delete, alter, or do what you like with it. From the assurance of Professor Challenger's manner, and in spite of the continued skepticism of Professor Summerlee, I have no doubt that our leader will make good his statement, and that we are really on the eve of some most remarkable experiences. End of chapter. Chapter 8 of The Lost World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Lost World by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 8. The Outlying Pickets of the New World. Our friends at home may well rejoice with us, for we are at our goal, and up to a point at least we have shown that the statement of Professor Challenger can be verified. We have not, it is true, ascended the plateau, but it lies before us, and even Professor Summerlee is in a more chastened mood. Not that he will for an instant admit that his rival could be right, but he is less persistent in his incessant objections, and has sunk for the most part into an observant silence. I must hark back, however, and continue my narrative from where I dropped it. We are sending home one of our local Indians who is injured, and I am committing this letter to his charge, with considerable doubts in my mind as to whether it will ever come to hand. When I wrote last, we were about to leave the Indian village, where we had been deposited by the Esmeralda. I have to begin my report by bad news. For the first serious personal trouble, I pass over the incessant bickerings between the professors, occurred this evening. It might have had a tragic ending. I have spoken of our English-speaking half-breed, Gomez, a fine worker and a willing fellow, but afflicted, I fancy, with the vice of curiosity, which is common enough among such men. On the last evening he seems to have hid himself near the hut in which we were discussing our plans, and being observed by our huge Negro, Zambo, who is as faithful as a dog and has the hatred which all his race bear to the half-breeds, he was dragged out and carried into our presence. Gomez whipped out his knife, however, and but for the huge strength of his captor, which enabled him to disarm him with one hand, he would certainly have stabbed him. The matter has ended in reprimand. The opponents have been compelled to shake hands, and there is every hope that all will be well. As to the feuds of the two learned men, they are continuous and bitter. It must be admitted that Challenger is provocative in the last degree, but Summerlee has an acid tongue, which makes matters worse. Last night Challenger said that he never cared to walk on the Thames embankment and look up the river, as it was always sad to see one's own eventual goal. He is convinced, of course, that he is destined for Westminster Abbey. Summerlee rejoined, however, with a
Once upon a time, magicians discovered an incredible secret, an ancient power of cosmic proportions dwelling inside every human being. A power which, in the wrong hands, could destroy everything and create strife and suffering amongst human beings. But also a godly force arising from the very source of creation, which could light up the darkness of ignorance and open doors which otherwise would have been forever closed. It was forgotten, buried deep in the subconscious of humankind, waiting for generations to be unearthed by the magicians of light of our age. This is the untold story of Kama Sutra.
Okay, everybody, time to wake up. Time to wake up. You've been 9 hours listening to this.
Time to wake up.
Time to wake up, everybody, okay?
Wake up.
Wake up.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, time to wake up. Time to wake up. You've been 9 hours listening to this.
Time to wake up.
Time to wake up, everybody, okay?
Wake up.
Wake up.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, time to wake up. Time to wake up. You've been 9 hours listening to this.
Time to wake up.
Time to wake up, everybody, okay?
Wake up.
Wake up.
Bye.